Chapter 1. At the crossing registration office, please hand in your brain in an orderly manner for registration and wait for crossing. This book is a special reminder that because it is a magic sword novel, the protagonist does not have many roles in the early stage, and will appear more and more later. Who I am. Where am I? What do I want to do? Lin Fan regained consciousness in the dark world. His mind was in a mess, and he couldn't feel his body at all. But soon, he regained his memory. He couldn't help cursing immediately. "You're such a bad old man. Your calculations are so accurate." After scolding, I couldn't help but think back to that day. I originally planned to go out to eat hot pot and sing songs, but I didn't expect to meet an old fortune teller near the hospital. He told me that he wanted to tell his fortune and he didn't need any money. Lin Fan thought about it and let it go. If he didn't take advantage of it, wouldn't he be a bastard? I saw the old fortune teller looking at Lin Fan carefully, and then said with a smile on his face, "Little brother, I think you will be blessed by destiny today, and you will have great luck in less than an hour. And if it skyrockets in the future, it will definitely accomplish something." As he spoke, he was afraid that Lin Fan wouldn't believe it, so he patted his chest and vowed, "I can guarantee that if the calculation is not accurate, you can come and beat me up at any time." This immediately confused Lin Fan, but he didn't think much about it and left here after talking nonsense, but he had just walked not far. Just as he reached the opposite intersection, a Universiade brand truck suddenly lost control and headed straight for Lin Fan. Not even a chance to hide. Wherever Lin Fan ran, the car would chase him. In the end, I only had time to say, "You'll get lucky just by riding on a horse, right?" Then he was knocked directly into the air, his body rotated 360 degrees in the air, and he slid for tens of meters when he landed on the ground. Then his memory was completely fragmented. Recalling this, Lin Fan also came back to his senses and guessed what his current situation was. "What kind of place is this? It's so dark that I can't see anything and I can't feel my body at all. Am I not dead but in a vegetative state?" It was at this time. A cold mechanical synthesized sound suddenly sounded in Lin Fan's mind, and a system panel appeared in front of him. Ding! It is detected that the host has regained consciousness, and the system begins to bind. 30%. 50%. 90%. The strongest magic sword system has been successfully bound. Please ask the host if you want to open the novice gift pack. Hearing this, Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, then reacted and immediately replied excitedly, "System? Is it really the system? Open the novice gift pack for me." Lin Fan was no stranger to the system. After all, he had read so many novels, so how could he not recognize it? Ding! Open the novice gift pack. Congratulations to the host for getting one chance to extract the magic knife template, eternal level buff indestructible, and 1000 emotional points. Lin Fan looked at the novice rewards on the system panel and asked tentatively, "What are the uses of these 3 system rewards?" The system soon gave an explanation. Ding! The magic sword template drawing opportunity can draw one of all the magic swords in the world for you to become your template. You can unlock all the abilities of the magic knife through the emotional value, or perform a system lottery to draw moves, abilities, and props. As for the eternal level buff, it is indestructible, which can guarantee that the host will never be harmed in any form. If the world is destroyed, you will not be destroyed. Lin Fan probably understood it, but he still asked, "In that system, how do you get the emotional value?" Ding! Any emotion caused by any living thing or non-living thing can obtain the corresponding emotional value. The stronger the target, the more emotional value it will generate. The emotional value provided by negative emotions is stronger than that of positive emotions. After hearing this explanation, Lin Fan had no problem and spoke directly. "I want to extract the magic knife template from the system." Ding! Do you want to start extracting? After the prompt sounded, a large carousel appeared on the system panel in front of Lin Fan, which was full of various magic knife templates. Lin Fan pressed the draw button without hesitation, and the turntable began to rotate rapidly, finally stopping on a black sword with dark green lines on its blade. This knife looks familiar, but why can't I remember where I saw it before? The system soon gave the answer. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the Negi series, Arjuromaru. Say it. In the pitch-black space, there was an extra handle with pitch-black blade, and the tachi covered with green lines. This also became Lin Fan's current body. At this time, Lin Fan recalled where he had seen it. Isn't this the Arjuromaru and Seraph of the End? This knife is good in all aspects, except for one shortcoming that is not a shortcoming, but let's not mention it. Ding! When the host extraction template is detected, the first world teleportation will begin. The final destination, Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba world, will start teleportation. Immediately, a dazzling beam of light shone on Lin Fan's body, completely covering him until he disappeared in this space. When Lin Fan regained consciousness, he found that he was hanging on the waist of a young man. This young man has short dark red hair and a conspicuous scar on his left forehead. He is wearing a slightly dull white kimono, a green and black plaid cloak, and is carrying a wooden box covered with white cloth. There was an axe and a sword hanging on both sides of his waist. He was walking on the path in the forest with his back to the sunset. This person was none other than Komatsu Tanjiro. The sword on his waist was none other than Lin Fan, who was teleported here. Ding! The time travel was successful, and a reasonable identity has been made up for the host, the sword that the Komatsu family has inherited from generation to generation. Thinking that the host is bound to the sword master Tanjiro Komatsu, please assist the sword master to kill Musen demon Butsuji and avenge him to start the second time travel. A short beep sounds. Lin Fan didn't pay attention. Perhaps the lack of death and injury made him calmer. He quickly entered the state and paid attention to other aspects. Because he had watched Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba before, he only cared about this. Seeing Tanjiro's current attire, it is likely that he is on his way to Mount Samagiri, which means that the plot has just begun. If nothing goes wrong, you will encounter a cannibal eating in the Buddhist hall. But there's nothing to worry about. What Lin Fan wants to do now is to have formal contact with Tanjiro first, and try to gain emotional points by the way. Just do it. Lin Fan controlled the power of the current magic sword, emitting black smoke and gradually forming threads, which clung to Tanjiro's forearm from the handle of the sword. Tanjiro also discovered that a large amount of black threads had emerged from the heirloom sword at his waist and wrapped around his forearm. The sudden change made his expression stagnant, with a look of fear on his face. What is this? But before he could make any move, his consciousness had already fallen into the illusion weaved by Lin Fan. In fantasy, Tanjiro returned to the familiar door. But before he could come to his senses, he saw a woman who he felt extremely kind and missed walking out of his door. Chapter 2. That was Tanjiro's dead mother. Seeing his mother again, tears burst into Tanjiro's eyes, and for a moment he was confused about where reality was. But after all, he knew that everything here was fake, but even so, he still couldn't help shouting. Mother! Lin Fan saw this and started his own performance. The woman who controlled the transformation of her power asked calmly, Tanjiro, why did you abandon us? Although the words are soft, the words are sharp. Go straight to your heart. But after hearing this, Tanjiro's expression suddenly became serious and he said loudly. Although you look and sound like my mother, you are definitely not my mother. Don't pretend to be an important family member of mine. Hey! After the woman sighed softly, she stopped pretending. I originally planned to hit the weakest part of your heart, but you didn't waver at all. It's really interesting. But Tanjiro suddenly asked. Who are you? Did you do it to bring me here? This time. The woman did not respond. The corners of her lips opened, and a large amount of black smoke spread out, which then turned into countless sharp blades and penetrated Tanjiro's body. But Tanjiro didn't feel any pain, but he couldn't move and could only be firmly restrained in place. On the other hand, the black mist from the sources of many sharp thorns gathered together into a 2-meter-high flowing black mist. There was only a pair of scarlet eyes in the fog, staring at him and asking, "I can feel your desire for power. Do you want to avenge your dead family members?" As if his inner thoughts were touched, Tanjiro replied with a serious expression. "I want power, for revenge, and to turn my sister back into a human again." "That's really difficult, but if you want revenge, I can give you enough power," Lin Fan said in a persuasive way. "Really?" Although Tanjiro is naive, he is not a fool. Seeing this, Heiwu talked eloquently. "But from now on you can only live for revenge. If you are not determined enough, then I will not lend you my power." After saying that, the black mist dissipated. And Tanjiro also fell silent. If he only lives for revenge, what should Yaduza do? He always puts others first and considers others all the time. This is his gentleness. But also at this time, the woman in front of him spoke again. "Tanjiro, don't you want to avenge your mother?" "No." Tanjiro wanted to retort. But there were a few more children beside him, and they were his dead brothers and sisters, and they saw them talking one after another. "Brother Tanjiro, why didn't you come back to save us? Brother, do you want to escape? I've known for a long time that my brother doesn't care about us. Do you want to abandon us?" Tanjiro struggled to retort, "No, no. But all this still hasn't stopped. We are family, aren't we? Brother Tanjiro, don't you want to avenge us? Live for revenge." The words just fell. Tanjiro shouted violently, his body trembling, as if he had made some kind of determination. "You all shut up, my family will not be like you. The power I want is the power to protect everything." Lin Fan saw all this in his eyes and couldn't help but sigh that it's you, Tanjiro. You're not angry at all, even I think it's a bit too much. But then the system notifications that kept coming from his mind shattered Lin Fan's conscience. Ding! It was detected that Tanjiro was feeling painful and gained 7 emotion points. Ding! Detected Tanjiro's despair and gained 15 emotion points. Ding! It was detected that Tanjiro was feeling regretful. Listening to the constant system prompts in his ears, Lin Fan knew that it was almost done, and immediately used his power again to erase everything. At the same time, Tanjiro's consciousness was brought into the magic sword. This is the junction of the sky and the sea. The surrounding fog is hazy. Tanjiro slumped on the ground, and what he saw in front of him was the black fog that had originally dissipated. Just listen to a pleasant voice coming from the black mist. "I like you very much, as long as your heart is if you are so strong, I will obey you, but if you waver for even a moment, I will take your body away. My name is Ajiromaru. If you need strength, just call me. Do you have any questions?" Tanjiro gradually understood what happened, but he still had a question. "Are you the sword that has been passed down from generation to generation in my family?" "Yes." Lin Fan didn't hide it and said it openly. Got the answer he wanted. Tanjiro breathed a sigh of relief, showed his gentle smile, stretched out his hand and said with a smile, "Then please give me more advice in the future, Ajiromaru." Lin Fan heard this and controlled his power to invade Tanjiro's body with black fog. On the other hand, the black fog that originally enveloped him gradually faded. The black fog revealed Lin Fan's current appearance. Among them was a person less than 1.5 meters tall, with a stunning face under dark purple long hair, red eyes, and long ears like an elf. Wearing a black headband, a pair of white horns on the forehead, half of the side face was covered by long hair, and a purple and white evening dress fluttered in the wind. Lin Fan couldn't decide this form because it came with the system template, and this was also the shortcoming that was not a shortcoming. Tanjiro looked at it a little dull. And Lin Fan just stretched out his right hand, controlled the power and continued. The contract between you and me has been signed. I will be your strength and become a sharp blade in your hand. Open your eyes and realize all your desires, Tanjiro Kamado. Just as the words fell, Tanjiro Kamado, who was standing on the path in the forest, suddenly opened his eyes, and everything just now seemed to be just an illusion. He looked around, then looked at the sword hanging on his waist and called out carefully. Ajura Meru, are you there? Lin Fan in the sword responded unhappily, aren't you talking nonsense? If you have something to say, just say it quickly. Sorry, I just want to confirm it. Tanjiro apologized hurriedly. Lin Fan was too lazy to argue with him, so he turned around and opened the system panel to look at his personal information. Host, Lin Fan. Template, Ajuromaru. Ghost Power, 100. Extraction Ability, Eternal Level Buff is Indestructible. Template Ability, Weeping Blood, causing damage can suppress self-healing and add bleeding effect. This ability is unlocked with 5,000 emotional points. Devouring, killing living beings can devour and strengthen oneself. This ability is unlocked with 5,000 emotional points. The above two basic abilities only require 1,000 emotional points to unlock for the first time. Healing, you can heal the host's injuries, and as long as he is not dead, you can consume ghost power to repair him. This ability is unlocked with 10,000 emotional points. After a series of abilities, the bottom is the lottery option. It is divided into 3 levels: Silver, Gold, and Diamond. Silver draws once for 100 emotional points, Gold draws once for 1,000 emotional points, and Diamond draws once for 10,000 emotional points. The rewards are numerous, and the Silver level can also open the highest reward Eternal Level Buff, but the probability is much lower than the Diamond level. The higher the level, the greater the probability of winning good things in the lottery. Chapter 3. But I am not betting on dogs. As far as the plot is concerned, I should encounter a cannibal next. Although it can be passed safely according to the plot, Lin Fan is not naive enough to think that he can just sit back and relax, and must be cautious in everything he does. It just so happens that the 1,000 emotion points in the novice gift pack can unlock a basic ability of the template. The first choice for dealing with the cannibal Lin Fan is Crying Blood. System, unlock the ability for me to cry blood. Ding! Spend 1,000 emotional points. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the template ability, Weeping Blood, causing damage can inhibit self-healing, and add a bleeding effect. After the ability was unlocked, Lin Fan immediately mastered the ability to cry blood perfectly. As long as he is cut by his own blade, his ghost power will be consumed so that his body cannot heal, and the wound will bleed continuously. It's a magical skill to deal with the extremely resilient cannibals. In other words, Tanjiro can easily kill the cannibal with his own hands. However, turning around and looking at the emotional value of less than 200, Lin Fan sighed and said, "There is still a long way to go, and I don't know when I will be able to unlock all my abilities." Tanjiro carried the bamboo basket on his back and continued on the road with his back to the setting sun, heading towards Mount Saijiri without stopping until nightfall. But his sister Yaduzi, who had been hiding in the bamboo basket, crawled out and hurried on with Tanjiro. The two of them walked along the forest path, and suddenly found a weak candle light in front of them, and hurriedly took a few steps to get closer. Tanjiro saw this and took his sister's hand. "It's a Buddhist temple. You can still see the lights. There should be people inside, right? Let's go and have a look." But before he could finish speaking, his nose twitched slightly as if he smelled something, and his expression suddenly changed. "It smells of blood. The road on this mountain is very steep. Someone must have been injured. Say it." He took Medusa's hand and walked up the steps and ran straight to the Buddhist hall. When Lin Fan saw this, he didn't deliberately remind Tanjiro. What he had to do now was to let Tanjiro kill the cannibal with his own hands. When Tanjiro arrived in front of the Buddhist temple, he immediately opened the door and shouted with concern. "Are the people inside okay?" But after opening the door, all he could see were mutilated corpses on the ground, blood soaked on the floor, and a person with his back to him, munching on something. Tanjiro was stunned immediately. Lin Fan also said immediately, "That guy is a cannibal. I will lend you my power. Draw your sword and kill it now." Tanjiro's face was full of horror, but after hearing Lin Fan's voice in his mind, he reacted immediately. Holding the handle of the knife with one hand, he unsheathed the knife. "Hold with both hands." On the other hand, the cannibal ghost didn't even look back, and said in an extremely impatient tone after feeling the aura of the same kind, "This is my territory. If you dare to destroy my canteen, I won't let you go." After saying that, he turned his head, licked the blood on his hands, stood up and looked directly at Tanjiro and said strangely, "You give me a strange feeling. Are you a human?" Tanjiro did not answer, but tightened the sword in his hand. The atmosphere froze for a moment. Lin Fan seemed to notice something in the next second and immediately reminded him. "It's coming." The words just fell. The candles in the temple went out. The ogre rushed over, grabbed Tanjiro's shoulder with one hand, and crashed directly from the temple into the courtyard outside. One hand intended to hit Tanjiro directly through the head. But at this moment, after being reminded by Lin Fan, Tanjiro was prepared and immediately used his sword to slash forward. Seeing this, the evil ghost immediately leaned back and tried to avoid it, but his throat was still cut open by the knife, and bright red blood spurted out immediately. The two distanced themselves. The evil ghost put a hand against his throat, and Zhang Kai fanged and mocked, "A knife? It's quite capable, but it's just a wound of this level and it will be healed immediately." But the expected recovery was not there at all. Instead, the wound began to bleed more and more, and even turned into spurting blood. The blood was like a fountain, flowing like a pillar. Puff puff puff. Both Ogre and Tanjiro were confused. Why didn't the wound heal? What's going on? The ogre held his throat tightly with one hand, trying to stop the flow of blood. Tanjiro held the sword tightly with both hands and looked at Yaduzi, who was still standing outside the futang and drooling at the human corpses inside. Lin Fan saw this. He spoke again in a gentle and persuasive way. "It seems that you don't have much time left, Tanjiro. Only by killing the cannibal ghost in front of you with a knife can you stop your sister. Tanjiro, you don't want your sister to eat people, do you? What will you do if Nezuko eats people? Kill her and then commit suicide." Hearing this, Tanjiro's eyes were a little confused and then gradually became firm. "I will never let this happen." At this moment, the system prompt sounded again in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! Tanjiro's negative emotions are detected, and the emotion value is 5. Ding! Tanjiro's intense negative emotions are detected, and the emotion value is 10. Ding! The cannibal ghost is detected to have intense negative emotions, and the emotion value is 2. Originally, he was quite happy, but when he saw the emotion value provided by the evil ghost, Lin Fan knew that he was too happy too early. It seems that except for Tanjiro, the emotion values that others can provide to him are all very few. When Lin Fan thought of this possibility, he felt a little worried. And the outside world? At this moment, the evil ghost also realized that there was something wrong with the knife in Tanjiro's hand, and felt blood gushing out of his throat. If it continues like this, even if it is a ghost, it will not last long. Now all it can think of is to kill the guy in front of it. At this moment, the cannibal ghost was furious, loosened his right hand against his throat, and said angrily with bloodshot eyes, "Damn guy, I will eat you up. I won't be hit by the same move a second time." After saying that, the figure flashed and rushed straight over. Tanjiro was a little slow to react when he saw this, but fortunately there was Lin Fan's reminder. "Swing the knife in front of you and cut its neck." Tanjiro immediately did as he was told, holding the knife with both hands and slashing forward. It happened that the cannibal ghost came close at this time, and his neck was cut again. Fortunately, it used both hands to resist the blade in time and was not beheaded. But his hands were disabled, and the wound on his neck was a little deeper. The ogre's face hurt so much now, as if he had been hit by a big slap. He just said that the same move would not hit him for the second time, and he turned his head and was chopped again. The ogre's face was distorted with anger, and he opened his bloody mouth and exposed his sharp teeth and bit on the blade. His dark green hair seemed to come alive and wrapped around the blade. Lin Fan was stunned when he saw this. "You have 2 arms, right? Why did you bite me instead of Tanjiro?" Although there was no damage, it was disgusting. Chapter 4. The two wrestle. Tanjiro also knew that he didn't have much time, and he couldn't match the strength of the ogre in front of him, so he saw it roaring. "I'm going to save Medusa, get out of my way." He raised his head as he spoke. The evil ghost grinned when he saw this and laughed in his heart. "Merely human. It's ridiculous that you want to use a headbutt on me. The moment you have a headache and are distracted, I can kill you easily." But the reality is completely different from what the cannibal thought. Tanjiro didn't hesitate to slap his head directly on the ogre's head, making a dull sound. Boom! The cannibal's eyes suddenly bulged and his mouth opened wide. His face was full of pain and disbelief, and he was knocked unconscious. Even the hair fell down feebly. But it still couldn't stop its desire to question angrily. How could it be so hard? Is your head for riding a horse made of iron? Lin Fan was a little nervous when he saw this, but he couldn't let go of this opportunity and immediately reminded him. "Tanjiro, chop off its head right now." Hearing this, Tanjiro hesitated for a moment but then resolutely swung the sword out, and when the blade passed through the ogre's neck. Before the ogre could recover, his body and head were separated. His head fell directly to the ground and rolled around a few times. His headless body also fell straight to the ground. When the ogre's consciousness finally dissipated, he looked at Tanjiro with eyes full of hatred. Ding! Detect the negative emotions of the cannibal before his death and gain 100 emotional points. The first hunt of a man-eating ghost has been detected. In order to better integrate into the world, the system has loaded the host with the corresponding function of the Nichiren knife. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment when he heard the system prompt, "How much more?" 100 emotion points. And you also loaded me with the ability of the Sun Blade. This benefit gave Lin Fan a new perspective on his system. This system is capable of handling, and it really gives you something. And through the emotional value obtained this time, Lin Fan also understood one thing, that is, the evil ghost's negative emotions will reach its maximum at the moment of death. But this is a one-time harvest. Although it does not have as much emotional value as continuous squeezing, it is more efficient. Outside world. After experiencing this battle, Tanjiro panted violently, and the hand holding the sword was shaking slightly. The body of the cannibal ghost seemed to have been affected by the properties of Lin Fan's Sun Blade, and it began to quickly turn into embers in the wind. Wouldn't ghosts even leave their bodies behind after they die? Tanjiro glanced at him in surprise, and then immediately rushed towards the Buddhist temple, trying to stop Medusa from eating people. Just as he took a step forward, he discovered that Medusa, who was standing at the door of the Buddhist hall and drooling while looking at the corpse, had suppressed his appetite and walked towards this side. Tanjiro breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. He was really afraid from the bottom of his heart that Medusa could eat people. Recalling what Adumaru said, if one day Medusa could eat people, perhaps all he can do is kill it with his own hands and then commit seppuku to atone for his sins. Tanjiro relaxed his mind and wanted to sheath the sword again, but he just raised his arm. A big hand suddenly stretched out from behind him and put it on his shoulder, and a dull old voice said, "Can you show me your knife?" Hearing this, Tanjiro shed a drop of cold sweat on his forehead and quickly turned around to see an old man wearing a hooded Tengu mask appearing behind him. This man walks without making a sound. However, facing the old man's request, Tanjiro immediately wanted to ask Lin Fan. But the old man easily snatched the knife away with one hand. He held it in his hand and felt it carefully, his nose under the mask twitching slightly. Then he immediately returned the knife to Tanjiro and asked, "Where did you get this knife?" Tanjiro said without thinking, "This sword is passed down from my family." The old man didn't say anything more after hearing this, but turned around and walked towards the direction of the Buddhist hall. Tanjiro saw this and put the sword back into its sheath. It was almost dawn at this moment, and Medusa instinctively felt fear and disgust. She shrank her body and got back into the bamboo basket to avoid the rising sun. By the time Tanjiro came to his senses, the sunset had already risen, and the old man had already picked up the broken body from the temple and buried it outside. Tanjiro saw this and rushed to help. "Let me help you." The two of them these people were buried in the courtyard of the Buddhist temple. "With your back to the rising sun?" The old man finally asked again. "I'm Seikanji Ninteki, and you're the one introduced by Jiyu Tomioka, right?" Only then did Tanjiro realize that this old man was the person Tomioka Jiyu asked him to visit that day. "Yes, I am Kamatu Tanjiro." As he spoke, he pointed to the bamboo basket he was carrying and introduced. "This is my sister Medusa." But Kinteki Seikanji acted as if he hadn't heard anything and directly asked a sharp question, "Tanjiro, what will you do when your sister eats people?" Perhaps it was already mentioned by Lin Fan. Tanjiro was already mentally prepared and answered resolutely without any confusion. "I would kill her and then commit seppuku, but I would never let that happen." Got this reply? Lin Takizo could not help but slightly nod his head, expressing satisfaction. "It's good that you have this awareness. Next, I will test whether you are suitable to become a ghost-slaying swordsman. Take your sister and follow me." The two of them ran towards Sahu Mountain, one after the other, until the sun set. They stopped in front of a wooden house. At this time, Tanjiro was already panting from exhaustion and collapsed on the ground. He asked with difficulty while suppressing his violent chest heaving. "So I passed the test, right? The test is just about to start now. After settling your sister, follow me up the mountain." Lin Longzuo opened the door for the first time, took off the hood on his head and entered the wooden house first. Tanjiro was completely stunned now. As for Lin Fan, he was just watching a show and harvesting emotional points. In just one day, Tanjiro himself provided no less than 100 emotional points, plus Yaduzi and Ninteki Seikanji. This day's gain is nearly 150 points of emotional value. If you continue at this rate, unlocking abilities will not be a dream. After settling in Medusa, the two of them went up the mountain together. At this moment, there was heavy fog in Mt Saijiri, and it was already night and it was even harder to see. However, when the two of them reached the halfway point of the mountain, Ninteki Saijiro, who was leading the way, stopped and turned around. "Now I will go back to my home at the foot of the mountain alone from here." After saying that, the figure melted into the heavy fog and disappeared completely. Hearing this, Tanjiro also looked around and planned to use his sensitive nose to follow the scent of Nedaki Seikanji back. A few sniffs of the nose determined the direction. Here. After running 2 steps, Lin Fan's reminder rang in his mind. "Be careful, there's a trap here." Just after reminding him, Tanjiro stepped on the rope. The next moment, several stones quickly hit him in the face. Unprepared, he took a few steps back and fell into the deep pit that had been dug in advance. The fall made him dizzy. Chapter 5. But he still climbed out of the pothole with difficulty. Even though his face was bruised, he still looked determined. "Arjuramaru, thank you for the reminder." Hearing this, Lin Fan was speechless and had no choice but to continue. The road down the mountain is full of traps. If you go down like this, you are seeking death. After hearing Lin Fan's reminder, Tanjiro realized how difficult this so-called test really was. Although there are many traps along the way, don't you have a very sensitive sense of smell? If you set traps manually, there will definitely be residual smell. After Lin Fan's prompting, Tanjiro immediately understood. I understand, Adomaru, thank you so much. He let his mind go and used his nose to collect all the smells around him, and soon he felt the difference. I immediately walked forward and saw a slightly bent bamboo tied with a rope on the ground. If I stepped on it, wouldn't I be afraid that it would be whipped out? Tanjiro felt a chill. Don't let your guard down, keep going. Lin Fan struck while the iron was hot and continued to urge. Tanjiro gradually adapted to it and began to rush down the mountain, but even if he could smell the smell in advance, his body could not react at all. During this period, he still fell into several traps and had a few more scars on his body. Every time he fell into a trap, the system's beep sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! It is detected that Tanjiro has negative emotions and gets 7 emotion points. Ding! Tanjiro detected. Just like this, I trudged all the way back to the wooden house at the bottom of the mountain and opened the door. Tanjiro almost collapsed at the door from exhaustion and said with difficulty as he looked at Sejiro Hinteki, who was taking care of Mitoko, who was sleeping in the wooden house. I'm back. The expression under the mask of Ninteki Sejiro was also stunned. He really didn't expect to come back so quickly. This was a direct surprise to him. According to his assumptions, it would be a surprise to him to be able to get back before dawn. How could he not be shocked now that it was so far ahead of time? I approve of you, commented Tanjiro. After receiving the affirmation, Tanjiro finally couldn't bear it anymore and fell asleep. The next day, in the misty mountains, Rinteki Seikanji said unhurriedly. Ghosts have existed since ancient times, and the Demon Slayer Corps is an organization unknown to the world and not recognized by the government, which specializes in hunting ghosts. And I am a trainer, which literally means training swordsman. If you want to join the Demon Slayer Corps, you must survive the final selection held at Fujirai Mountain. It will be up to me to decide whether you can accept the final selection. If there is no problem, then from today onwards I will be responsible for guiding your practice. Okay. Tanjiro answered without hesitation. Immediately, the long and boring practice began. Time passed quickly, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Not only did he do physical exercises, he also learned breathing techniques and 10 water-type sword skills. Finally on this day, Tanjiro finally got the recognition of Rinteki Seikanji and gave him a fox mask as a gift. At the same time, Lin Fan also received epic level strengthening. System, open the personal panel. Host, Lin Fan. Template, Arjuna Maru. Ghost power, 100. Extraction ability, eternal level buff is indestructible. Template abilities, crying blood, unlocked, devouring, unlocked, healing, unlocked, body control, unlocked. Feedback, part of the devoured power can be allocated to the sword owner to strengthen his physical body. It costs 10,000 emotional points to unlock. Ghost curse, hitting a target can add a ghost curse, which can poison it. It costs 10,000 emotional points to unlock. Control the air, can control the blade to fly, it costs 10,000 emotional points to unlock. Ghost transformation, can instill a large amount of ghost power into the sword owner, improving it in all aspects, with no upper limit in theory. It costs 30,000 emotional points to unlock. Golden Horn, blowing the seraph form codename Salt King can trigger the end. It costs 500,000 emotional points to unlock. Emotion value, 8,000. Looking at the panel, there were many basic abilities, but none of them attracted Lin Zi's attention. That's a golden horn. Turning on the seraph form doesn't mean killing casually, but the price is really unaffordable. There was another point that Lin Fan wanted to complain about. Although I like the golden horn very much, this is not Adomarumaru's ability, but I should say it or not, the system is really capable. I think about going there. Tomarolan Ze couldn't help but be excited after participating in the final assessment at Tengzishan. Although Tanjiro has provided him with a lot of emotional value in the past 2 years, his efficiency is still a bit low, and he can't kill ghosts as quickly as he comes. This time I went to Tengzi Mountain based on one principle. Kill them all. No one can live. But it's better to improve it. After all, I haven't won any prizes since I came to this world. Choose the golden turntable and draw 8 consecutive draws. Ding! Spend 8,000 emotional points and start the lottery. Congratulations on getting. The silver ability is a natural match. No matter who holds it, you will feel that you are a natural match for him. The silver ability can be wielded like an arm. When used by others, it will be like an arm. Gold ability perception, you will be able to sense nearby. Silver ability sharpness, you will become sharper. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. 8 draws in a row, 4 abilities, and 4. Thank you for your patronage. Half and half. Lin Fan didn't know what his luck was. After all, he had never been lucky, but these 3 abilities were pretty good. At least he felt that he was not at a disadvantage. If you are ready now, you can just kill them tomorrow. The next day, Tanjiro, wearing a fox mask and a blue kimono with white clouds and an ajuramero hanging around his waist, bid farewell to Ninteki Sajiro. Before leaving, he took a look at Miduzi, who had been sleeping for 2 years without any signs of waking up. In addition, he also left behind the Nichiren sword used in training. Go straight to Tengzi Mountain along the way. When we arrived at our destination, it was almost dusk and a large number of wisteria flowers were blooming around Tengzi Mountain, like a sea of flowers. When arriving at the foot of the mountain, there are already no less than 20 people waiting here, obviously all swordsmen who are here to participate in the final selection. Just at this time, a pair of twin girls walked out of the entrance. They had different hair colors. One was black and the other was white. They held lanterns and said in unison, "Thank you all for coming tonight to participate in the final selection of the Demon Slayer team. There are a large number of ghosts captured alive by the slain demon swordsmen in this Fujise mountain. You need to enter it and survive for 7 days before you can pass the qualifying conditions for the final selection. So please go all the way." When Lin Fan heard this, he couldn't wait any longer and hurriedly urged, "Tanjiro, stop dawdling, hurry in, I can't wait to start killing." Okay. Tanjiro didn't hesitate at all and was the first to rush into the Fuji Raid Mountain. Lin Fan said excitedly from the side, "Tanjiro, you don't want these people who also came to participate in the final selection to die here, right? Then join me in killing all the cannibals here. It's also salvation for these ghosts." Chapter 6. I don't know if I can do it, but I will try my best. Tanjiro doesn't have much confidence in his own strength, and this is also the first time in the past 2 years that he has used Ajuramero again. As we continue to deepen, the smell of ghosts also began to appear around him. Tanjiro immediately stopped and held the knife with one hand, and immediately felt a feeling of wielding it like an arm. It is simply not comparable to the knife I used before. Lin Fan was also sensing the surroundings, and then reminded, there is a ghost attacking from above. Tanjiro immediately raised his head, jumped up and drew his sword to meet the enemy. The blade unsheathed and locked onto the ghost's neck, completely cutting it off in an instant. As soon as it landed, a ghost appeared behind again and wanted to sneak attack. Lin Fan immediately warned. Later, Tanjiro turned around and cut off the head with precision again with his sword. The bodies of the 2 ghosts were reduced to embers. Ding! Detect the negative emotions of the cannibal before his death and gain 100 emotional points. Ding! Detect the negative emotions of the cannibal ghost before his death and gain 80 emotional points. Easily record 180 sentiment points. Normally, you may not be able to get so many in a day. Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh with emotion. If you want to earn emotional points, kill ghosts as quickly as possible. Tanjiro landed on the ground and looked at the Ajurumaru in his hand, with some disbelief on his face. This knife was not only as powerful as an arm, but also extremely sharp. He didn't even use breathing techniques or sword skills, he just chopped it off with one blow. You can easily chop off the ghost's head. Looking at Tanjiro, who was in a daze, Lin Fan immediately became unhappy and hurriedly urged, "Continue, I sense a ghost is coming to our place." "Okay." Tanjiro held the knife in one hand and looked over there, feeling a sense of fear. "I saw a man running away with a frightened expression, and behind him was a huge creature slowly following." Encountering this kind of enemy for the first time, Tanjiro's breathing was a little short. Fortunately, Lin Fan urged, "Its attention is not on us, let's just sneak attack and chop its neck." "I see." Tanjiro held the sword in both hands and exerted force with his feet, his chest swelled slightly and he concentrated, and his breathing became rhythmic. The huge cannibal ghost had arms all over its body. It ate the corpse on its arms and then gathered its arms. Then, like springs, several arms shot out and the man who ran straight ahead easily grabbed his ankle and pulled him back. Lin Fan saw the opportunity and said immediately, "It's now." Tanjiro no longer hesitated after hearing this. He used his feet to fly into the air. Water mist formed at the corner of his mouth while breathing, and a trickle of water danced on the blade. Breath of water type 2 water wheel. The body rotates, and the water on the blade also dances like a water wheel. The ghost didn't even react. The head had already been severed, soared into the air and landed on the ground not far away. The body and consciousness began to dissipate rapidly. Until the end, the only thing the ghost could see was Tanjiro's back and the fox mask on his head. "Damn it, he's actually Linlong's disciple." After saying that, the head also disappeared. Tanjiro watched the corpse gradually dissipate, his eyes full of compassion, but soon he was filled with perseverance. Ding! Detected the negative emotions of the cannibal ghost before his death and gained 170 emotional points. Just a moment is worth the accumulation of the previous 2 or 3 days. Such good opportunities don't come around all the time. Lin Fan didn't want to waste a moment. "Keep going." "Okay." Tanjiro sheathed his sword and continued deeper into the mountain without stopping. Relying on his sense of smell and Lin Zi's perception. As long as there is a ghost nearby, don't even think about running away. In just 7 days, a man and a knife started a crazy massacre in the Vine Attack Mountain. There are almost no equal enemies. There may have been ghosts who dared to come out a few days ago, but in the next few days, all the ghosts hid. After all, there is a killer star outside. They are just hungry but not stupid. If they go out now, they are looking for death. But he still couldn't escape the pursuit of this man with one knife, killing him all the way and then coming back. The main thing is to kill them all. Corresponding. The system's beeps in Lin Fan's mind never stopped. Ding! Detect the negative emotions of the cannibal before death and gain 100 emotional points. Ding! Detect the negative emotions of the cannibal ghost before his death and gain 150 emotional points. Just 7 days. Tanjiro held the Ajurumaru and completely wiped out the entire Fujise mountain. He killed several times and not a single fish slipped through the net. This wave. Lin Fan directly received 18,000 emotion points, and achieved a perfect fortune in 7 days. Moreover, Ghost Power also experienced a surge, from the original 100 points to an astonishing 400 points. Now Lin Fan can even condense a physical clone in the outside world. Wait for everyone to return to the foot of the mountain. Tanjiro looked around and found that the number of people who could come back at this time was less than half of the number when they came. The situation made him feel guilty. But soon the 2 girls appeared in front of everyone again, after a brief explanation. Everyone got a raven specially responsible for conveying information, and then they chose jade steel to build the Nichiren sword. When everyone came forward, they felt a little embarrassed looking at Yugong at that table. After all, no one had seen it before. Only Tanjiro pondered for a moment and chose one of the jade steel pieces in the center based on his own feelings. After the selection is completed, you can leave this place first. Tanjiro didn't delay, and hurried to Saigiri Mountain with the good news. In less than half a day, we returned to Mount Samagiri. In front of the wooden house, he faced Ninteki Sajiro again and smiled brightly. I'm back. A smile appeared on the old face under the mask of Ninteki Sajiro. Just come back. The two entered the cabin. Tanjiro narrated everything he encountered along the way. Hearing this, Ninteki Sajiro was silent for a moment and suddenly asked, Tanjiro, the sword in your hand is very special. It is not an ordinary sword or a Nichiren sword. How much do you know about it? When asked this question, Tanjiro was not able to answer, but asked with his mind, Ajurumaru, can I tell Mr. Rinteki about your situation? Regarding this issue, Lin Fan also fell into deep thought. Based on my understanding of Ninteki Sajiro, this guy would not hide it even if he knew it, but he also had his own considerations. It can be said to be very measured. It's not bad to lend his hand to pass on your own information. Not only can you avoid a lot of trouble, but you can also exchange some benefits. Thinking of this, Lin Fan also made up his mind. Outside world. In the sight of the two of them, the Ajurumaru blade on Tanjiro's waist was unsheathed and suddenly a large amount of black mist appeared, gradually forming a figure. Taking a closer look, the figure turned out to be a beautiful girl, and the scarlet eyes and arrogant expression added to her charm. Old man, you really want to know me? Chapter 7. The sudden appearance of the beautiful figure also surprised Ninteki-san for the first time. Fortunately, Tanjiro explained in time. Mr. Ninteki, this is my friend Ajurumaru. Say it. This relieved the tense atmosphere. Facing Ajurumaru, Seikanji Nadaki observed Lin Fan with sharp eyes behind his mask. Why didn't Lin Fan know what this old guy meant? He immediately said displeasedly, don't you think it's rude to stare at me like that? In addition, I am not the ghost you know, but a creature born in the sword, also called the sword spirit. This is the first time Rinataki Sasa has heard of this kind of thing, but there are indeed similar myths and legends. Could it be that those are also true? But he would not believe it so easily. Instead, he asked in a deep voice, sorry, if you are similar to the legendary sword, do you also have similar abilities? Test me? Lin Fan put a hand on his chin and said calmly, that's natural, but I have suffered a serious loss of strength after sleeping for too long. In addition, the sword master is too weak, so many of his abilities cannot be used. Tanjiro on the side heard this and said with a somewhat guilty expression, I'm sorry Ajurumaru, I will continue to work hard. When faced with this statement recently, Ninteki didn't believe it, but continued to ask. So what other abilities can be used now? Can you demonstrate it? It was still a trial, so Lin Fan wasn't upset after all. After all, he had to rely on others to show off his talents. What's wrong? Get talented. There are only a few abilities I can use now, one of which is called Weeping Blood. Enemies hit by me will have difficulty healing themselves and will always be bleeding. In addition, I can also heal injuries. As long as they are not completely dead, I can save them. It is not difficult to regenerate even if my arm is broken. In addition, the stronger the sword master is and the more enemies he kills, the faster I can recover my strength. A few simple words made the expression behind the mask of Ninteki Seikanji slightly dull, but immediately after that, he couldn't hide the shock in his heart. If this is true, then the situation that has lasted for so long may really be about to change. The reason why it is difficult for humans to defeat ghosts. There are only 2 points. One is that it is difficult for humans to heal when injured, and the other is that the self-healing ability of ghosts is too terrifying. And now this knife can actually reverse it. How could this not shock him? But even so, he did not believe blindly but stepped forward and asked respectfully, "I wonder if you can demonstrate it again? Please." Tanjiro on the side also cast a pleading look. Seeing this, Lin Fan nodded helplessly and said, "Just this once." The words just fell. Ninteki Seikanji couldn't wait to step forward and took the Ajuramaro handed by Tanjiro and stretched out his hand to hold the handle of the knife. At that moment, he had the illusion that this knife seemed to be a perfect match for him. Unsheath the sword. With his knowledge, he could confirm that the knife was extremely sharp with just one glance, but that was not the point. He only saw a wound in his palm. Then observe carefully. There was nothing abnormal at first, but gradually he discovered something was wrong. The blood flow showed no sign of stopping, and the blood flow became more and more as time went by. Is this what is called crying blood? Ningtaki-sakan sighed, and then asked, "Then can you heal my wound?" When Lin Fan heard this, he nodded slightly, raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Next moment, the wounds began to gather and recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seemed as if there had never been any damage except for the blood stains to prove it. This is simply a miracle. Let's not talk about the effect of crying blood on ghosts, just the ability to recover injuries is enough to change the situation of the battle. If Zhu were to hold this knife, the effect it would be beyond imagination. This is the thought. Ningtaki Seikanji put the sword back into its sheath, looked at the beautiful girl in front of him, and unconsciously called her in awe. "Then I would like to ask Lord Adumaru, how can you restore your strength, and will you change the sword master?" Tanjiro also realized something when he heard this, but he didn't say anything, but waited for Lin Fan's answer. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan knew that the most critical point was coming, and he immediately pondered for a moment and then frowned and said displeased. "There are two ways to regain strength. One is that I slowly recovered over time. Second, by killing evil things, I can absorb evil thoughts and quickly regain my strength. What you call cannibals are a great tonic to me. And you don't have to think about it. Tanjiro and I have already signed a contract and we will never change the sword master. Even if he dies, he cannot change this." That serious look with a bit of arrogance didn't seem to be fake, Lin Fan added specifically because he was worried that someone might have other ideas. "If Tanjiro really dies, then I will just fall into a deep sleep again, waiting for the next person who is qualified to wake me up." Hearing this, Ninteki Seikanji also heard a general idea. In short, killing ghosts can quickly restore strength, and there is no way to change the sword master. No one should be its sword master except Tanjiro. But he still didn't give up, but this time he said it differently, "Then without changing the sword owner, can others use you?" "Of course you can, but you need Tanjiro's approval." The words have not yet finished. For the last time, Ninteki Sasa felt short of breath, and the first thing he thought about was whether the Lord's curse could be cured. But Lin Fan's next words soon poured cold water on him. "Of course, other than those who don't have my approval, they can't use me either." After saying that, Lin Fan waved his hands and showed an impatient look. "I have said enough. If there is anything else, just ask Tanjiro." The words just fell. The figure collapsed and disappeared from the sight of the two. After coming back to his senses, Ningtaki Seikanji still couldn't believe what he had just seen and heard, but the knife in his hand forced him to believe it. After receiving so much information, Ninteki Seikanji still felt that it was not enough, and saw him offering the sword with both hands towards Tanjiro in front of him. "I'm sorry Tanjiro, I didn't take your feelings into consideration before." Upon seeing this, Tanjiro hurriedly stretched out his hands and took it respectfully. "Don't worry, Mr. Ninteki. Ajuramaro and I are not masters and servants, but friends. Its decision to go or stay is up to it, so you don't have to apologize for this." Hearing this, Ninteki-sakan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. "Tanjiro, you are always so sincerely considerate of others." But he soon adjusted his mentality and asked in a serious tone through the mask. "Tanjiro, can you tell us about Adumaru's abilities? The more detailed the better. This is important to us all. In response, Tanjiro recalled what Adumaru said before, and then nodded and replied, I will tell you everything I know. Next. Tanjiro told everything he knew about Ajuromaru. Especially when it was mentioned that Ajuromaru could enhance his physical fitness in a short period of time, Ninataki Seikanji was even more surprised. But what worries him the most? Or this sword can continue to become stronger. Chapter 8. The two chatted and it was evening. In the next room. Suddenly there was a slight movement, and Tanjiro heard it and ran away. Next moment. The door was opened, and inside was Medusa, who had woken up. After 2 years, my sister finally woke up. Tanjiro excitedly stepped forward and hugged Yaduzi. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he cried with joy, Yaduzi, it's great. It's really great that you are okay. Yaduzi also held Tanjiro motionless, seeming to comfort him. On the side, Seikanji Kinteki saw this scene in his eyes and couldn't help but feel happy for the two siblings. Lin Fan, who was in the sword, turned around and thought about which ability should be unlocked. After much deliberation, Lin Fan finally chose the ability of feedback. After all, with this ability, Tanjiro can quickly become stronger. The stronger Tanjiro is, the more efficient he is at killing ghosts. The faster you gain emotional value. A virtuous cycle is thus achieved. Tanjiro, don't live up to my expectations. Another 15 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Tanjiro hunted several more ogres under the leadership of Ninteki Seikanji, and saw the power of Ajuromaru with his own eyes. The slashed ghost cannot recover from its injuries, and is constantly weakened by the loss of blood. Moreover, the Ajuromaru is extremely sharp. It can easily cut off the head of a cannibal without even using any force, just like a knife cutting through tofu. From all aspects, this sword is simply the natural enemy of ghosts. Nintekaiza also had high hopes for Tanjiro. At the same time, on the path in the forest, a man wearing a yellow sun-patterned kimono, carrying a rectangular box wrapped in canvas, a straw hat with a wind chime on his head, and an ugly mask on his face walked up. He happened to bump into Tanjiro. But before he could ask, the man had already come closer and said, My name is Steel Mound, and I forged and brought Kamadu Tanjiro's sword. Tanjiro bowed slightly. I am Tanjiro, please come in. However, Iron Tomb did not tally the goods, but took off the package on his back, opened it, and then said to himself. This is the Nichiren sword. It was made by me. The raw material of the Nichiren sword is. After listening to what he said for a long time, he came to the house. At this time, Ninteki Seikanji had been waiting for a long time, and the three of them were sitting together. Steel Tomb handed the knife to Tanjiro and continued. The Nichiren sword is also called the color-changing sword. It changes color according to its owner. A son of Hezwo like you might turn the sword into red. Pull it out and let me see. Tanjiro heard this and quickly pulled out the knife. The next moment he held the Nichiren sword in his hand, the blade began to turn black at a speed visible to the naked eye. Black. The Iron Tomb trembled with anger upon seeing this. Tanjiro thought there was something wrong and asked quickly. What? Isn't it unlucky? Fortunately, Arakintaki Seikanji was on hand to explain, No, I just haven't seen anything dark. And the Iron Tomb seemed to have reached its limit of endurance. I thought I could see the bright red blade, it's really disgusting. He shouted and swooped forward, immediately knocking Tanjiro's arms to the ground, but this also made him notice the knife at Tanjiro's waist. He snatched it away, let go of Tanjiro and came to the side alone, took the knife out of its sheath and looked at it carefully. At just the first glance, the eyes behind the mask had already become fiery, and even his breathing began to become rapid. This knife, this sharp blade, this perfect curve with green lines, this handle is also the best of the best. And what kind of material is it? This is the most perfect thing I have ever seen. Work. His hands kept playing with the blade. Lin Fan felt numb looking at the people. Can you please go away? I don't want to be gay. But now that we are still not exposed, we have no choice but to send a message to Tanjiro. Tanjiro, don't be stunned, grab me back quickly. Okay. Tanjiro came back to his senses, put the sword in his hand into the scabbard and hurried forward, looked at the iron tomb and said, "Please return the sword to me." The iron tomb remained unmoved at all and concentrated on the knife in his hand, as if the woman in his hand was some kind of peerless beauty. Seeing this, Tanjiro could only step forward and plan to snatch it. But the next moment, suddenly flew in from outside the door a crow came, folded its wings and landed firmly in the wooden house, opened its beak and made a hoarse sound. "Kamatu Tanjiro, I will deliver the order." Tanjiro looked at the crow in surprise, not expecting that this bird could actually speak. I saw the bird crow continue. "Go to the town in the northwest, where the girl is disappearing, find the ghost hidden in it and defeat it. Please note, this is your first battle as a ghost hunter." Hearing this, Tanjiro looked solemn. First battle. After saying that, he turned around and went to snatch the Arjuna Maru, but the iron tomb refused to let him go. The two of them were tugging at each other, and Lin Fan now wanted to go out and stab the iron tomb. Ninteki Seikanji watched quietly from the side. Time flies by like crazy. In a blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Tanjiro changed into the Demon Slayer uniform, wearing a green plaid shirt, with two swords hanging on the left and right of his waist. The original scar on his head changed its shape at some point, but no one cared about it. Lin Fan looked at it and was not sure whether it was a stripe or not. Before leaving, Ninteki Seikanji explained some things and took out a wooden box to hold Medusa when everything was ready. After Medusa also shrank her body and crawled into the box, Tanjiro unlocked the title. "Always have a girl." Lin Fan complained silently, but his mood improved a little when he thought of being able to kill ghosts, but think about the plot carefully. If I remember correctly, it seems that I will meet Muzan in the near future, and when the time comes, I will possess Tanjiro and imitate what Anikitsukuni said at that time. I wonder how much emotional value Kibutsuji Muzan can provide to me. As for whether Wuhan will fight back, that's simply impossible. These guys are cowards. Even if he really wants to take action, he will only send his men to test it. I'm really looking forward to seeing Muzan's expression when the time comes. Lin Fan smiled evilly and suddenly realized something. I don't know if it's because I have become Arjuramaru now, but now my whole person is full of bad taste. Obviously I used to be a good young man. Outside world. Tanjiro put the wooden box on his back and walked down the mountain under the watchful eye of Ninataki Seikanji, embarking on the journey alone. Keep going northwest. Until noon. Tanjiro finally arrived at the so-called town. He crossed the wooden bridge in front of him and saw a bustling town. There is an endless stream of people coming and going on the street. The town in the northwest should be here, right? Tanjiro said with some uncertainty and walked straight towards the town. Chapter 9. When you come to this town, walk on the road. People were discussing something on the street from time to time, especially when a man with a bruised nose and swollen face came over. The discussion among people on the street was endless. Look, that's Kazumi, right? He's already so haggard now. I heard it was because the fiancé he was with was kidnapped. Now girls disappear every night. It's really scary. There should be another young girl abducted tonight. I really don't know when this will end. Tanjiro passed by and heard the conversations of several people, and seemed to realize something. He quickly turned around and chased the lost man, stopped him in time, and asked with a serious expression. "Mr. Hemi, I want to ask you something, is that okay?" Kazuji, who was walking in front of him in despair, turned around after hearing the words, and finally gained some composure when faced with Tanjiro's questioning. The two parties had a brief exchange. Then Tanjiro, led by Kazumi, came to an alley. This time Kazumi was the first to speak, and said with some dejection, "Although you may not believe it, my fiancée Satoko disappeared here." But Tanjiro replied firmly, "I trust you." As he said that, he crawled on the ground, his nose twitched twice and he could indeed smell the ghost's remaining breath, but this time it was different from the past. It smells erratic and feels weird. Following the remaining smell, Tanjiro searched for the past. Until nightfall. After the street lights came on, there were no more pedestrians. Tanjiro finally smelled the relatively new smell left by the ghost on a street, and immediately rushed there without stopping. Lin Fan was watching secretly. It wasn't until Tanjiro came to a courtyard that he was finally sure. This ghost is here. And it also has a girly smell. It was certain that it was nearby, but he couldn't find it for a while, so he immediately pulled out the sun sword to guard the surroundings. But Lin Fan opened his mouth to remind him at this moment. "Pull me out, Tanjiro, I sensed that the ghost is hiding under the ground on your right." "Got it, Adumaru." With the reminder, Tanjiro immediately pulled out the Ajurumaru, glanced at the right side of his nose and smelled the strongest smell. Without hesitation, he stabbed with the knife. All of a sudden, the blade seemed to pierce the water, exploding a cloud of black mist, forming a circular shadow, and in the shadow floated an unconscious girl. Tanjiro didn't have time to think about it and immediately picked up the girl and backed away. Followed by, from the shadow-like ground, crawling out half of the body was an ogre with blood-red eyes and 3 horns on its head. The knife just stabbed its arm, and the wound was still bleeding. When Tanjiro saw the scene in front of him, he immediately remembered the teachings of Master Rentaki. The ghost in front of him must have awakened the vampire technique. He asked while making judgment. "Where are those abducted girls?" The words just fell. Lin Fan's ruthless yet melodious voice came to mind. "Is there any need to think about this? I've definitely been eaten by him." When Tanjiro heard this, his expression suddenly became sad and angry. He also understood that he was still lucky. At the same time, a series of system prompts also sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! Tanjiro is detected to have negative emotions and gets 17 emotion points. Ding! Tanjiro's production was detected. As for the cannibal, the frantic friction between his upper and lower jaws and his teeth made a sharp, piercing sound like scratching glass. Upon seeing this, Tanjiro took a few steps back, turned to look at the frightened Kazumi beside him, and said with a serious expression, "Mr. Hemi, please hold this person and hide aside. He must be within my reach. Only in this way can I protect you. Give it to me." Although Kazumi was shocked, he quickly recovered and took the girl Tanjiro was holding, following closely not far away. Tanjiro, on the other hand, was holding the Ajurumaru and guessing the ghost's abilities in his mind. The most important point was that the ghost couldn't hide its smell even if it lurked. In response to this, Tanjiro twitched his nose to smell the ghost. Lin Fan, who saw this scene in his eyes, also sent a message to remind him appropriately. "Tanjiro, I sensed that there are 3 ghosts nearby. Not far behind you, they should be preparing to come out from the ground to ambush you. Just in time, you will use your trick to kill them all with the DE2 type." Hearing the voice in his head, Tanjiro had no doubts. At the same time, his nose also smelled the place where the smell was strongest, which was not far behind what Ajurumaru said. Tanjiro immediately turned around and held the sword in both hands. His footsteps were like flying as he rushed towards the place where the smell was strongest, but just a second before he was about to approach, Lin Fan reminded again. "It's now." Hearing this, Tanjiro jumped up without hesitation, holding the sword in both hands, and began to slash horizontally with his body, water breath to form water wheel. A trickling stream of water appears on the blade of the sword, endlessly flowing. The 3 ghosts on the ground also appeared at the same moment, just an instant before and after. They didn't even have time to react. I saw a trickle of water flowing across the 3 ghosts' necks when Tanjiro landed. The heads of the 3 ghosts were also thrown away at the same moment and fell to the ground. At this moment, their eyes revealed despair and disbelief. How can this be? The words have not yet finished. Their bodies and heads gradually turned into ashes and disappeared completely, leaving only an inconspicuous cloth bag on the ground. At the same time, the system's notification tone also sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! Detect the negative emotions of the cannibal ghost before his death and gain 300 emotional points. Ding! Devouring Ghost Power 50, will you repay the Sword Master Tanjiro Kamado? Upon hearing this prompt, Lin Fan did not answer immediately but asked, can I decide how much ghost power I will give back to Tanjiro? Ding! Yes. After receiving a positive reply from the system, Lin Mo pondered for a moment and then gave his own answer, return 30% first and let me see the effect. Ding! The feedback ability is activated, and 15 ghost power is returned this time, which has improved the corresponding physical fitness for the Sword Master Tanjiro Kamado. When the system prompt sounds, Tanjiro was about to sheath the sword when he suddenly saw several threads made of black smoke emerging from the handle of Arjuramura's sword. Clinging to the back of his hand, before he could say anything, he felt something change in his body. It was like completing half a month of practice in an instant. Chapter 10. Tanjiro looked at his hands in disbelief for a moment, and asked quickly after he came to his senses. Arjuramuru, what did you just do to me? Hearing this, Lin Fan replied calmly. This is one of my abilities. Whenever you kill a ghost in the future, I can digest its power and feed it back to you. So if you want to become stronger, go kill ghosts. After a brief explanation, Lin Fan also clearly felt Tanjiro's strength through the ability to control his body, if it were converted. The 30% just returned is probably equivalent to Tanjiro's hard training for half a month, and his physical body has been strengthened in all aspects. But Lin Fan still had a question. System, are there any limitations to this enhancement? Ding! The stronger the Sword Master's physical body is, the more ghost power will be consumed to improve his physical body by using backfeeding. Lin Fan also understood. This means that the further you go, the more difficult it will be to improve, but overall it's not a big problem. And the outside world? After a short period of adaptation, Tanjiro sheathed his sword and bent down to pick up the cloth bag that fell to the ground. After opening it, I found that it was full of various hairpins. Think of those girls who were kidnapped. Tanjiro already had a vague suspicion in his mind, and he was even certain that all the girls had been killed. But being a kind-hearted man, he still turned around and came to Kazuya, who was already stunned, and presented the cloth bag with both hands. I'm leaving. Please accept this. Maybe one day you can see that lady again. Kazumi's eyes welled up with tears when he saw this, and he took the cloth bag with trembling hands. After opening it, what came into his eyes was the familiar bow-knot hairpin. At this moment, he already understood the meaning of Tanjiro's words, but after all, he did not tell the truth directly, so there was still hope in his heart. His eyes were blurred by tears, and he could only cry and cry towards Tanjiro's back. Thank you so much, I also believe that one day. Hearing this, Tanjiro just turned around and waved his hands with a smile. I'll leave that woman to you. With that said, he turned around and left along the street, but he was walking on a deserted street. Tanjiro frowned, and an unknown fire burned in his heart. It was after seeing these tragedies, the hatred towards Muzan Kibutsuji, who was the cause of all this. Lin Fan, who was in the sword, also heard the system prompts in his mind. Ding! Detect Tanjiro's negative emotions and gain 20 emotion points. Lin Fan looked at his clear balance and realized that he would be able to unlock new abilities as soon as he saved money. He then began to think about which ability would be the most cost-effective to unlock. As for the outside world, as the sun rose, a raven hovered in the air and finally landed on Tanjiro's shoulder. After stabilizing his body, he opened his mouth and said, "The next location is Asakusa, Tokyo. There are rumors of ghosts lurking there, so please go there immediately." Tanjiro was sweating profusely when he heard this. "Hey, are we going to start a new mission now?" The tight time caught him a bit off guard. But he still rushed to Asakusa, Tokyo Prefecture resolutely. "Wait until you arrive at the mission location." It was getting dark again. Tanjiro stood on this lively and bustling street with the somewhat sleepy Yaduza beside him, his eyes widened and he was a little at a loss. Are all cities and towns developed like this now? Lin Fan, who was in the sword, couldn't help but sigh when he looked at this town. If I remember correctly, we should be in the Taisho period now. This era seems to be around the time of World War I, and considerable technology has been developed. As far as this town is concerned, there is a sense of alternation between old and new. But now that we are here, we will soon encounter Wuhan. What should I say then? Walking on this busy street, Tanjiro felt like Grandma Lu had entered the Grand View Garden, and everything he saw was strange. Perhaps because he wasn't used to it, he put on his hood and quickly left the town with his sister, arriving at the outskirts of the town. A street light was lit on the dark street. There was a food cart parked under the street light. The bald boss sat behind the cart, smoking a pipe from time to time. Upon seeing this, Tanjiro hurriedly pulled his sister forward and said listlessly, "Boss, please give me a yam juice. Winter noodles." The bald boss responded quickly. "Okay." Not long after, Tanjiro sat on the wooden bench outside the car, took the noodle soup from the boss, and took a sip of the noodle soup immediately. Then he took a long breath of hot breath, but that's when a smell that he couldn't forget suddenly penetrated his nose. Tanjiro's expression changed instantly and he stood up. Even the noodle soup in his hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. He couldn't help but gasp for breath. He quickly ran towards the direction from which the smell came. This smell, why does it suddenly appear in this place? This is the smell of home at that time. Walk through the deep alleys and onto the bustling streets, walking among the crowds. The smell is getting stronger and stronger. Ghost dance Suji Musen. Among the crowd, he saw a man with his back turned to him, wearing a black suit and a black and white hat. The source of the smell is him. Before he had time to think about it, a hand came up and pressed on the man's shoulder. Lin Fan, who had been waiting for a long time, saw this and immediately used body control, briefly seizing control of Tanjiro's body. Tanjiro did not lose consciousness, but was in a state of bystander. In this state, he can still communicate. Just listen to him asking hurriedly, "Arjiramaru, what's wrong with me?" Lin Fan has also entered the state at this moment. "If you are not careful with this guy, you will die. Just leave it to me." Back to the outside world. The man had turned his face sideways, revealing his iconic jewel-like cherry-red pupils under his frown. It's certain that this is Musen Kibutsuji himself. Lin Fan slowly retracted his hand and took off his hood expressionlessly. The two sides looked at each other for a moment. But it's the next moment. Suddenly a childish voice sounded. "Dad, who is he?" When Wu Kai turned around, he could see that it was a little girl with twin ponytails, and Wu Kai was also softly comforting his daughter in his arms. Then he turned around and smiled gently. "What do you want from me?" Lin Fan, who had been prepared to face this moment for a long time, immediately got into the mood, showed an indifferent expression and said in a deep voice with a hint of anger in his words, "What's so fun about playing with human emotions? Where's the fun?" Hearing this voice that was seared into his heart, coupled with Tanjiro's scar and the pendant on his earlobe, a figure emerged in Kibutsuji Musen's mind. It was like a nightmare, the man who accompanied him all his life. It was at this time. Lin Fan asked coldly at the end. "What do you think of human life?" Why don't you remember? Hearing this, Oniitsuji Mukai's soul trembled, and his body couldn't stop trembling. The fear of that man was infinitely magnified in my heart. Chapter 11. Coupled with the familiar earrings, there was even an illusion in front of my eyes, as if the lingering figure overlapped with the person in front of me. That nightmare that has long since died, Uiyi of Jiguo. The pupils shrank, fear made his chest rise and fall violently, and now Wuhan wanted to abandon everything and flee from here immediately. But that's about it. Suddenly a soft voice came from behind, briefly breaking the deathly silence. Hey, what's wrong? Looking for the sound, I saw a woman wearing a long white dress walking over. Upon seeing this, Wuhan immediately put the child in his arms on the ground, suppressing the fear in his heart and forcing a smile. Sorry, I suddenly remembered that there are some important things and I need to leave here first. After saying that, he turned around and disappeared into the crowd without looking back. No matter what the woman said, she ignored it. It used the woman and child as a shield and kept close to the two of them, forcing Tanjiro to be unable to draw his sword. Lin Fan just watched Wu Mei's performance quietly, showing a satisfied smile. Just because the system finally sent a notification sound just now. Ding! It is detected that the Ghost King Animuzuji Musen is generating negative emotions and gets 5,000 emotion points. Ding! It was detected that the Ghost King Oniwusuji Musen was feeling fearful, and obtained. In just a short while, Lin Fan gained more than 10,000 emotional points, catching up with Tanjiro with what he had harvested from 7 days and 7 nights of chopping on the Fuji mountain. But seeing that Wu Mei had already run away, Lin Fan released the control and returned the body to Tanjiro, while specifically reminding him, the guy who escaped just now is the source of ghosts, Musen Kibutsuji. He is the culprit who killed your whole family, don't you want revenge? But at this moment, Tanjiro seemed not to hear it at all. He was just panting violently, his pupils were shaking and he covered his mouth with a trembling hand. Emotions of pain, anger, and shock continued to surface. Lin Fan in the sword could clearly sense Tanjiro's emotions at this moment. He was really shocked and in pain. He was shocked that a demon like Musen Kibutsuji was hiding among humans, and he was distressed that his enemy was right in front of him but he could do nothing. All these negative emotions turned into Lin Fan's emotional value. For a while, the system notification sound in my mind never stops. Wu Kei, who escaped on the other side, was also providing emotional value. Just not as much as in the beginning. But it was not comparable to those ordinary ghosts. However, among the chaotic system prompts, Lin Fan sensitively noticed something strange. Ding! It is detected that the cannibal ghost Zhu Shi is in an excited mood and will be rewarded with 10 emotional points. Ding! The occurrence of the cannibal Yoshiro was detected. 2 prompt tones in succession reminded Lin Fan of these two people. Tanjiro, who was stunned on the spot, gradually came to his senses, but after what happened just now, he was now more determined to kill Mukai Kibutsuji. He even murmured in his mouth, "Even if it's the end of the world, I will kill you." Among the crowd, 2 figures vaguely appeared, trotting towards this side quickly. The people coming were none other than Tamashiro and Yoshiro. Among them, Tamashi quickly came to Tanjiro, and asked softly with excitement that could not be concealed in his eyes. "What is your relationship with Jiguo Yuanyi?" Or, she didn't dare to think about it. Only 3 people in the world knew what she had said just now, coupled with the demeanor just now. It was as if Ji Koyuan appeared in front of her again and again. He even felt that this could be that person's ghost or reincarnation. But Tanjiro seemed to turn a deaf ear. Instead, he sniffed lightly and then frowned. "This smell, you are..." The words have not yet finished. Yoshiro, who had a serious expression, immediately stood in front of Tamayo with vigilance. When Tamashi heard this, she understood that she was overthinking it, but she could also feel that Tanjiro had no ill intentions, so she simply spoke leisurely. "Yes, I am both a ghost and a doctor, but what I want is the same as you, and that is to obliterate the source of all this, Muzan Kibutsuji. But aren't you a ghost too? Tanjiro didn't believe it, but was skeptical. This actually made Yoshiro, who was standing in front, look extremely unhappy with a straight face. But Jushi's expression didn't change at all. Instead, he continued to talk calmly. This is because of personal grudges. I transformed my body so that I don't need to eat people, I just need to drink a small amount of blood, and I was able to get rid of Kibutsuji's curse. After some words, Tanjiro heard the words and sniffed lightly, feeling the clear smell exuding no lies. He is convinced that this person can be trusted. And Jushi glanced at the crowded streets and continued, there are so many people here that it's not a place to talk. Please follow me and leave here first. In response to this, Tanjiro looked at the crowds of people coming and going around, and then he realized it and said hurriedly. Okay, but my sister is still waiting for me on the streets outside the town. Could you please wait for me for a while? Hearing this, Jushi also replied with concern. Okay, then let Yoshiro go with you. After you find your sister, Yuzhiro can take you to my residence. Let's continue the topic just now. Okay. Tanjiro replied with a smile. As for Yoshiro, who was standing in front of him, his face was as gloomy as water, and he quickly turned around and expressed concern. Master Jushi, your safety. But before he finished speaking, Jushi interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Don't worry about me, just go. After saying this, Yoshiro had no choice but to follow Tanjiro and leave here obediently. At the same time, after leaving, Oniwasuji Muzan came alone into the dark alley, with that figure lingering in his mind. He even murmured in his mouth. It's impossible. That man is obviously dead. It's impossible, but how do you explain those gestures and words? Could it be Jushi? At this moment, Wuhan was in a state of confusion, but now he had calmed down somewhat, and he suddenly said coldly while facing the dark alley in front of him. Whether I have anything to do with that guy or not, my identity has been discovered by that guy, so just kill him. Yes, kill him. Having said that. But it focuses on one word, coward. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been hiding and not showing up while Jiguo Yunyi was still alive. Since you can't put yourself in danger, let your subordinates go. It just so happens that there are two nearby. Give them some blood and let them test it. My brain, which was not very easy to use at first, suddenly had a bright idea, and I immediately summoned the two ghosts to come. Chapter 13. To say the least, I was abrupt and didn't care about its feelings. This made Yoshiro on the side almost break his teeth. Why should Tama ask Lord Tamashi to apologize? At this point, Tanjiro couldn't help but finally asked the question he had been most concerned about. Miss Tamashi, can I ask if there is a way to turn a ghost back into a human? To this question, Jushi answered firmly. I think there is a way to turn ghosts back into humans. Any disease or scar has its own corresponding treatment. Although there is no way yet, I firmly believe that one day it will be possible. But before that, I also need to ask you two things. Tanjiro listened very seriously, because this was the key to whether Medusa could transform back into a human. Jushi also followed closely and continued. Actually, you are asking me to study your sister's blood. As for the second step, you need to collect the blood of ghosts with higher blood concentrations as much as possible. As soon as these two conditions came out, Tanjiro immediately promised. No problem, just leave it to me. While several people were talking, Lin Fan, who was in the sword, had already sensed that two ghosts were approaching here, and they would be here soon as expected. So I reminded him immediately. Tanjiro, be alert. There are two ghosts approaching here. It's obvious that they have discovered your location. What? Tanjiro immediately stood up. Across from Tamayo, who was still a little confused, Tanjiro reminded him urgently. Miss Jushi, a ghost has discovered this place. Hearing this, Jushi was also shocked. Come to the basement with me quickly. He turned around and left, leading the way. Just opened the door. The two ghosts had already launched an attack, and the wall was broken open from the outside, and two colored balls flew straight in. Rampage around the room like a cannonball. The room was smashed into pieces. Yoshiro immediately protected Tamashi, and Tanjiro also protected his sister Yadoko. Wait until the two balls fly out of the room, in a cloud of smoke and dust. The figures of Tanjiro and others are revealed. Lin Fan, who was in the sword, couldn't wait to urge, Tanjiro, what are you waiting for? Draw your sword and chop these two ghosts to death now. Hear the words. Tanjiro calmed down immediately, raised his hand and pulled out the Ajuramera from his waist, holding the knife in both hands and looking at the colorful balls that kept flying around. I don't know if it's a strengthened relationship. His eyes could now clearly focus on the colored balls flying in the air. Spotting one of them, he happened to attack in the direction of Yoshiro, and immediately slashed out with his sword. The colored ball was cut off in an instant, and then turned into blood mist and dissipated. The other colored ball also did not escape the fate of being cut off. Outside the mansion, the two ghosts, a man and a woman, were sent by Muzan to hunt down Tanjiro. The male ghost wears a monk's robe and has Buddhist beads around his neck. He has a short head and closed eyes, and there are two eyes on the palms of his hands. As for the female ghost, she has short hair and wears a yellow kimono, and there is nothing special about her. The female ghost immediately sensed that her two colored balls had all been destroyed and disappeared, and she looked cautiously at Tanjiro in the shattered room. After looking at it for a while, he spoke first. The ghost hunter with flower earrings on his ears, it seems you are the one. No need to think about it, Tanjiro understands. These two ghosts were probably sent by Wu Kei to kill him. In this situation, Tanjiro said without looking back, Miss Tamashi, please leave quickly and leave this place to me. Don't worry about us, just fight. Jushi also responded immediately. Hearing this, Tanjiro prepared to walk out of the room with a knife, but at this moment Lin Fan suddenly reminded him. Let Yoshiro lend you his perspective with his ability, and let them deal with the female ghost. You go and kill the one hiding behind it first. With Lin Fan's reminder, Tanjiro said without hesitation, Mr. Yoshiro, please lend me your perspective. I'll leave this female ghost to you first. Yoshiro didn't expect that Tanjiro actually knew its vampire technique, but he immediately took out a piece of talisman without thinking too much. It was thrown directly to Tanjiro's forehead, and as a faint light lit up, a special pattern appeared on it. At the same time, Tanjiro didn't feel any difference, but he still walked out of the room firmly. Seeing this, the female ghost reached out and took off the clothes on her upper body, leaving only a small vest, and then she was watched by everyone. Just like a spider, four thick arms suddenly appeared on both sides of the body. And in each hand, a colored ball condensed again. Are you ready to die in my hands? As he spoke, he threw the balls out at the same time, but in Tanjiro's eyes, strange arrows appeared on the balls. It seems that the arrow is leading the ball to fly. Lin Fan also sensed the location of the other ghost and quickly reminded, kill the ghost hiding in the tree first. Okay. Tanjiro held the knife in one hand and ignored the incoming colored balls. His figure shuttled back and forth and attacked the ghost on the tree from the side. The female ghost wanted to stop her when she saw this. But Medusa and Yoshiro were one step ahead of it and stopped it. Tanjiro, on the other hand, came to the tree in a few dodgers, jumped up, held knives in both hands, and flipped his body in the air. Breath of water type 2 water wheel. Horizontal water flows across. The male ghost immediately dodged upon seeing this, and the tree trunk where it was originally located was cut off by the rushing water, and the flying sawdust and dust contaminated its body. He bared his teeth and said in disgust, Damn, I'm all stained. As he spoke, he fell to the ground. Tanjiro followed closely, holding a knife with both hands and slashed at its neck. The speed was so fast that it was unexpected. Just when it was about to cut off its neck, it fortunately raised its right hand in time, closed the eyes in its palm and then activated its ability to shoot a red arrow. It landed straight on Tanjiro's chest. It happened that the blade had already struck the ghost's neck. The two of them exerted force at the same time. Tanjiro was directly carried away by the arrow, changing positions uncontrollably in the air. The cannibal's neck also received a very deep cut, and bright red blood began to trickle out, soaking into its monk's robe. My clothes are all covered in blood, you really deserve to die. And Tanjiro also fell sharply downwards in the air. Lin Fan didn't want to waste time, so he simply reminded, use sword skills to adjust the position, offset the impact or guide the arrow to increase the power of the sword skills. As he spoke, he also released his ghost power. Give Tanjiro a small boost. Chapter 14. As soon as he saw it, his mind began to think quickly, and finally he held the knife in both hands and slashed downwards. 8 type Takitsubo. The knife carried water and slashed down, and a column of water suddenly spurted out from under his feet, wrapping his body in it to offset the impact of the fall. The body took advantage of the situation and turned to one side. He doesn't seem to be in much discomfort. After the previous feedback and the strengthening of the body filled with ghost power, he is now not comparable to the original work at this time. Now available as Kamatu Tanjiro Plus version. But if I think about it carefully, can I become Tanjiro's golden finger? Shouldn't I be the protagonist? Lin Fan suddenly realized what he was doing. But fighting was still important right now, but Lin Fan didn't continue to interfere too much. I just know that the plot has some advantages. Putting aside the plot, I am not as good as Tanjiro. So if you really want to fight, it depends on Tanjiro himself. A normal reminder is enough. When fighting, Tanjiro still has to think for himself to hone his combat experience. The cannibal opposite also realized the strangeness of his neck belatedly, covering his neck with one hand and saying in disbelief, "How is it possible? Why hasn't the wound healed?" While it was a little confused, it also came back to its senses. It must have been caused by the ghost hunter. It immediately raised its hands and roared, "You dirty guy, go to hell!" Palm's eyes blinked several times. At the same time, several arrows headed straight for Tanjiro in front of him. Tanjiro, who was facing the arrow attack, understood the general meaning after being reminded by Lin Fan, and began to dodge and think. The decision was quickly made. Use the waterspout made by the land type to absorb these arrows, and then use the 3 type steps to quickly approach. This is the thought. Tanjiro walked like flying, twisting his body at a special pace and running forward, followed by several arrows. When he came closer, he held knives in both hands and said, "Turn around the vortex Liuliu." After performing the breathing technique, the water from the blade bloomed, surrounding him like a whirlpool, and the arrows behind him were also attracted and entangled by the water. Feeling the heavy arms, Tanjiro couldn't help but murmur in his heart. The blade is so heavy, but it can still bear it. Stomping forward, the ground was cracked, and the water flow completely gathered on the blade, and he used his sword skills again. The second type modification, horizontal water wheel. With the help of arrows, this sword skill is far more powerful than before. The cannibal in front of him didn't even have time to dodge, and his neck was completely cut off by the blade of the knife and the water flow, and his head was thrown away the next moment. Even the beads worn around his neck were torn apart and scattered on the ground. When the ogre's headless body fell to the ground, Tanjiro was about to fall in mid-air, but Lin Fan took over the body at this time. He directly made an unreasonable action, forcibly corrected his unbalanced body, and landed smoothly the next moment. He immediately pulled out the Nichiren sword from his waist, charged up his strength and threw it out. The sun blade sliced through the air, piercing straight through the cannibal's head, and its life was completely ended. Quickly turned into ashes and dissipated in the air. Tanjiro, whose body was forcibly controlled by Lin Fan, was still a little confused, but he still believed that Arjuramaru would not harm him. But even so, he couldn't help but remind him. Arjuramaru, let's go and defeat the other ghost right now. Mitoko and the others are still in danger. Lin Fan took control of his body again and could experience firsthand the terrifying aspects of body control. That's total control. Even the breathing technique can be performed by itself, as if it were engraved on the body. After feeling it for a while, he said calmly, "Since it is the sword master who asked you to do it, then just do it reluctantly." Lin Fan held a knife in one hand and walked towards the men fighting not far away. I saw. The female ghost was also confronting Miduzi and others. The female ghost also noticed the movement beside her, turned her head and saw Tanjiro walking slowly, and his companions who were gradually turning into ashes behind him. How is it possible? It's actually dead. At the same time, Kibutsuji Muzan, who had been paying attention to this place, finally breathed a sigh of relief. After watching the battle just now, there was no sign of Enikitsukuni at all. This might be just a coincidence. Right here with him when thinking about it. Through the sight of this female ghost, he saw Tanjiro's figure again. The figure holding a knife in one hand seems to have reunited again, and even his temperament has undergone earth-shaking changes. It is obvious that this is definitely not that boy. Just at this time, Tanjiro spoke in a deep voice in the night. Kibutsuji Muzan, I know you are watching, remember I am here to find you, I won't miss you this time. As soon as these words came out, it was so frightening that Onibutsuji Muzan couldn't hide his horror and lost control of his expression. However, this time he calmed down quickly because he was not at the scene. Is this guy really Jiguo Eniki? Has he become a demon possessing this young man, and is he going to continue to hunt him? But how is this possible? And what's going on with that strength? The more I think about it, the more confused my mind becomes. But looking at the other side, Lin Fan had already controlled Tanjiro to move forward, using his ghost power to the extreme to fill his body. Breath of water, three forms flowing dance. As the figure spun and moved, the blade carried a trickle of water and instantly cut off all the female ghost's arms, in the sight of both it and Wu Quan. Lin Fan raised the knife above his head with both hands. This action is exactly the same as the fate of the country back then, just like a reappearance of the scene. The female ghost didn't even have time to dodge, her head had been severed, and she could only see her own headless body as her vision changed. Sheath the knife. Lin Fan felt very good. The system's beep sounded in my mind. Ding! It is detected that the Ghost King Animuzuji Muzan is generating negative emotions and gets 5,000 emotion points. Ding! Ghost King detected. Another income came in. What could be happier than scaring Wu Pai? Not far away, Tamashi witnessed everything just now with his own eyes, and looking at Tanjiro at this moment, the figure of Kuniya Eniki reappeared in his memory. She asked with a slight trembling. Are you Yuande? When Lin Fan heard this, he just glanced at it with his peripheral vision, and then directly released the ability without saying a word, returning control of his body to Tanjiro. Tanjiro, who had regained control, felt as if his body had been hollowed out, and he couldn't help his chest heaving violently and gasping for air. He even fell to his knees on the ground without any strength to support himself. Now he felt like his lungs were going to explode and his whole body ached everywhere. Chapter 15. Upon seeing this, Yaduza hurried forward and reached out her hand to touch Tanjiro's forehead with concern, trying to relieve his pain. After seeing this scene, Tamashi was truly convinced that Tanjiro's words were true. I'm afraid it was really a sword that could only exist in legends. But why does it know what happened at that time? All this seemed like a mystery, lingering in her mind. The knife was so mysterious that she couldn't help but want to explore it, but before that, she quickly came to Tanjiro and checked his body. Yoshiro followed closely behind. The other side. Wu Mei's eyes were fixed on the moment when Lin Fan raised his sword to strike down, this time completely merging with the figure of Yuanyi Relay in his memory. After all, it has been chopped before, and no one understands that knife better than it does. Once or twice it was a coincidence, but Fei Longqi was fooled this time, and this time Wu Yuxian was really scared. This young man is not the same person at all. If he is not mentally ill, he is really Ji Koyuan. Although it is very likely to be fake, and the strength does not seem to be strong, who is Wu Yuxian? A man who has been called coward throughout his life. No matter how small the probability is, it is absolutely impossible for it to put itself in danger, but this boy poses too great a threat to it. It cannot be ignored. Wu Mei stared at the darkness in front of him and ordered to all the cannibal ghosts, all ghosts, no matter where they are, please kill a ghost hunter wearing earrings and cut off his head, bring me. This order was conveyed to all the cannibals. The cannibals everywhere were shocked after receiving the order. Even the winding ghost is curious about this. What on earth did this ghost hunter do to warrant Wuhan being targeted like this? But that's all. They are not very interested in a weak ghost hunter who is not even a pillar. On the other hand, the demons are already gearing up to hunt Tanjiro. I hope this can be appreciated without misfortune. Lin Fan, who caused all this, opened the system panel. Looking at the 30,000 emotion points he got from Wu Mei, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. It is worthy of being without misfortune. You are simply my cornucopia. But then again, after looking at these abilities on the panel, Lin Fan thought for a moment. Decisively chose to unlock the ability to become a ghost. The 30,000 emotion points I just earned were all thrown back into it at once. But this is also necessary. I'm afraid Muzan will send ghosts over like crazy next. All he needs to do is help Tanjiro push him all the way. The more ghosts you kill, the stronger you become. However, considering Wu Mei's cautious character and Shangxian's position at this moment, there should be no Shangxian coming for the time being. This period is the best time to become stronger. At this thought, Lin Fan only felt that the future was bright. Looking at his current ghost power of 600, Lin Fan asked, "System, have you given your ghost power back to Tanjiro?" Ding, 30% of the ghost power obtained this time has been repaid. The system immediately gave a reply. Hearing this, Lin Fan looked towards the outside world. Tanjiro, who had barely stood up, suddenly froze, and the feeling of strength once again filled his body. The improvement effect is far greater than the previous one. Although he knew what was going on, he still said sincerely, "Arjiramaru, thank you for lending me your power." "Stop being so verbose." Lin Fan retorted and then said nothing. After observing for a while, Zhu Shi also said, "It's nothing serious. You just have some muscle strain and you just need to rest." As he spoke, the conversation suddenly changed. "Did this knife control you again just now?" "That's true." Tanjiro had no intention of hiding it and just admitted it directly. "Hear this." Zhu Shi breathed a long sigh of relief and no longer planned to continue asking. Since the sword didn't want to talk to him, he couldn't force it. It was enough to make sure that the sword was exactly what Tanjiro said. Zhu Shi suggested. "It's almost dawn, let's go to the basement first." Looking at the rising sun, Tanjiro came back to his senses and said quickly, "Okay." Several people came to the basement together to avoid the sun. In a brightly lit basement, Tamashi looked at Tanjiro in front of him and said calmly and indifferently, "We are leaving here. This place has been discovered by Ghost Dance Suji Muzan. If we don't leave the hiding place quickly, it would be very dangerous if you are physically injured." At this point, Zhu Shi paused. "One more thing, Mr. Tanjiro, can you hand Miss Yaduko over to us?" The words just fell. Tanjiro was stunned. And Yoshiro's eyes widened, and the corners of his mouth began to twitch, as if he was about to fall out of favor. Zhu didn't pay attention and just said calmly. Although we cannot guarantee Medusa's absolute safety, it is much safer than taking her to the battlefield. Hearing this, Tanjiro nodded slightly. My heart has begun to waver. After all, this is indeed the case. But when Medusa and Tanjiro held hands, after seeing Medusa's serious and firm eyes, Tanjiro already had the answer in his mind. Thank you, Miss Zushi, for your concern, but we must stay together and never separate. Hear this unwavering answer. Yoshiro breathed a sigh of relief. Tamashii also saw Tanjiro's determination, so he said nothing more and just replied calmly, in that case, I wish you all the best. But Tanjiro suddenly remembered something and hurriedly bowed slightly and said, I'm really sorry, I forgot to collect the blood of those two ghosts. The words just fell. Yuzhiro, who said nothing, crossed his arms in front of his chest and turned around and said, I have already collected it. You don't have to worry too much about collecting ghost blood in the future. Tamashii saw this in his eyes and finally had a smile on his lips, because this meant that Yoshiro finally recognized Tanjiro. Thank you so much. As he spoke, Tanjiro smiled brightly. After turning around and taking his sister Medusa out of the basement to find the box, the two embarked on their journey again. Walking on the path out of town, Tanjiro couldn't hide his curiosity and asked, Ajurumaru, do you know who Enikitsukuni is? Lin Fan did not answer this question directly. Who he is not important now, what is important is that countless ghosts will come to you in the future. Be prepared. While talking, a crow flew next to Tanjiro and said, Southeast and south, the next place is southeast and south, there are ghosts there. Tanjiro also sighed a little when he heard the reminder from the crow. The work intensity of this ghost hunter is also too high. This hasn't stopped since it came out. Chapter 16. After leaving the town, we walked on the country road and headed towards our destination. Maybe the distance is too far. From dawn to nightfall. In this dark night, walking on the country road, facing the moonlight, Tanjiro sniffed and suddenly smelled the ghost's breath, and immediately stopped moving forward. He pulled out the Ajurumaru from his waist and looked around cautiously. Lin Fan also reminded him through perception. Tanjiro, there are 3 ghosts right in front of you ambushing you. The words just fell. Seeing Tanjiro's delay, the 3 ghosts walked out of the darkness on the roadside one after another. They are 3 ghosts. One of the extremely tall and fat ghosts, like a sumo wrestler, was staring at Tanjiro with its scarlet pupils, and drool was still flowing from the corner of his mouth. With the flower earrings on your ears, it seems that you are the ghost hunter that I want to kill. You are so alert and sensitive that you discovered us. Your meat must be delicious. Next to it is a person with a strange body crawling on the ground, with 4 eyes and a twisted and slippery tongue exposed. It looks like a humanoid gecko. He was seen licking his tongue, not hiding the greedy look on his face. Get away from me, fat man, this prey is mine. Do you want to die? The sumo ghost didn't show any weakness and asked coldly. The 2 ghosts were at war with each other for a moment. The last female ghost not far away seemed to be much more sensible, compared to these 2 guys who were fighting among themselves before they even started fighting. She curled her lips in disdain and scolded sternly. Why are you 2 arguing? Let's take down this ghost hunter first and then discuss who should belong to him. What if he takes the opportunity to escape? Both ghosts also think it makes sense. The long-tongued ghost spoke first. Kill this ghost hunter first, then whoever gets the head will depend on their abilities. Okay, let's do it. The sumo ghost immediately agreed. And the female ghost looked at these 2 brainless guys and didn't even bother to talk nonsense to them. Changes will happen later, so take action. Even so, the female ghost did not take action immediately. On the contrary, the sumo wrestler just walked forward blankly, raising his broad and strong arms. Tanjiro's expression did not change when he saw this. He adjusted his breathing, held the sword with one hand and used force under his feet to rush forward, and then jumped. Water bursts from the blade. Breath of water shape of SI strike the tide. The blade slashed like a tidal wave. Facing this sword, the sumo wrestler still didn't realize the danger and was still so arrogant that he raised his hands to choke Tanjiro. "You actually chose to charge head-on? You're so brave. Look at me, I'll strangle you to death." It's a pity that the words have just fallen. It only had time to see a sliver of water appear in front of its eyes before its head detached from its body and fell to the ground and rolled around a few times. This scene. The other two ghosts were immediately shocked. Especially when the long-tongued ghost saw this, he turned around and ran away, just joking. Although I don't want to admit it, the sumo ghost is not much different from it in strength. If it was it that was struck just now, it would definitely die under that sword. Only a fool would stay here. But Tanjiro landed on the ground, holding swords in both hands and spinning with strange steps, breath of water three forms flowing dance. In an instant, he caught up with the long-tongued ghost. He held the knife in both hands and slashed several times in an instant. The long-tongued ghost didn't even have time to scream, and his body had been cut into several sections. "Do it all." Tanjiro temporarily stopped moving and looked at his hands holding the knife in surprise. He didn't expect that he would make such great progress. However, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds, all thanks to Ajiromaru. This is the thought. Lin Fan's ability was activated again and he fed back. Feeling the changes in his body, Tanjiro was happy but also a little sad. After all, his improvement in strength was obtained by these ghosts with their lives. He looked at the bodies of the two ghosts that were about to disappear and murmured softly, "Thank you all. That female ghost can't handle this. Is there something wrong with this kid? He kills others and then rides on his horse to say thank you." Lin Fan looked at this scene and couldn't help but sigh at Tanjiro's kindness. After witnessing it with my own eyes, I have to say that this person is really gentle to the core, but Lin Fan did not forget to remind him while feeling emotional. "Don't be sad, there's another one over there. Where's the female ghost?" Hear the words. Tanjiro also came to his senses and turned to face the female ghost. And the female ghost also looked directly at Tanjiro. The two ghosts just now also made it clear. In close combat, this ghost hunter is definitely not something it can deal with. He raised his slender right hand and said, "In order to gain the recognition of that adult, please die here." Between waving hands, he spat out an inconspicuous drop of blood and headed straight for Tanjiro. "Before you die, tell me your name, Ghost Hunter." The female ghost was still talking to herself, trying to distract Tanjiro. Tanjiro was concentrating at this moment and immediately discovered the drop of blood. Although he didn't know what the function was, he still had to hold the knife in front of him to be ready for emergencies at any time. And the next moment, a sudden change occurred, and the blood suddenly changed and accelerated suddenly in the air. It hit Tanjiro like a bullet. This sudden change was unexpected. Fortunately, Tanjiro was well prepared and immediately held the knife in front of him to collide with the blood. Sparks are generated and the sound of gold and iron collides. Boom! After the voice fell, Tanjiro blocked the fatal drop of blood and felt his slightly numb hands, which was enough to prove the horror of the blood. I couldn't help but thought, "It's so scary. If I wasn't prepared just now, that drop of blood might have killed me." Lin Fan was very self-aware when encountering a ghost like this without any information. "The rest is up to you, Tanjiro." Even so, Lin Fan still used ghost power to strengthen Tanjiro. Look at the other side. When the female ghost saw that the sneak attack had missed, her expression suddenly turned ugly. "Damn it, the sneak attack failed." Anji cursed, raised his left hand and tore a hideous wound on his right arm, and then swung it forward violently. The blood ghost technique, blood rain that destroys life. All this blood rushed towards Tanjiro at an extremely fast speed. Facing this dense blood, Tanjiro hurriedly dodged, holding a sword with one hand to resist the rain of blood, but even so, there is still blood to break through the defense. It fell on Tanjiro's body, making bloody holes one after another. Fortunately, even if the speed is fast enough, the blood itself is not hard enough, and even if it is hit, it is not fatal, but the pain is real. Even Tanjiro gasped in pain. Chapter 17. Seeing this, Lin Fan immediately released his ghost power to heal his injuries. As the ghost power poured into his body, the blood hole on Tanjiro's body began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he felt this. While Tanjiro was fighting the enemy seriously, he did not forget to thank you for healing my injuries, Ajiromaru. Lin Fan did not refute anything, but chose to continue observing. On the other hand, the female ghost, seeing that Tanjiro was hit by her blood ghost technique, finally had a sick smile on her lips. It must be painful to be hit by my blood, but it's okay, you won't feel the pain soon, after all, the blood has been drained. As he said that, he swung his arm again and spilled a lot of blood, activated the blood demon technique, and attacked Tanjiro in the air like a bullet. Perhaps he suffered a loss. This time, Tanjiro immediately activated his sword skills without hesitation, water-breathing landform twisting vortex. The blade burst out a stream of water, which rotated around the body and gathered into a water tornado, blocking all the blood that attacked, and rotating with the water flow. Completely lost the power that was originally there. Tanjiro stopped his action, holding the knife in one hand and began to move quickly. The female ghost's expression froze when she saw this. Is this guy a monster? He was hit by my blood demon technique, and his body had been hit with several blood holes, but he could still be so lively and use such an exaggerated move without any hindrance. Are you a ghost, or am I a ghost? However, with this injury, he probably won't be able to hold out for long as the blood is flowing out quickly. Thinking of this, the female ghost raised her arms and crossed them in front of her body, and inserted her fingertips into her forearms with her hands like claws, and then suddenly tore them outward. She found Tanjiro's figure and released a cross slash made of blood. Tanjiro dodged immediately and passed by the slash. In this short fight, Tanjiro has also discovered some rules, such as the blood ghost technique of this female ghost. After the blood leaves the body, it can release an acceleration impact, but the direction is fixed and cannot be changed, and the blood is completely out of control during this period. Moreover, the amount of blood released by this female ghost is extremely limited. The closer the distance, the denser the blood, and the easier it is to dodge. What we need to do now is to close the distance between each other. This is the thought. Tanjiro exerted force on his feet and rushed out with a knife in one hand. Seeing this, the female ghost waved her arms wildly to release blood while scolding. Don't come near me, get out of my way. But Tanjiro's eyes were firm, and as his figure moved, several blood holes appeared on his body again, but they were quickly healed by Lin Fan. As the distance got closer, the blood could not spread, and the attack range was reduced. Tanjiro dodged more easily, and the female ghost's expression gradually became fearful when facing Tanjiro, who was getting closer and closer. Don't come closer, I told you not to come closer. While speaking, she waved her arms separately, sending out 2 blood slashes. And Tanjiro had already come close. She jumped to avoid one of the horizontal slashes, and at the moment of stagnation in the air, the female ghost used the blood ghost technique again to launch a second slash vertically. Hehe, go to hell. There was no way to use the force in the air, and in the female ghost's cognition, this move could not be avoided anyway. But Tanjiro in the air gritted his teeth and suddenly turned his body over, passing by the slash. Holding the knife in one hand, he performed sword skills. Water-breathing 7th form Shizuka wave stab. The hand holding the knife accumulated power, without any fancy moves. There was only a stab of the knife, which directly penetrated the throat of the female ghost, as if the knife entered the water without causing any waves or obstacles. just when Tanjiro was about to cut off the head horizontally. The female ghost also tried her best and raised her hands as if she was ready to activate the blood ghost technique again. It's over now. Tanjiro has no way out, and he tried his best to turn the blade horizontally. The female ghost raised her arms, and it seemed that it was too late to activate the blood ghost technique again, but she still had no intention of stopping. It seemed like a dying struggle. But Lin Fan noticed something was wrong, and when he saw the female ghost's throat move slightly, he immediately reminded her. Tanjiro, be careful of the blood on its neck. As soon as the voice fell, the female ghost suddenly sneered. Go to hell, ghost hunter. A large amount of blood suddenly gathered in his mouth, condensed together to activate his power, and shot out directly from his mouth at an accelerated speed. At this distance, it is almost difficult to avoid. But fortunately, Lin Fan reminded him, and Tanjiro had already expected it, and he immediately tilted his head the moment the blood came out. The blood flew past the side of his face. The blade also cut off the female ghost's neck at the same time. The head is thrown away. Tanjiro swung his sword in midair to draw a semicircle and fell to the ground. The female ghost's head fell to the ground, and she could not hide the horror in her eyes. How is it possible? This is impossible. He was wailing and screaming before he died, and his body and head began to gradually turn into ashes. But suddenly there was a meow from beside Tanjiro, and when he turned around, he saw a calico cat appearing behind him. It was looking at Tanjiro with a pair of big eyes, and there was a piece of talisman paper stuck under its neck. The pattern was clearly made by Yoshiro. Kneeling down, I saw that the cat was carrying a small backpack behind it. He reached in and found a piece of paper and a folded knife, and opened the piece of paper. It was clearly written on it. This cat will deliver blood to my hand for you in the future. As long as the folding knife is opened and inserted into the ghost's body, it will automatically absorb and store blood. After collecting the blood, just put it back into the backpack. See these writings. Tanjiro opened the folding knife. It looked more like a test tube knife. Looking at the corpses of the three ghosts around him, only the female ghost still had part of her body left. Without any time to think, he swung the knife forward. The blade penetrated the body, and due to the air pressure, blood began to rush into the test tube of the blade. And just then, Lin Fan also returned the favor once again. Tanjiro once again felt an improvement in all aspects, and even the time he could maintain his breathing technique was also increasing rapidly. This improvement can be said to be far greater than any previous one. However, Lin Fan felt that this was normal. After all, this female ghost was indeed very strong, and at the same time she was also very scheming and had all kinds of calculations. If you don't have yourself, Tanjiro might really die in the hands of this guy. Even if he wins in the end, he will inevitably be seriously injured. Fortunately, he won the battle in the end, and Tanjiro was once again encouraged to improve his strength, as if he had encountered a female ghost of this strength again. It won't be as embarrassing as this time. On the other hand, Lin Fan thought this was just fine, as long as the 12 ghost moons didn't come. These ghosts come and kill one by one. As long as you endure, the more you fight, the stronger you will become. It won't be easy to kill Wu Mei by then. In other words, locking up Wuhan and maiming it, and then slashing it a few times to increase its mood value seems to be good. Chapter 18. Maybe it's a coincidence. Lin Fan suddenly heard the system's beep in his mind. Ding. It is detected that the Ghost King Oni Wutsuji Musen is generating negative emotions and will be rewarded with 1000 emotion points. Hear this beep. Lin Fan also felt a little surprised. Although he knew that Wu Mei would most likely watch this battle, he didn't expect that Wu Mei could be frightened like this. But that's okay. I still have Wu Kuai helping me from time to time. These ghosts may never have imagined that their Ghost King is the most powerful ghost in the enemy. Outside world. After Tanjiro felt the feeling of increased strength disappear, he bent down and picked up the folding knife that had absorbed enough blood. He turned around and put the knife into the backpack on the cat's back. He smiled brightly and said, "Please send the things to Miss Zushi. Be careful on the way." He stood up and waved his hands. Upon hearing this, the cat licked the hair on its paws, turned around, and walked away with cat steps. When the cat meows again, its figure gradually disappeared from Tanjiro's sight. Looking at the place where the cat disappeared, Tanjiro murmured in his heart, "Is this Mr. Yoshiro's vampire technique? Come to your senses." Looking at the dark forest path, Tanjiro did not choose to continue moving forward. Instead, he planned to rest in the wild for a night. Medusa, who was in the wooden box on his back, also climbed out. The two spent a night in the wild cuddling each other, and it was still dark the next day. Tanjiro once again carried Medusa in the wooden box and set foot on the forest path. Until noon. Only then did we finally discover the village and enter the small road in front of the village. I saw a yellow-haired boy holding a girl's waist with tears streaming down his face and crying non-stop. "I beg you, marry me. Can you get away?" The girl pushed with both hands, but she couldn't push the yellow-haired boy away. When Tanjiro saw this scene, before he could do anything, a sparrow appeared as if he had seen a relative. It flew into Tanjiro's hand, where he chirped as if complaining. Tanjiro seemed to understand the meaning and said with a serious face, "Don't worry, leave it to me." Saying that, he walked forward quickly. He lifted the yellow-haired boy up and said angrily, "What are you crying for? Don't bother the sparrows." The yellow-haired boy turned around after hearing this and noticed Tanjiro's team uniform and looked at it carefully. Immediately, his eyes changed, and his original crying expression became restrained. You were the one who killed all the ghosts in Tangzishan during the final selection. The person we met is my wife Zenitsu. You are also here to hunt ghosts, right? Can you take me with you?" There was even some expectation in that look. "Although I am very weak, if I can hold it in my lap, I still have hope of living." When Tanjiro looked at the tearful boy, he suddenly recalled the disgraced guy next to him before leaving Fujise Mountain that day. "You were from that time." Shanyi felt that something was going on, so he hurriedly wanted to say something else. The next moment, Tanjiro ruthlessly rejected him. "The ghosts you and I want to hunt may not be the same, so I can't be with you. If one of the ghosts is allowed to act recklessly, we don't know how many people will be killed." The words just fell. Zenitsu actually cried with a frightened expression, "No, I'm not married yet and don't want to die so early." As he said this, Tanjiro, such a kind and genial person, began to look a little weird. But she ignored him. Instead, she turned around and smiled at the girl, "It's okay. You can go home safely." The girl responded with a sincere smile. "Thank you so much. I just saw this man squatting on the roadside and thought something happened, so I became concerned. I didn't expect that the person squatting here is a pervert. Fortunately, you are here." After saying that, he ran away without looking back, for fear of being caught by that guy again. How come? You obviously like me?" Zenitsu, my wife at the back, wanted to reach out to keep her, but Tanjiro stopped her. "Don't harass people. How can this be called harassment? I clearly had a chance just now, but it was all because of you that I failed. You have to compensate me. I may die in the mission at any time now, you have to protect me before I get married, my safety." Zhang Yi was still chattering there, and his whole person looked particularly devilish. Tanjiro, who was always good-tempered, couldn't help showing a look of disgust, but he still said patiently, "But Zenitsu, if you are so afraid of death, why do you want to become a swordsman? And you are so shameless. It's too much for you to say that." My wife, Zenitsu, opened her mouth and retorted, and then talked about her own experience. Generally speaking, he wanted to find a wife, and then he was deceived into going bankrupt and in debt. Finally, he was rescued by a trainer and was forced to become a ghost hunter. The two had a brief conversation. Confirming that they were all going to a destination, Tanjiro took him on the journey together. The two walked through the village and on the path. Tanjiro reminded him kindly. "Janai, do you really want to come with me? It's very dangerous if you come with me." After all, he was being targeted by Wu Kuai, and he didn't want to implicate others. But Shanyi suddenly said with a serious expression, "You are so strong, I will follow you." Lin Fan looked at the living treasure of my wife, Zenitsu, in the sword. Suddenly he became amused. I started to wonder, what would happen if this guy saw his body transformed by ghost power? Then tell him that you are a man. What expression should it be? Lin Fan looked at his current body transformed by ghost power and could only use 2 words to describe it. That is, perfect. But when I think of the destination this time, it should be the land where my predecessor went, Xiangkai. I don't know how much ghost power this guy is worth. As for the other 2 ghosts, Lin Fan finally realized that they seemed to be the 2 that Tanjiro hacked to death last night. The 2 of them walked on the path together. Until we enter the mountains and walk on the mountain road. Tanjiro sniffed lightly, smelling the smell in the air. The smell of the ghost was getting stronger and stronger, and it should be not far ahead. Behind him, Zenitsu drooped his hands and looked very tired. "Tanjiro, I'm really about to die, why don't we rest for a while first?" "No, the ghost's smell is getting stronger and stronger, and we are already very close to it." Tanjiro continued to walk forward with a serious expression, and even accelerated his pace. Not long after, the 2 found an open space ahead, where a mansion was located. Chapter 19. After getting closer. It looks like an ordinary mansion, nothing out of the ordinary. But when Tanjiro smelled the smell, he couldn't help but wonder, there is the smell of blood in it, but this is the first time I've smelled it. The feeling of this blood is very special. Tanjiro couldn't understand, so he simply asked, "Ajuramaru, do you think there is a ghost in this mansion?" Lin Fan, who sensed the situation inside the mansion with his sword, did not reply in a hurry when he heard this. "There is a ghost in this mansion, and it should be much stronger than the female ghost last night." "Thank you, I'll be careful." Tanjiro's expression also became serious. Needless to say how difficult the female ghost was last night, there was actually a stronger one hidden here, and he couldn't help but be prepared. But Zenitsu next to him pricked up his ears and asked, "Tanjiro, did you hear anything?" The 2 were talking. Tanjiro turned around and saw 2 trembling children with frightened faces hidden in the grass not far away. "Child." Zenitsu also looked over. As for Tanjiro beside him, he walked up directly and asked in a friendly manner, "What are you 2 doing in a place like this?" The 2 children looked over in horror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Seeing the state of the 2 children, Tanjiro could only step forward to comfort them. Only in this way did the 2 children calm down their fear. The older boy among them spoke. "We came here to save my brother. He was taken away by a monster. However, my brother was injured and left blood stains. The 2 of us followed the blood stains and came here. This must be the monster's home." Hearing this, Tanjiro continued to comfort him. "Don't worry, I will definitely rescue your brother." "Really?" the boy asked tentatively. But before Tanjiro could respond, Zenitsu behind him suddenly spoke with an ugly expression. "Tanjiro, have you heard a very annoying sound, like a drum?" The words just fell. The sound of the drums became clearer and louder. Several people turned to look. Then I saw a figure pop up from the window on the 2nd floor and fall straight to the ground, splattering blood all over the ground. Tanjiro didn't have time to think too much, and hurriedly ran forward, picked up the young man, and examined him. "Cheer up, everything will be fine." As he said this, he saw the wound on the young man's body, which was almost bone deep and bleeding heavily. Upon seeing this, Tanjiro immediately asked in his mind. Arjuramaru, can you cure him? Hearing this, Lin Fan's calm and bewitching voice also sounded, yes, yes, I have no objection, but do you really want me to save him? You must know that my power is not endless. If I consume a lot of power to save him, you may not be able to defeat the ghost inside, and I will not be able to help you then. Simply analyze the pros and cons. At this moment, the young man lying in his arms spit out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body became more and more depressed, as if he would die at any time. He could only hear his eyes looking blankly at the sky, and a weak voice coming from his mouth, muttering intermittently. It took a lot of effort to escape. I didn't expect that I would still die. Hearing this, Tanjiro immediately replied without any hesitation, it's okay with me, Adumaru, please save this person first. Who made you the sword master? As you wish. After teasing for a while, Lin Fan pretended to be helpless and replied, releasing the black mist of ghost power to form a thread and wrapping it around the young man's body. With the influx of a large amount of ghost power, the young man's body began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the bleeding stopped and the wounds healed. Just for a moment. The young man who was on the verge of death miraculously survived. He looked as if he had never been injured, and only the blood-stained kimono on his body could prove how badly he had been injured. The young man stood up quickly, looked at his intact body in disbelief, and couldn't help but kneel down. Tears welled up in his eyes. Thank you so much. Upon seeing this, Tanjiro hurriedly stepped forward to help him up, and said with a warm smile, no need to thank me, there is someone else who saved you, you should be more responsible. It's time to thank it. This is somewhat unclear. The man didn't think much about it. Aside. God knows how much this scene shocked Zenitsu, it simply broke his original worldview. Eyes wide open, mouth agape. He had thousands of things he wanted to ask Tanjiro. Tanjiro stood up and asked the two children first. Is he your brother? After receiving a negative answer, he sincerely asked the young man in front of him. Can you please take care of these two children? He pointed to the two children aside. Upon seeing this, the young man quickly patted his chest and promised. Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of these two children. After saying that, he stood up and walked towards the two trembling children. Do it all. Tanjiro also turned his head and said to Zenitsu behind him, okay, Zenitsu, let's go, there are still people inside waiting for us to rescue. This time, Shanyi, who was always afraid. But he hurriedly followed Tanjiro's pace, and the two of them walked towards the mansion together. Tanjiro, what happened just now? Faced with Zenitsu's doubts, Tanjiro had no intention of hiding it, that's the sword in my hand, the power of Arjuramaru, it can heal injuries. What? This knife can't be a ghost in disguise, right? But this is under the sun. Zenitsu was paralyzed. This was even more difficult to accept than letting him believe that Tanjiro had special powers. But after thinking about it, he became excited again. Then if I'm with you from now on, I won't die. If he dies, it seems that Adumaru can't be saved. Tanjiro corrected him. That's okay too. While the two were talking, they had already opened the door and walked into the mansion. What comes into view is a dim corridor. Walk in it. Tanjiro's sense of smell was also affected, and he could only ask in his mind, Arjuramaru, can you sense the location of that ghost? What do you think? Hearing this, Lin Fan asked a question before continuing, now go straight and then turn left. Okay. Tanjiro walked in front according to the instructions, while Zenitsu who followed behind couldn't help showing a look of fear. Tanjiro, this place is too scary. Will a ghost suddenly appear later? Then stick out its tongue through my ears and eat all my brains. Chapter 20. Don't worry, it won't happen. Tanjiro comforted him without looking back. The two of them moved forward. Walk in the corridor until you are guided by Lin Fan. Tanjiro walked into a bedroom first, followed by. The drum sounded again, and Tanjiro in the bedroom hurriedly turned around, but the door he originally entered through had disappeared. And the drumming still didn't stop. With every tap, the room Tanjiro is in will change, as if the space is moving, but it's not the room that's moving, just the people. When there was no change anymore, Tanjiro looked around and analyzed secretly, the room changes with the sound of drums. Did I move? The nose moved, feeling the smell nearby. In the sword, Lin Fan also reminded at this moment. Be careful at the door, the ghost is approaching us. Hear the words. I see. Tanjiro took out the Ajuramera from his waist with one hand, held the sword in both hands and faced the position where the door was wide open in front of him, ready for battle. Listening to the footsteps getting closer and closer, and the stench and blood smell in the nose that only ghosts can have. The hands holding the knife couldn't help but tighten their grip a little. But this also made Lin Fan a little helpless. Your hands are sweaty, and they are holding on to the handle of the knife. I'm really uncomfortable. But in the current situation, Lin Fan couldn't distract him and had to endure it alone. Next moment, a huge figure appeared in the corridor behind the door, and it turned out to be Liu Xiankai, his predecessor. I saw that he was tall and strong, with long, thick, and silky hair shawl. There are some patterns on the face, a pair of blood-soaked eyes looking forward, and there are 5 drums scattered on the limbs and abdomen. Just listen to it open its bloody mouth and move its fangs. Damn it, one of them escaped because of them. Why do they all like to break into other people's homes without permission? How infuriating. I don't know where those 2 guys went. Tanjiro, on the other hand, spoke openly and openly. I am Tanjiro from the Demon Slayer squad, and I am going to kill you next. Lin Fan couldn't wait to go out now and give him a big mouth. Do you dare to be more aboveboard? Sneak attack and chop it. But this also made the ghost turn around successfully. His red eyes looked at Tanjiro, and suddenly he seemed to have thought of something and spoke suddenly. This look, and those earrings. That's right, you are that guy. As long as I kill you, I can get the approval of that adult, and then I can return to the 12 ghost moons. The words fell. One of the original scarlet eyes suddenly flipped, revealing a blue pupil, but there were words on the pupil. I saw it written above. Landing. But there are 2 cracks on the eyes, running across them. After Tanjiro saw this scene, his expression suddenly changed. He had already heard of the 12 ghost months. Those are the 12 strongest ghosts under Anima Shoji Mukai's command. Each one is extremely powerful. I didn't expect to meet one of them here. Looking at the numbers, it should be the land of Zixian. But why did its eyes have those 2 scratches? Thinking of what it just said, Tanjiro already had a vague answer in his heart. But even so, this ghost should be the strongest one I have encountered so far except for Muzan. Tanjiro made a quick decision and held the sword in both hands. Breath of water shape of Si strike the tide. Water flowed from the blade. Tanjiro's body rose into the air, but just as the knife was about to hit Hibiki's neck, I saw Xiankai suddenly raise his right hand and hit the drum on his left shoulder, followed by the sound of the drum. The entire room began to flip to the left. Tanjiro's body fell uncontrollably towards the left wall in mid-air. On the other hand, Xiankai's body was not affected and he still stood in the corridor and said in a deep voice. Go to hell, bug. Clap one hand on the drum in your belly. Next moment, Tanjiro sensed the danger and immediately dodged. The original location was torn apart by invisible air waves with 3 scratches, as if the claws of a wild beast were sliding on the ground. The speed is very fast, almost in sync with the drumbeat, but fortunately, my body can react and dodge now. Tanjiro quickly analyzed in his mind. Regarding Xiankai, Lin Fan was also there recalling past memories, but not verbally reminding them. The main reason is that Hibiki shouldn't be able to defeat Tanjiro, so it's just a good time for him to hone his fighting skills. Hyukai's hands come from the 5 drums on his body, and he beats them back and forth to flip the room and launch attacks. Tanjiro calmly dodged and observed, but for a moment he was in a deadlock. Lin Fan watched the show in the knife. I can't help but mourn for the Mituzi in the wooden box. I'll probably shake it well after beating it. At the same time, the other side. Isolated, Zenitsu ran around like a headless fly in this huge mansion with a sad face. Tanjiro! Tanjiro, where are you? Didn't you promise to protect me? How can I live without you? I'm so scared to be alone. As he spoke, he opened the door of a room and saw a burly human-shaped pig-headed monster inside. The pig head also turned its head in response. Zenitsu was so frightened that he almost jumped up and shouted. There is a pig-headed monster. But the so-called pig-headed monster just turned around and stepped over Zenitsu's side in a few flashes and left the place. Zenitsu was left alone, frightened and confused. Tanjiro, where are you? I really can't do it without you. Everyone became crazy. Fortunately, he calmed down quickly and continued walking along the corridor. But he soon reached the end, and another door appeared in front of him. After pondering for a moment, he resolutely opened the door. Then he saw a boy in the room holding a drum in his hand, looking at him in horror, his hand ready to hit the drum in his arms at any time. When he saw it was a person, he didn't take action. But before he could say anything, Zenitsu ran over and cried, "Finally I found someone, can you protect me?" Young man, hi. In another room of the mansion. There has been a stalemate between Tanjiro and Hibiki, but Tanjiro has also figured out Hibiki's vampire technique. The drum on its body is the switch that controls the room to flip. The drum on the left shoulder controls the room to turn left, and the same goes for the right shoulder. The one on the abdomen launched 3 wind blade slashes, which were completely predictable. The drums on both sides of the thighs control the room to flip back and forth. As long as you master the rules, it won't be that difficult to deal with. Chapter 21. But just when Tanjiro thought so, Lin Fan reminded him, "Don't be too careless. Have you forgotten the female ghost yesterday?" After Lin Fan's reminder, Tanjiro finally realized that the female ghost last night was plotting against him until the very end. Then the land of the last quarter of the 12 ghost moons may only have deeper thoughts. Maybe all this was done on purpose, to relax his vigilance. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel scared. Fortunately, you reminded me, it was really helpful. Stop talking nonsense, I will increase your strength next, use your brain more. Lin Fan replied angrily, releasing ghost power to increase it in all directions. Okay. Tanjiro held the sword in both hands and rushed towards Hibiki in the corridor again. But halfway through, the room flips forward. Tanjiro lost his footing and his body began to fall. Hyunkai beat the drum in his abdomen again. Launched a slashing attack. 3 scratches struck straight at him. Upon seeing this, Tanjiro turned his body to one side and stuck the knife on the ground to stabilize his falling body. I was also thinking about how to do it. When Hakikai saw that he could not capture Tanjiro, he became even crazier. Wouldn't it be better if the bug just dies? Open your arms. Shangsu, beat the drum. Can he be faster? As soon as Tanjiro had this idea, Hibiki started playing the drums rapidly. The whole room became like a drum washing machine, spinning crazily and invisible slashes coming at the same time in this small room. Tanjiro had a hard time hiding. But at this moment, he finally had a countermeasure in his mind. In this case, the only option is to use that move. Lin Fan saw this and increased the output of his ghost power. When the drumming speed slows down, the room returns to calmness. The floor is covered with drum music. Tanjiro tapped the gap under his feet to avoid these drum scores, which also calmed down Hibiki, who was originally crazy. Take advantage of this opportunity. Tanjiro took a deep breath, and tensed up the muscles in his legs while holding the sword with one hand. Concentrate on the breath of water. The form of 9. The water flow is chaotic. His footsteps touched the ground lightly, causing waves of water to splash. When connected together, the entire room was covered. Tanjiro was as smooth as walking on these water splashes, and his speed was also greatly enhanced. In a blink of an eye, he had already approached Xiongkai and then said, "Your vampire magic is really strong." Hibiki, who had always longed for recognition, was stunned at this moment. His head was cut off by Tanjiro's sword. Lin Fan didn't know what to say when he saw this. You could say that Tanjiro is insidious. He can stand up and shout that I will hack you to death when others are not paying attention. You could call him innocent, but he opened his mouth again and directly touched the softness of others' hearts, taking the opportunity to kill him. Lin Fan was numb. Of course there are people who are more numb. Ding! It is detected that the Ghost King Oni Wutsuji Musen is generating negative emotions and will be rewarded with 1000 emotion points. Lin Fan, thank you, Boss Wuhan, for the reward of 1000 emotion points. Boss is so generous. Outside world. After Hakikai's head fell to the ground, he looked at Tanjiro's back and said abruptly, "Is my vampire magic really strong?" "You're very strong, but I can't forgive you for killing someone." Tanjiro turned around and replied solemnly, "Is that so?" It seems that Xiongkai finally got what he wanted, the recognition of others. Just waiting for death with such relief. But when Tanjiro came back to his senses, he heard the meowing in his ears again, and when he lowered his head, he saw that it was the three-flowered cat again. "You're here again." This time he took out the folding knife from his backpack with ease and stabbed it directly into Hyankai's body. After drawing enough blood, he put it back directly. "It's up to you this time too." The cat licked its paws, barked, and disappeared from his sight. Wait until Xiongkai completely dissipates. Lin Fan, who was in the sword, finally heard the sound of the game in his mind. Ding! It is detected that the cannibal Hibiki generates negative emotions and gets 1000 emotion points. After receiving 500 ghost powers this time, 3 will be divided into sword masters to provide feedback. The words just fell. Tanjiro suddenly fell to his knees on the ground, veins popped out on his forehead, but his expression looked like he was enjoying himself to the fullest. At this moment, his limbs and bones, including his internal organs, were all enhanced by ghost power in all aspects. This enhancement can be said to have directly improved his strength by several levels, which is completely different. Tanjiro couldn't help but almost cried out in joy, but after the promotion was over, he sheathed his sword and said his sincere thanks. "Thank you Ajurumaru, I'm stronger now." In the face of thanks, Lin Fan just replied calmly, "Don't let joy go to your head. Isn't your goal revenge? I won't be polite if this little strength can sway you from tempering your perseverance. I will never give up my beliefs." Tanjiro also responded with assurance. "It better be this way." With the last sentence, Lin Fan stopped talking completely. But that's the next moment. After returning to a peaceful room, the window at the back was suddenly violently knocked open from the outside, and a figure emerged from it. He spun his body in the air and kicked Tanjiro towards where he was. This sudden change caused Tanjiro's expression to change slightly. He quickly raised his hands in front of him and was kicked by the body. It's just that Tanjiro worked a miracle with his strength. He was pushed hard and flew backwards. Tanjiro felt his slightly numb arm and asked, "Who are you? Why did you attack me?" And when the figure landed, he spread out his arms and held 2 sun-shaped swords full of gaps, and laughed while wearing a wild boar hood. "Ha ha ha ha! This is the first time I've been pushed away. Is that a ghost you're carrying in the box behind you? Get out of my way. I'm going to chop him to death. Listen to my explanation. The one in the box is my sister. She can't eat people, so..." Tanjiro looked nervous and wanted to explain something else. "Who cares about you? It's so noisy. If you don't get out of the way, I'll beat you until you get out of the way. The man didn't care, but before taking action, he inserted the knife into the ground under his feet and dived towards Tanjiro at high speed. Tanjiro was not to be outdone. The two of them were fighting each other in this room. Lin Fan, who was in the sword, looked around and found that it was Inashuk, one of the three strong men. Now the team is finally together. But in this way, it seems that I am going to see Yubayashiki soon, where I will really take off. All the foreshadowing is to let the Demon Slayer squad work for him. When the time comes for the Demon Slayer squad to work, wouldn't it be nice to have Wuhan reward himself? Chapter 22. The two of them were fighting. Tanjiro and Inashuk were moving around in the room, fighting with fists and feet. They kept competing in physical skills. But Tanjiro had an absolute advantage. After several rounds of strengthening, his physical strength was definitely not comparable to Inashuk. You are so strong. Inashuk's hands were numb, and he couldn't help but suddenly said. Tanjiro still asked calmly. Can we stop now? Listen to me. But Inashuk refused to show weakness and seek peace without thinking. No. I won't listen. I must beat you. He said and continued to fight, relying on his flexible body to fight. Tanjiro, who was facing it for the first time, even felt that he was not fighting with a person, but more like fighting with a beast. Lin Fan also reminded him appropriately. Just knock him out directly, it will never end if it goes on like this. Tanjiro hesitated. Isn't this a bad idea? But facing Inashuk's relentless pursuit, there was no better way, so he was forced to adopt Lin Fan's opinion. Well, that's the only way. After saying that, he faced the attacking Inashuk. Tanjiro found the right time and quickly leaned over and kicked over. Inashuk immediately jumped up to dodge. At this time, Tanjiro had turned around and stood up. And Inashuk still hadn't landed yet. Tanjiro stretched out his hands, and Inashuk also raised his hands to block the four palms. Lin Fan also teased in his heart. Headbutt him, Tanjiro. Hearing this, Tanjiro used his headbutt without hesitation, and Inashuk was not to be outdone and also headbutted him. For this, Lin Fan could only say that he was courageous. The last person who dared to compete with Tanjiro in headbutt had already grown grass on his grave. The result was not suspenseful. Just heard a bang. The two separated. Inashuk's body was shaking, and even his headgear fell off. There was blood on his delicate face and forehead. At this moment, he only felt a splitting headache, and even his vision was a little blurred. On the other hand, Tanjiro. It can't be said that he was unscathed, but it can be said that nothing happened. He just stood there and said righteously, "Can you calm down now?" And Inashuk still said stubbornly, "No, I must defeat you. Give me another headbutt and try, come on." But now he is soft all over. Only the mouth is hard. Tanjiro looked directly at the blood flowing from his forehead, and couldn't help but worry, "Are you okay? Or sit down and let me see." But Inashuk didn't care about his body or the care of others at all, and just wanted to continue fighting with a hoarse voice. "Quan forehead, stop talking nonsense, tell you my name is Inashuk Hazepira, remember it, give me a headbutt now." But before the voice fell, the whole person suddenly froze and stopped. Under Tanjiro's gaze, his eyes rolled back and he lay on the ground, his whole body twitching and white foam flowing out of his mouth. Just at this time, in the corridor at the door, Zenitsu happened to witness all this, and the whole person looked even more devilish. "Ah! Tanjiro, did you kill that guy?" Hearing this, Tanjiro turned his head away. Then he saw Zenitsu and a young man in a yellow kimono beside him. "It's not like that, Zenitsu. I just knocked him out." "Really?" Zenitsu walked forward cautiously, took a look at the man who was still shaking, and made sure he was not dead before speaking softly. "This guy is also a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, but he is impatient. He was the first to come and the first to leave. I didn't expect to meet him here. Tanjiro had expected this. After all, Inosuke had 2 Nichiren swords in his hand. Okay, Zenitsu. The demons here have been killed by me. Let's bury the dead here first. Have you killed that demon? I knew you were the most reliable. Zenitsu's whole person got rid of the fear and became extremely excited. But Tanjiro didn't care too much. The 2 of them took the unconscious Inosuke and the remains of the dead. With the only survivor, they left the mansion and dug a pit nearby to bury him on the spot. I do not know how long it has been. When Inosuke woke up, he sat up and saw several graves in front of him, and Tanjiro and the others were right next to them. Without even a slight sway forward, he got up and headed straight for Tanjiro. Come here and challenge me. When he got closer, he pointed at Tanjiro and said, "What are you doing?" Faced with the question, Tanjiro just turned around and explained warmly. You can come with us when we bury the dead, but if the injury is too painful, there is no need to force it. As if feeling looked down upon, Inosuke immediately lost his temper. He even forgot about fighting Tanjiro, only hearing him roar. Ah! Stop looking down on people. Even if there are 100 people, I will bury them for you to see. Zenitsu looked at him with astonishment on his face. Is there something wrong with this person? Several people worked together to dig a hole and bury the body. However, during this period, Lin Fan was also communicating with Tanjiro. Tanjiro, your body has now been fed back by me, exceeding the limits of ordinary humans. Ordinary exercise has little effect on you. Tanjiro, who was digging a hole, quickly asked seriously, then how should I become stronger next? Do I want to keep hunting cannibals? When Lin Fan heard this, he wanted to say yes. But he changed his tune anyway. Although I'm glad that you have such determination for revenge, blind killing can only improve your physical body, and sword skills and breathing techniques are the key to making you stronger. Sword skills and breathing techniques? Please tell me, Adumarimaru, please. Tanjiro requested humbly and respectfully. All right. Lin Fan nodded slightly, and then began to tell his summary of breathing techniques after watching anime in the past. Tanjiro, you only have the ability to use the breathing method now. Next, you need to keep operating the breathing method all day long. The longer you maintain the breathing method, the stronger your basic physical strength will be. All day. Tanjiro gasped. Lin Fan paused for a moment and then continued, this is called the breathing method, and what I say next is the key point. Hearing this, Tanjiro listened carefully for fear of missing any word. When the breathing method is mastered to a certain extent, the corresponding breathing will produce corresponding markings. When the markings are turned on, the strength will increase rapidly, but it will also cause great harm to the body. Those who are enlightened the day after tomorrow will not be able to live past the age of 25. Chapter 23. If he had been shocked by the fact that he had been breathing at full concentration for the whole day, then the fact that he would not survive until 25 with stripes on his back was shocking to him. Wouldn't I also die young? The words just fell. Lin Fan said angrily, don't interrupt me. Ah, I'm sorry, I was a little too excited just now. Tanjiro quickly apologized for his behavior just now and continued to listen. After being interrupted like this, Lin Fan collected his thoughts and then continued, but you will be fine. I can heal the damage caused by turning on the stripes. After hearing this, Tanjiro finally breathed a sigh of relief. Next, Lin Fan said extremely seriously. The last stage of the breathing method is called the Supreme Realm and is called the Transparent World. After opening it, you will gain unparalleled dodge and prediction abilities. The enemy is transparent to you, with all weaknesses clearly visible. In addition, you can even hide your own fighting spirit. There are very few people in history who have been able to open up a transparent world. It was the first time that Tanjiro knew that the breathing method was divided into so many stages. Although it was novel, Tanjiro couldn't help but have some self-doubt. Can I really open up the world of stripes and transparency? As if aware of Tanjiro's emotions, Lin Fan suddenly said with a hint of ridicule. You don't have to be so depressed. Be more confident. After all, your father once opened the world of transparency. What? Tanjiro was stunned. He never expected that his father would open the transparent world. But when he recalled his father's figure, he felt a little relieved, and at the same time he recalled his father's instructions. Lin Fan, on the other hand, still had no intention of stopping and continued to guide. And don't you want to know about Jiguo Eniki? Can you really tell me? Tanjiro seemed very curious as to why Muzan was so afraid of that person. The mere resemblance could make him frightened to such an extent. It doesn't hurt to tell you. Lin Fan began to speak calmly. Jigoku Eniki was a man from about 300 to 400 years ago. He can be called the strongest person in ancient and modern times. He is the founder of Sun Breath and the source of all breathing methods. Back then, he completed his sword skills in just an instant, slashing Wu Kei to the verge of death, but at the moment he was about to kill it, Wu Mei dispersed himself into more than 1,800 pieces and fled separately, but Ji Koyuan slashed more than 1,500 pieces in an instant, but in the end Wuxian was able to escape. From then on, he hid and never appeared again. It wasn't until Ji Koyuan died that Wu Mei dared to reappear. Although it was just a simple talk and explanation, Tanjiro could feel the power of Eniki from just a few words. But even though Eniki is dead, his breath of the sun has been passed down. It was your ancestors who inherited the breath of the Sunday. Speaking of which, Tanjiro suddenly came back to his senses, as if everything was connected together, and asked tentatively. Is it Kagura, the god of fire? Your guess is good, but your father is not a swordsman and has not practiced the breath of the sun, but you are different. You have the potential to learn the breath of the sun. After hearing these shocking secrets, Tanjiro also had other doubts in his mind. Is that why you chose me? Faced with the inquiry, Lin Fan replied calmly without any emotion. I didn't choose you because of your potential to learn the breath of the Sunday. What really impressed me was your determination for revenge. In fact, it was forced by the system. You must have your own reasons, but thank you for choosing me. Tanjiro smiled brightly again and responded sincerely. Stop talking nonsense and start honing your breathing techniques from now on. Okay. Tanjiro held his breath and concentrated on digging holes to bury people, but it didn't take long before his lungs would explode. But Lin Fan would also use ghost power to quickly recover him at this time. Time passed by quietly. In the blink of an eye, dusk is approaching. It was only at this moment that all the dead were finally buried. Watching the sunset on the horizon. Night is coming too. When everyone was worshipping the dead, a crow came from the sky, spread its wings and hovered in the air, saying, Go down the mountain quickly, go down the mountain quickly, follow I come. After saying that, he flew ahead to lead the way. Tanjiro and others followed closely behind. After bidding farewell to the four people, the three of them followed the bird together. Walking down the mountain against the backdrop of dusk. Lin Fan reminded him at this moment. Be careful, ghosts may attack you at night. I will be careful. Tanjiro put a hand on a dumaru on his waist, feeling an unprecedented sense of security. But at the same time, he also specifically reminded him. There may be ghosts attacking us at night, so please be careful, you too. I'm not afraid of no matter how many ghosts come, ha 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 ha. When Inosuke heard this, he danced even more excitedly. As for Zenitsu, his expression changed, and the ghost asked in horror, what happened? Why would a ghost come to attack us? But then I thought about it, with Tanjiro's powerful legs, one or two ghosts didn't seem to pose much of a threat. Thinking about it this way, I don't seem to be so scared anymore. A few people went around in circles, following the crow down the mountain until nightfall. Just walking on the road. On the path they came from, Lin Fan's voice suddenly sounded in Tanjiro's mind, "There are ghosts coming towards you, be careful. There are 13 of them this time." What? Only then did Tanjiro realize it, his nose smelling the smell of blood in the air and the unique stench of ghosts. Just now it was not obvious because of the distance, but now when I take a few steps forward, the smell rushes into my nose, and the smell is very mixed. But without exception, the owner of this smell must be a ghost. Zenitsu beside him also pricked up his ears, suddenly turned his head and asked, "Did you two hear anything?" Hearing this, Tanjiro said it without hesitation, "It's a ghost. There are 13 ghosts in front of us approaching us." 10, 13? Hey? Ah! Where did so many ghosts come from? I'm going to die here. I'm not married yet. Zenitsu couldn't help but knelt on the ground and cried heartbreakingly. Inashuk on the side saw this and snorted. 13 ghosts are nothing, I'll kill them all for you to see. After saying that, he pulled out his 2 swords. Beside him, Tanjiro also pulled out the Ajuramara from his waist and said, "Please, Adumaru." Chapter 24. Zenitsu, on the other hand, was like a headless fly. He was not as relaxed as before. I originally thought there would be only 1 or 2 at most, but who knew that there would be more than a dozen ghosts when Tama arrived. Do you form a group to play booze? As for the need for such a big battle? Let's run. It might still be too late to run now, and these ghosts may not be coming for us. Zenitsu still takes chances. But Tanjiro gave him a direct blow. Most of these ghosts are probably coming for me, but even if they aren't, I can't get out of the way. If we get out of the way, how many people will these ghosts hurt? Hold the knife in both hands and be prepared. At this very moment, the ground shook, and there were dense footsteps coming. Bearing the brunt, several people saw a young man with bat wings gliding in the air, with red eyes and a pair of fangs. All of them explain its identity as a ghost. On the ground below it, there were 3 more figures approaching at extremely high speeds, and the speed of the 9 ghosts behind it was obviously much slower. The smell of the 4 ghosts at the front is very strong. They should have eaten a lot of people. They are not too weak. I will hold them back. Tanjiro holds the sword in both hands. Thanks to the improvement brought about by several feedbacks and the assistance of Arjunamaru, he is confident to fight even in such a situation. After seeing the 3 of them, the ghost in the sky opposite, especially looking at Tanjiro's outfit and earrings, immediately confirmed its target. He shouted directly down. "We've caught up. That guy is the ghost hunter that the Lord named to kill. It's not in vain that we have traveled so long." A ghost as strong as an ox followed closely behind and laughed wantonly. Next to it, a man as thin as a bamboo pole followed and said, "Kill him and take his head back to that adult." In addition, there is a white-haired female ghost among them. As long as we kill him, the master will not be stingy in giving us blood. The ghosts who followed behind did not say anything. These ghosts have no clear goals for arguing. What caused this was that Muzan had allowed the ghosts who hunted Tanjiro to gather together. So these ghosts in the same area gathered together, just to hunt Tanjiro. "What should we do, Tanjiro?" Zenitsu was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he looked like he was about to collapse. Inashuk on the side snorted disdainfully. "Chiji way, you are so annoying." Tanjiro had nothing to say, so he could only comfort him. "Let's work hard together." Zenitsu had a question mark. The words just fell. The bat ghost in the sky had already glided in first. The pair of bat wings were like sharp blades, emitting a cold light under the moonlight. Breaking through the air waves, he rushed straight towards the 3 people. "Get away!" Tanjiro pushed Zenitsu away from him, while he also dodged to the side. Inashuk rushed towards the ghosts with his 2 swords without looking back. Pigs chugging ahead, pigs chugging ahead. However, the ghosts were not very interested in him. Only the ghost with a body as strong as an ox stopped and took the 3 ghosts to stop and fight with them. "Kid, can you cut my skin?" "Hey! I can definitely cut it off." Inashug picked up his 2 swords and faced it head-on. It was just that the 2 knives struck the ghost's body, making bursts of clashing sounds of gold and iron, and causing fleeting sparks. So hard. Inashug's hands were slightly numb. "You can't break through my defense at all, go to hell, you brat." The ghost laughed wildly, raised his arms and pounced on me. The other side. Tanjiro retreated violently, and in a few breaths he had already retreated to the woods nearby. In this terrain, the bat ghost's flying ability is limited and can only reduce its speed and altitude. Zenitsu was still sitting slumped aside, shivering. Those ghosts just glanced at each other and then all went to chase Tanjiro in the forest, but they still left 3 weak ghosts to finish off Zenitsu. One of the thin ghosts laughed. "Brother, this guy is too cowardly. Is he really a ghost hunter?" Hearing this, the ghost standing in the middle smiled evilly and said, "You don't care if he is, I haven't eaten the meat of a ghost hunter yet, kill him quickly to see the difference compared to ordinary people." One side the ghost holding a mace stood up and said, "Brother, let me do it. I want to eat his brains." As he spoke, he walked forward and raised the mace in his hand. Seeing this, Zenitsu was so frightened that he rolled his eyes, fell backwards, and was so frightened that he lost consciousness. At the same time, in the forest, facing the night, Tanjiro's steps were light and he used the terrain to move back and forth in the forest. The bat ghost behind him flapped its wings and opened its bloody mouth full of fangs. Vampire art sonic resonance. Invisible waves were emitted from the mouth, with a huge range. When it enveloped Tanjiro's body, he could only feel the hands holding the knife trembling slightly unconsciously. The body also trembled slightly under this wave. When Lin Fan saw this, he thought about it. This shape should be that of a bat, and according to what it said, it had ultrasonic type abilities. As soon as I thought of this, I immediately reminded him. Finding something to block in front of you can weaken the resonance. Okay, I see. Hearing this, Tanjiro quickly hid behind a tree. Sure enough, the discomfort was weakened. The bat ghost also lost his vision and had no choice but to flap his wings and move forward. But the next moment, Tanjiro, who was behind the tree, saw the right moment and suddenly jumped out from the side of the tree, using both feet to push forward with a knife in one hand. Breath of water, 3 forms flowing dance. The body shoots out like water, and it looks like flowing water. The bat ghost in the air immediately dodged upon seeing this. But at this distance, it was still a step slower. The bat wing on its right side was cut off by its roots, and its body fell to the ground uncontrollably. Damn, I can't repair the damage. Tanjiro raised his sword and stepped forward to finish the attack. But the bat ghost opened his mouth to activate sound waves again, and the ghosts behind him had already rushed back, forming a circle to surround Tanjiro. Lin Fan also basically determined the strength of these guys through perception. The 3 strongest ones here should be basically on par with the female ghost last night. They probably master the vampire technique. Under the 12 ghost moons, their strength should be considered the first echelon. To sum up, it is somewhat capable but not strong. As for the remaining ghosts, they are just novices who have not even mastered the vampire technique, and they are just here to make up the numbers. Other than that, they are useless. If I want to sum it up, it's not a big problem. You don't even need to turn on ghost transformation. Chapter 25. Wu Mei is also paying attention to this battle. If it were based on yesterday's strength, Tanjiro would definitely die when facing these ghosts. But if these ghosts are all killed by Tanjiro, it means that this guy is hiding his strength. All he needs to do is predict his approximate strength. Then summon the string to kill with one hit. But if it is too strong and cannot test the upper limit, then it will have no choice but to hide in the Infinite City for another 100 years. After all, it has an almost unlimited lifespan, so there's no need to take any chances. The other side. Tanjiro quickly glanced at the ghosts present. And these ghosts were also observing Tanjiro, and the one who lost half of his bat wings warned him, "Be careful, the injury won't heal on its own after being struck by its sword. Then it'll be fine as long as we don't get close." The female ghost who was farthest from Tanjiro among the ghosts hid her face and smiled, taking out several short swords from her loose cuffs and holding them in her hands. However, the tall and thin ghost here had an extremely ugly expression, as if he had eaten shit. Silent on the sidelines. Tanjiro also noticed this, but he didn't have time to think about it now. I saw the female ghost taking the lead, throwing out several daggers in her hand and stabbing them straight in the air. It looks like there aren't any special effects. But when Tanjiro saw this, he did not choose to resist with a knife. Instead, he used his feet to dodge quickly. Mainly because the last battle with the female ghost that released blood made him more cautious about this seemingly harmless attack. It is often the most deadly. As expected, the result was that the short swords turned abruptly in the air, trailing behind Tanjiro in the air as if controlled by someone. Is this the vampire magic of that female ghost? Tanjiro looked back and found himself in front of one of the nearest ghosts in a few seconds. The ghost raised its claws to fight back. Unfortunately, his neck was cut off by Tanjiro's sword. He then turned around to face several short swords that came at him, and calmly used them. The moment Arjiramaru's blade collided with the dagger, it was like a knife cutting through tofu, and the dagger also broke. He slashed down several times with the sword, and no one was spared with the short sword. Tanjiro turned around and charged at the next ghost again with his sword in hand. When the female ghost saw this, her expression froze. "How is it possible? What kind of sword is that? How could my short sword be cut off at once? And why can't I control that sword?" Its mind was a mess, full of questions. After all, its vampire technique is controlled by iron. Even if the Nichiren sword may hinder its vampire technique, it can still have a slight impact. But the Arjiramaru in Tanjiro's hand is really unable to interfere in any way, which also leads to a significant reduction in the effectiveness of its vampire technique. It was at this time. Tanjiro instantly killed 2 more ghosts one after another. At this moment, there were only 3 ghosts alive here. But the expressions of the 3 of them now are extremely complex. The bat ghost's batwing, which had been severed, was severely damaged, and the female ghost's vampire technique was unable to control Arjiramaru. The only one here is the tall and lanky ghost who has not yet revealed his abilities. Facing these 3 remaining ghosts, Tanjiro gathered his energy and rushed towards the most seriously injured bat ghost with a knife in one hand. "It's broken, it's coming for me." When the bat ghost saw this, he didn't have time to think too much. He immediately opened his bloody mouth and activated the vampire technique, and invisible sound waves began to spread. It shrouded Tanjiro's body, hindering his movement. Seeing this scene, the female ghost immediately took control of the broken blade on the ground, and at the same time threw out several short knives to attack back and forth. At the same time, they attacked Tanjiro. The 2 worked together. Tanjiro's expression did not change when he saw this. Facing the short sword coming from the front, he calmly slashed it down with a swing of the sword, and the broken blade behind him followed closely behind. But they were all easily resolved by Tanjiro. Lin Fan looked at the scene in front of him and felt a little regretful. This female ghost's vampire skill should be to control iron. If this ability continues to be developed, it will not be as difficult as usual. The simplest point is that just controlling the iron atoms in the blood in the human body is enough to be fatal. In addition, there are many development routes. The only thing that limits it is the limitations of this era. Thinking of this, Lin Fan just sighed and continued watching the show. Only the bat ghost and the female ghost worked together to fight Tanjiro back and forth, but the lanky ghost kept watching the show. When something goes wrong, there must be a monster. Even if Lin Fandang senses it, he will ensure that any situation is discovered as soon as possible. At the same time, on the other side, Zenitsu, who was so frightened that he fainted, suddenly stood up with a sudden jerk, but he closed his eyes tightly and got into a posture of drawing a sword. The three ghosts on the opposite side were still a little confused when they saw this. Among them, the male ghost who had just taken a few steps forward turned his head and asked, "Brother, was this guy really dizzy just now or was he fake?" When the ghost who was called Big Brother at the back heard this, he raised his hand and said angrily, "Ask me, who will I ask? Kill him." The words just fell. Zenitsu gritted his teeth, but a large amount of mist still escaped, making a special sound. Hearing this voice, the leader of the ghost said doubtfully, "What the hell is that noise?" This kid was so scared that he farted. The ghost in front actually turned around and said, "I don't know, brother, wait for me to smell it first." Just as they were talking, Zenitsu still held his hand on the handle of the knife, and his body was in a swooping posture, breath of thunder 1 type thunderbolt flash, 3 combinations. The words just fell. The figure suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning, and in the sound of cracking the air, Zenitsu's figure had appeared behind the three ghosts. "Sheath the knife." These three ghosts didn't even have time to react. His neck had been cut off, and his head was thrown away instantly. After finishing all this, Zenitsu stumbled and fell to the ground, and then woke up. What happened? Somewhat confused, he stood up and turned around, and saw the bodies of the three ghosts behind him. He was so frightened that he lost control of his expression. "Ah? What's going on? What happened just now? Why did these three ghosts die suddenly?" But while he was panicking, he also saw Inashuk, who was fighting with a ghost not far away. Only the ghost as strong as an ox was left alive over there. The two sides continued to collide. The ghost raised his arms, blocking the blade, and sarcastically said, "It's impossible for you to break through my defense. Just give up your resistance and let me eat you. I still have to kill that guy. You are too much in the way. Ah! You can also expose corpses to the wilderness and become my stepping stone. I am the breath of the flowing beast." Inashuk crossed his swords on both sides of his body and charged forward. It really looked like a wild boar charging here. Chapter 26. You thought you could beat me? I gave you even one hand. I saw that the ghost actually put away one hand, clenched his fist with one hand, and swung it straight towards Inashuk in front of him. Inashuk did not dodge or evade, but he also tried his best to hold the two swords in front of him. Fists clashed with blades. Sparks burst out, but there was only a moment of stalemate before the blade broke through the fist and slashed across, slicing open the arm. Using up the last bit of strength, he slashed upward to chop off its head. How is it possible? The ghost never thought of this outcome before he died. Ha 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 ha. On the other hand, Inashuk laughed wildly there. Upon seeing this, Zenitsu hurried forward and asked, "Did you save me just now?" But Inashuk was confused when he heard this. But Zenitsu also knew that there was no time to waste. "It doesn't matter, let's hurry up and save Tanjiro." The two of them rushed towards the direction of the forest where the sound of fighting was coming from. Not long after, he rushed to this battlefield. At this moment, both sides have reached a critical moment. Tanjiro looked at the two ghosts in front of him, holding swords in both hands and ready to attack. The two ghosts on the opposite side took the first step. The bat ghost opened his mouth and said, "Vampire technique sonic resonance." The female ghost on the side also followed closely and said, "Vampire ghost technique fuck iron luanhua." It's still the familiar front and back attack. Tanjiro responded calmly, but Lin Fan sensed something strange and hurriedly reminded, "Be careful where you step, that guy has activated the vampire technique." Hear the words. Tanjiro didn't have time to think too much and jumped quickly. "Thank you for reminding." The original location, The ground suddenly opened, and a pair of hands burst out of the ground and went straight to grab Tanjiro. And the blades were already attacking from both sides. No, Tanjiro is in danger. Seeing this, Zenitsu felt worried for Tanjiro, but it was too late to provide support now. Inosuke, on the other hand, was already holding two swords and was ready to charge forward. But it was at this critical moment. I saw Tanjiro in mid-air, holding a sword in both hands, breath of water 8th shape Takitsubo. He held the sword from the air and slashed downwards. The knife fell. While directly cutting off the hands on the ground, a water column rose from the bottom up to the sky, wrapping itself in it. It was difficult for the blade to move forward in front of the water column, and the sound wave was also hindered. And in the water column, Tanjiro had also found an opportunity, saw the thread of the gap, and saw that the breathing method of expanding the lungs was operating to the extreme. Now, in full focus, concentrating his strength on one point, he suddenly broke through the water column and spun around on the ground. Seeing this, the three ghosts simultaneously tried to stop him. But they were blocked by Tanjiro's sword skills on the way. When he came close, the breath of water the shape of picking up is flowing. The figure swims like a dragon, and the rushing water on the blade also gathers here, condensing into a lifelike water dragon. As the blade in Tanjiro's hand danced, the water dragons passed by the three ghosts one after another. This is impossible. After all, the three ghosts did not escape the fate of being beheaded. The moment their heads were thrown away, their death was announced. Tanjiro sheathed his sword and without any hesitation, he planned to rush outside to save Zenitsu and others. But when he turned around, he saw Zenitsu and Inosuke standing in the forest looking at him blankly. Seeing that the two of them were fine, Tanjiro felt relieved and let out a long sigh of relief. "It's great that you're okay." Tanjiro, you are too strong, aren't you?" Zenitsu quickly stepped forward and his whole body felt bad. "I knew this guy was strong, but I didn't expect him to be so strong." Even Inosuke, who has always been taciturn, rarely spoke up and praised, "You are really strong." Faced with the compliment, Tanjiro just scratched his head and smiled brightly. Lin Fan, who was in the sword, still collected ghost power and fed it back. At the same time, the system prompt sounded again in my mind, ding. Detect the fearful emotion caused by the Ghost King Oni Wutsuji Musen and gain 1000 emotional points. Lin Fan said something in his heart as usual. Thanks to Boss Wuxian for his generosity and the reward of 1000 emotional points. To be honest, this is Tanjiro right now. Lin Fan felt that he could already communicate with 12 Ghost Moon. The lower strings in the list are all capable of fighting, and with the bonus of Ghost Transformation, I want to defeat the lower ranking strings. Basically it shouldn't be a big problem. However, looking at the accumulated emotional value, Lin Fan was still a little worried about what ability he should unlock next. Outside world. After the three of them met, the crow also flew back. Lead the way for the three of them again. Walking on the road in the countryside, Tanjiro always paid attention to the two people beside him. Zenitsu was fine, but Inosuke didn't look like he wasn't injured, and when he thought about it, it was all because of him. He couldn't help but feel guilty. "Ajuramaru, I'm sorry to trouble you, please treat Inosuke. They say practice makes perfect. In the past, I asked for my opinion politely, but now I'm going to get straight to the point, right?" However, Lin Fan did not refuse. "Okay, put your hand on him." Hearing this, Tanjiro suddenly put his right hand on Inosuke's shoulder. Inosuke suddenly turned his head and asked, "What are you doing?" "I want to help you treat your injury, please be patient," Tanjiro said truthfully. This also caught Zenitsu's attention. He was the last person to be treated. He didn't look carefully last time, but this time he had to take a closer look at what was going on. While talking, countless jet black smoke gathered into jet black threads, which wrapped around the arm from the hilt and connected to Inosuke's shoulder. Immediately, Lin Fan began to transmit ghost power to activate his healing ability. Inashuk, who originally wanted to resist, suddenly calmed down, and he could clearly feel the warmth in his body. The originally painful injuries were gradually healed. In the blink of an eye. When the black thread dispersed, all the injuries had been healed. Tanjiro then let go of his hand. Inashuk, on the other hand, looked at his body, twisting and turning in difficult movements. All my injuries are healed? Ha 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 ha. What was that just now? That's my most important companion, Adumarimaru. Tanjiro replied with a warm and serious expression. Zenitsu, who had seen the whole process this time, became more and more interested in the so-called Adumarimaru. This knife is really conscious. So does it have a human form, is it male or female, and does it look good looking? The more I think about it, the more biased I become. As for Wu Mei, who was in Infinite City, his expression at this moment was still ferocious and twisted to the extreme. He is indeed hiding his strength. Ordinary ghosts are more or less useless, so just go away. It just so happened that Zixian had already arrived nearby. Chapter 27. Tanjiro and others followed the eagles and hurried to a village mansion. There was a wisteria pattern printed on the door of the mansion. The crow also flapped its wings and fell into Tanjiro's hands, and then said, "Rest. Rest." The injured person rests until he recovers. But our injuries have all healed. Just as Tanjiro was about to speak, he was blocked by Zenitsu behind him. "You bastard, it took so long to get some rest." As for Inashuk on the side, he doesn't have so many worldly desires. He just has one idea now. Why did you eat this crow? Lin Fan also noticed this, but it seems that Inashuk's crow has never appeared, so there seems to be only one answer that is the most reasonable. That means being eaten by him. Tanjiro had been busy during this period and felt a little tired, so he had to close his mouth and walk forward obediently. Knocked on the door with a wisteria pattern. Boom! With a knock on the door was opened a crack, and an old man walked out. Tanjiro greeted politely. "I'm really sorry for disturbing you at this time." The old man already knew the identities of the three people after seeing their costumes. "Are you some ghost hunters? Please come with me." With that said, he turned around and led the three people into the mansion. "Arrange for board, lodging, and doctor's treatment, but when the doctor comes to check." But it was discovered that he was not injured at all, but was in excellent health. But even so, the bird did not come to send a new mission. Late at night, the three of them were lying on the tatami. Zenitsu looked at the face of Inashuk on the far right, who had taken off his hood, and said with a somewhat constipated expression, "When I see your face that looks like a woman, I feel a little sick. Who wants you to see it?" Inashuk curled his lips and retorted. However, after saying that, the atmosphere at the scene became eerily silent. After a while, Zenitsu sat up, and instead of looking directly at Tanjiro, he suddenly asked, "Tanjiro, why do you carry ghosts with you? And what about that strange knife?" Tanjiro was stunned for a moment when he heard this, then he sat up and smiled and wanted to explain. But the words were on his lips, but they hadn't yet been spoken. The wooden box placed in the corner had already been opened by itself. Seeing this, Zenitsu was so frightened that his eyes widened and he quickly hid aside. Tanjiro, you didn't lock the box." But Tanjiro smiled and continued to explain. In the wooden box, the smaller Medusa crawled out, then stood up and gradually grew bigger under the gaze of the two people. "Janai, this is my sister." The words have not yet finished. Zenitsu, who had always been submissive and determined to live or die, suddenly became strangely hardened, or in other words, he was blinded by anger. "You actually carry such a cute girl with you? Are you worthy of me? We are all members of the Demon Slayer squad, why can you travel with a girl everywhere? I will kill you on behalf of the Demon Slayer squad." As he spoke, he took out his knife from the cabinet behind him. Tanjiro was really shocked when he saw this. You misunderstood, she is my sister Miduzi. Upon hearing this, Zenitsu immediately changed his mind and quickly threw the knife aside. He stepped forward with a flattering look on his face. Tanjiro. This sentence almost sent Tanjiro away without even giving it away. Inosuke, on the other hand, had long been lying on the tatami and had given up thinking. The three of them temporarily rested here. At night, the three of them fell asleep. Lin Fan in the knife opened his personal panel. Host, Lin Fan. Template, Arjuna Maru. Ghost Power, 1300. Extraction Ability, Eternal Level Buff is Indestructible. Gold Level Ability Perception, Silver Level Ability Sharpness, a perfect match. Template Abilities, Weeping Blood, Devouring, Healing, Feeding Back, Becoming a Ghost. Unlocked Ability, Defecate Anywhere, you can change your size at will after unlocking. Unlocking requires 10,000 emotional points. Ghost Curse, hitting a target can add a ghost curse, which can poison it. It costs 10,000 emotional points to unlock. Control the Air, can control the blade to fly, it costs 10,000 emotional points to unlock. External Incarnation, can consume ghost power to create a temporary physical clone, unlocking requires 10,000 emotional points. Emotion Value, 12,000. Look at these features that haven't been unlocked yet. Lin Fan wanted all of them. However, since he didn't have any emotion points in his hand, he could only pick one first. Among these abilities, he immediately took a fancy to the incarnation. There is a doubt in my mind. System, I can rely on ghost power to create my body. What about this external incarnation? You want to take this opportunity to defraud me of 10,000 emotional points, right? The words just fell. The system immediately retorted. Ding! Please don't slander the system. The system will not deceive you. The ability to incarnate outside the body is essentially different from the host's use of ghost power to create a body. Although they are all done in the same way, the difference is the clone you create is just a clone. To be precise, it is just a ball of ghost power condensed. The external incarnation is different and will be gathered according to the real body. It can use special abilities such as breathing. It is a body specially used for fighting. It can be infinitely enhanced according to the ghost power output. Hear this. Lin Fan was basically certain, I can buy this ability. Ding! After spending 10,000 emotional points, congratulations on unlocking your ability and becoming an incarnation. Suddenly the emotional value bottomed out again. However, there were still 2,000 emotion points left. After Lin Fan pondered for a moment, he finally gritted his teeth and said, give me 2 more gold level draws. Ding! Spend 2,000 emotional points to start the gold level lottery. Congratulations on getting it, thank you for your patronage. As soon as he came up, Lin Fan couldn't fix it. I'm afraid these 2,000 emotions are going to be wasted. If I had known better. The words have not yet finished. The system beep sounded again in my ears. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the gold level ability, Thunder Release Chidori. Hearing this, Lin Fan suddenly changed his words and said, if I had known, I would have smoked earlier. System, what a hypocritical host. You know shit. Lin Fan said angrily, and then all the information about Chidori came to his mind. At this glance, it turned out to be the Chidori that I had seen in Naruto before. This lottery also included various uses of the Chidori. It's just that this move consumes a lot of ghost power. It requires a minimum of 100 ghost powers to be activated once, and the Chidori is used as the basis. The developed moves, such as the Chidori Sword, Chidori Senbon, Senbon Sharp Spear, etc., consume a lot of ghost power. Right now, I have more than 1,000 ghost powers, and I might be able to drain them out with just a few moves. It consumes a lot of energy, but the power is definitely enough. In the world of Demon Slayer, Naruto's ability can almost be said to be overwhelming. Chapter 28. No matter how miserable you are, you may not be able to withstand 1,000 birds. This wave is an epic enhancement. But it's not enough to be strong on your own. Only when everyone is strong is you truly strong. Now you have to plan for Tanjiro how to become stronger. For now, it would be better to develop Kagura, the god of fire. As time goes by. The next morning. When the first ray of sunlight in the morning shone on the earth, Tanjiro had already started today's training. In the courtyard of the mansion, Tanjiro took a deep breath to keep his breathing method running, and ran in the courtyard carrying a boulder. This made Zenitsuo and Inosuke feel their scalps numb. It's not good. Tanjiro is trying too hard. Zenitsuo opened his eyes wide and sat on the corridor in front of the room, his expression slightly shocked. But thinking about Tanjiro's strength, I think this is reasonable. Although he also wants to become stronger, he wants him to be self-disciplined. Shanyi can only say one sentence, but I can't do it. As for Inosuke on the side, he was more simple and direct, just 2 words. Trash. Tanjiro, on the other hand, was exercising while keeping his concentration on breathing, but after a while he stopped and started panting violently. His whole body couldn't help but start to tremble slightly. Just trying to keep breathing for a longer period of time with full concentration, my lungs feel like they're going to explode, and even my ears hurt terribly. Lin Fan, who was under the knife, could only comfort him, the pain is normal. Take a deep breath and let the air circulate to your fingertips to improve your concentration as much as possible. Okay. Tanjiro endured the pain and continued to practice. Time passes so quickly. Wait until evening. Lin Fan began to try to guide Tanjiro to learn the breath of the sun again, but with little success. Tanjiro, who never understood the key, just kept apologizing, "I'm sorry, Adumaru, I'm too stupid to learn." What can Lin Fan do? I am also helpless. Since you can't learn it yet, then focus on breathing techniques. Make sure to concentrate on breathing when you go to bed at night. I will supervise you. Hearing this, Tanjiro was quite moved. Then it's up to you, Adumaru. At night. When Tanjiro fell into a deep sleep, he unconsciously exited the state where he had been concentrating on his breathing. Lin Fan did not hesitate to release the black mist, condensed a hand, and gave Tanjiro a big mouth. There was a snap. Simple, crude, and direct. Tanjiro sat up suddenly and quickly turned his head to look around. What happened? Beside him, Zenitsuo and Inosuke were sleeping as fast as they could, with no sign of waking up. Lin Fan reminded him. Your breathing was messed up just now. Get up and go back to sleep. Ah? Thank you for reminding me. Tanjiro was stunned. He was slapped in the mouth with his own knife, and he still had to say thank you. Is this justified? I had no choice but to continue falling asleep, but I couldn't maintain my breathing, and soon my breathing became disordered again. There was nothing Lin Fan could do. He could only release his ghost power, concentrate it, and give him a big hand. Snapped. Tanjiro sat up aggrieved and helplessly. To be honest, he didn't really want to sleep anymore. Sorry, my breathing was messed up again just now. I'm really sorry for troubling you, Adumaru. Who told you to be my sword master? It's all as it should be. Lin Fan answered naturally. Beside him, Zenitsu was already awake with his eyes tightly closed, but he didn't dare to speak at all. Others may not believe it. I woke up in the middle of the night and suddenly saw a knife slashing Tanjiro's big mouth. Tanjiro is still saying thank you. This is absolutely terrifying. This night, Lin Fan was hardly idle. Not to mention Tanjiro, he spent a lot of energy just by pumping his mouth. You have to spend extra ghost power to help Tanjiro heal. Otherwise, early tomorrow morning. Tanjiro's face was swollen even bigger than Inosuke's pig headband. The next morning. Tanjiro had dark circles under his eyes, and the first thing he did was practice breathing techniques. From sunrise to sunset. As you continue to hone your body, you gradually begin to transform. This is not a direct improvement like feedback, but another kind of reward that is unique to you after training. The most prominent one is the soaring physical strength. Zenitsuo and others were still watching Tanjiro practice in the corridor, without any motivation to join in. But during training, Lin Fan was also deliberately reminded. A person does not necessarily have to master only one breathing method. You can learn multiple breathing methods to work with each other or even fuse them together. That guy named Zenitsu has good thunder breathing. You can try and ask him. I see. Tanjiro meditated while exercising, then put down the boulder on his body and jogged all the way to Zenitsu in the corridor. He bowed slightly. Janai, can you teach me the breath of thunder? Ah. Zenitsu was a little confused and his expression was slightly stiff. He didn't speak for a long time. It's not that I don't want to teach, it's mainly because I only know one move when riding a horse. But looking at Tanjiro in front of him, he still relaxed. Well, it's not impossible, but I promised you in advance that I only know one type of thunder breath, and I can't teach the others. Really? Thank you so much, Zenitsu. Tanjiro didn't care at all about the words that followed, and stepped forward directly to thank him with a smile. Inosuke also followed suit. Why don't you learn the beast's breath from me? My beast's breath is the strongest. Tanjiro just smiled and started chatting with Zenitsu. I heard Zenitsu sitting in the corridor, recalling his past when he was practicing the breath of thunder, and recalling the old man. Tanjiro, when using thunder breath, you need to focus on your feet, such as your body shape and the size of the muscles in your body. In fact, there is no way to accurately grasp it. Only when you understand it can you truly master the breath of thunder. This is what my grandfather who raised me often told me. Tanjiro was a little confused after what he heard, but he was still studying seriously. After all, learning a breathing method cannot be mastered overnight. It took him several years to learn and master water breathing. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Tanjiro could maintain concentrated breathing for an even longer period of time, which directly led to a rapid increase in basic physical strength. Maybe he was impressed by Tanjiro. Even though Zenitsu was reluctant to do so, they occasionally practiced for a while. The days passed so peacefully. But Lin Fan knew that Wu Mei would definitely not let it go. It was estimated that there would be ghosts looking for them nearby all day long. This kind of day should not last long. Storm is coming. This is just the last calm before the storm. Lin Fan saw things thoroughly. And the result was just as Lin Fan expected, after the sun set on the 5th day. Night is falling. Chapter 29. Tanjiro and the other 3 were resting in the room at this time, but suddenly, Lin Fan sensed something in the sword and immediately reminded, Tanjiro, there is a ghost approaching very quickly. Hearing this, Tanjiro, who was yawning and getting ready to sleep, suddenly stood up, put on his team uniform and took on his double swords. He said to the 2 Zenitsu beside him. Someone is coming towards us. The words just fell. Zenitsu was still the same, trembling with fear. Ah! Why is it endless? Tanjiro, what have you done? Why are there ghosts chasing you all the time? Neither of them paid much attention to Zenitsu, who was full of resentment. Inosuke also took out his 2 swords and asked, how many ghosts are here this time? I must kill more than you. Only one. Tanjiro looked back and answered, then opened the door and took the lead in the courtyard to prepare for the attack. And Chanyi is no longer so afraid. There's only one ghost here. As long as Tanjiro is there, you'll have nothing to do. Just a moment. In the dark night, a figure slowly floated from the sky into the courtyard under the reflection of the moonlight. At first glance, he saw Tanjiro not far away. When he looked carefully, he saw the flower earrings and the 2 swords at his waist, and he was already sure that this was the kid that the adult named to kill. Tanjiro also pulled out the Ajuramara from his waist and looked at the ghost in front of him. The stench of its body and the smell of blood hit his nostrils. It's hard to imagine how many people it has eaten and how terrifying its strength must be. When his eyes fell on the ghost, I saw that it looked similar to my body shape, but it had black hair, especially the 4 braids that looked like red maple leaves. In addition, it was wearing a yellow and white kimono, with a dark green eye-shaped pattern on its pale face. But this is not the point. The point is that there are words carved in its light purple eyes. Landing. At this moment, Tanjiro has also confirmed the identity of the visitor, who is the current Shigetsu no Riku among the 12 demon moons. The ghost also licked the corners of his lips and smiled bloodthirstily. I am the land of Zixian, Funui. By the order of that adult, I will take your head back and you can die now. I reject. Tanjiro said resolutely without thinking. Hearing this, veins popped up on Funui's forehead. I'm not asking for your opinion. You selfish villain, I sentence you to death. Say it. The limbs mutated and turned into broad, patterned claws. At first glance, they look like the limbs of a tiger. It suddenly appeared on the human body and looked extremely uncoordinated. Lin Fan also saw this scene in the knife. If I remember correctly, according to the original work, this ghost should be killed by Muzan in Muzan City. Unexpectedly, he was sent to kill Tanjiro in advance. As the land of the lower string, its strength should be pretty good. From the looks of it, its vampire technique should be a transformation type ability. Lin Fan analyzed quickly. At the same time, he releases ghost power to strengthen Tanjiro. Tanjiro also took the lead in attacking with swords in both hands, using his feet to rush forward quickly. Behind him, Inashuk also walked out with 2 swords, and his eyes under the hood were filled with fighting spirit. Ha 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 ha, chop it to death. As he spoke, he jumped up and followed closely behind Tanjiro. Facing the charge launched by the 2 men, Funui's desire to kill could no longer be suppressed, and he also exerted his strength and chose to fight head-on. When he came closer, he raised his tiger paw and grabbed it forward. The sharp claws sliced through the air and heard the sound of breaking through the air. Faced with this blow, Tanjiro calmly slashed with the knife, but seeing the scene in front of him, Kaminyo's eyes were full of sarcasm and ridicule. After all, its tiger claws are harder than steel. Just the next moment, its self-confidence was ruthlessly shattered. I saw the blade of the knife, like cutting through tofu, breaking through the skin of its tiger claw and going deep into it. How can this be? Funui didn't have time to think about it. He immediately withdrew his strength and violently withdrew his arm, and his body rushed out backwards. This prevented the tiger's claws from being chopped off with a single knife, but even so, half of the tiger's claws were chopped off horizontally, and the wound looked shocking. Although it knew that it was hit by this knife, it could not heal itself. But I never thought of it. This knife can be so sharp, if it didn't react quickly maybe his hand was cut off just now. You damn dare to cut me, you are committing a heinous crime. Funyo growled coldly. Inashuk suddenly appeared next to him, raised his 2 swords and slashed at its neck with all his strength. Ha 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 ha, be my stepping stone on the way to becoming stronger. Tanjiro also launched a surprise attack from the front. Faced with the tacit cooperation between the 2, Funui raised his right arm to block his neck. After being hit by the 2 swords, his skin was not even broken. He just made a sound of gold and iron colliding. Get out of my way. He waved his arms vigorously, and then flew away the 2 knives that struck him, including Inashuk. But there was no time for him to breathe. Tanjiro has already arrived. Breath of Water Type 1 Water Slash. Aim forward at the neck and hold the knife with one hand. A turbulent stream of water bloomed from the blade, slashing forward and bringing up large splashes of water. But it should have been a sure hit. However, the Kamazwai turned around and leaned backward to avoid him. At the same time, he raised his foot and kicked Tanjiro out in front of him. After the two of them stabilized their flying bodies, he saw that Funyo's original body had turned into a body similar to that of a tanuki, as if it were liquid and was extremely flexible, paired with tiger limbs. Now the strength, speed, and flexibility have reached an extremely terrifying level. It's really not that easy for Tanjiro to defeat this guy. Is this a cat or a tiger? Inashuk looked at Kaminyo, a little confused in his mind, and suddenly felt that his brain was not working hard enough. Tanjiro, on the other hand, was much calmer. He endured the severe pain in his abdomen and began to analyze his opponent. This ghost has the body of a cat that is extremely flexible, and the limbs of a tiger provide sufficient strength and explosive speed. This is simply a melee killer. But the good thing is that Arjuramaru can hurt it, and it can't heal its injuries on its own. Think back to the exercises you have done over the past few days and the changes brought about by feedback during this period. He is confident that he can win. At this time, Zenitsu was also holding a knife in the corridor behind and asked loudly and tremblingly, "Tanjiro, will you win?" Hearing this, Tanjiro said without looking back, "Although it's a bit tricky, we will win." Inashuk on the side eased his numb hands from the shock, and then became more fighting spirit. "Stop talking nonsense, I will cut off your neck. You guys who are guilty of the most heinous crimes, I will kill you in the most cruel way." Funyo smiled cruelly. Chapter 30. The malice emanating from him even caused Inashuk, who was originally full of fighting spirit, to tremble slightly. This is not good. This is the first time I have felt such strong pressure on an enemy. This pressure alone is almost crushing my body. It even made Inashuk almost lose his fighting spirit. He can be sure of this power. I couldn't beat this guy, so I unconsciously thought of giving up. Fortunately, Tanjiro woke him up in time. "Don't give up, Inashuk, we won't lose." Hearing this, Inashuk pondered for a moment, then clenched the two swords in his hands and said, "Yes, we must not lose. Let's come here, you ghost cat, tiger. How dare you let me waste my brain like this? You're finished." Funui's cruel smile froze, and even the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Is there something wrong with this guy? When Tanjiro saw Inashuk regaining his composure, he finally relaxed and focused on fighting the enemy. "Go together." Having said that, he quickly stepped forward. Hold the knife in one hand. Breath of water shape of SI strike the tide, sending out several slashes like waves forward. However, Kamau twisted his body to resolve them easily, and at the same time punched Tanjiro in the head. Fortunately, Tanjiro put the knife away in time and blocked it in front of him. But even so, he was still blown away by this powerful and heavy punch. And Inashuk has already come to Kaminyo's side again, raising his two swords, Breath of the Beast 3 types Fang's Tear. The two swords moved forward and slashed horizontally on both sides. But Funui's flexible body dodged him again in an extremely unreasonable way, and he hit the abdomen with a backhand punch. Inashuk flew upside down into the room and landed next to Zenitsu, with a large amount of blood pouring out of the hood's mouth. "It really hurts. Are you okay?" Even though Zenitsu was scared to death, he still came closer and asked with concern. Inashuk, who was lying on the corridor, now only felt pain everywhere in his body, especially his lungs, which felt like they were about to explode. But after seeing Zenitsu next to him, he hurriedly said, "I'm fine, why don't you go up and help?" This sentence, Zenitsu was left silent. I'm afraid, I'm not married yet and don't want to die so early, besides, Tanjiro himself said he would win. You are such a waste. It was the first time that Inashuk had such an evaluation of a person. Fortunately, his injuries were still able to support him, so he quickly got up with difficulty. He picked up the knife and walked down the corridor, heading that way. And at the same time, Tanjiro is also fighting Kaminyo head-on. The two sides fought back and forth for dozens of rounds. Kamen relied on his flexible body as much as possible to avoid Tanjiro's slashing blade, but in such a close fight, it is inevitable that there will be mistakes. At this moment, its body had also been scratched with several hideous cuts by the blade. "Damn it, you dare to hurt me, you are really guilty." Fu Nui roared to the sky and took action again. Vampire technique. Tiger's fierce claw split. I saw its claws swelled wildly, each claw was dozens of centimeters long, and it swung towards Tanjiro. Every swing, it will tear apart everything in sight. Only in front of Arjiramaru, it was itself that was torn apart. There are exceptions. This claw is not flesh and blood in nature, so preventing regeneration has little effect on it, although it can also be inhibited. But in the end the effect was not good. Fu Nui also noticed this and began to use all his strength to regenerate his claws quickly. But even so, the regeneration speed of the claws is far less than Tanjiro's slashing, breath of water 3 types flowing dance. The footsteps moved like water, approaching quickly. The water surges above the blade. The moment the figure passed by, all of Fu Nui's sharp claws were cut off, and a scar was opened on its chest again. But just at this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared from behind Fu Nui. If he looked closely, it turned out to be a venomous snake with complex textures. He was opening his huge mouth, showing his fangs and biting at Tanjiro, who had his back turned to him. Seeing this, Fu Nui also smiled evilly. Succeeded. Lin Fan, who was in the sword, reminded him directly. "Watch your back." Hear the words, Tanjiro turned around without hesitation and blocked with his knife, splitting the snake's head in half. Does this guy have eyes on his back? Kamaway's expression was still extremely ugly at this moment, and his carefully prepared sneak attack was seen through. And Inashuk finally came here again at this time, leaped into the air and raised his 2 swords. Beast breathing second form slash. Tanjiro also attacked at this time. Water breathing 7th form Shizuka wave stab. The two attacked at the same time. Tanjiro pierced through his abdomen with a knife, and Inashuk's 2 swords also cut into his neck, but they only cut through the skin but were caught by the flesh and blood. Inashuk exerted force with both hands. "It's so hard, I can't cut it in." And Kamaway suddenly laughed. "Ha ha ha, both of you are guilty. Go to hell." The head began to swell and change, and in an instant it turned into a monkey-like head, and it opened its bloody mouth. It roared at Tanjiro in front of it. Boom! The sound similar to the monkey's cry was deafening. At such a close distance, Tanjiro felt dizzy and bleeding. It was difficult to hold the knife in his hand tightly. And Inashuk was also in a bad condition. He was slapped away by Kamaway, and even a gap was smashed in the courtyard wall. This time, Inashuk was really seriously injured. In a short period of time, he had no ability to move. However, Tanjiro had Lin Fan's healing, so his injuries could be restored immediately, and he held the Ajiromaru tightly in his hand again. He exerted force suddenly, trying to split it in half from the middle. But Kami also pierced Tanjiro's body with its claws, directly into the heart, and floated up in the air, flying a short distance and dragging on the ground. Then it swung and smashed directly into the room. "Zenitsu really stayed this time, Tanjiro, didn't you say you would win?" Lying in the messy room, Tanjiro only felt that his body was about to reach its limit, and this ghost was not something he could defeat now. Zenitsu's crying voice came to his ears, and his consciousness was about to fall into a coma. Before he fell into a coma, his eyes looked at Nezuko in the room. "I can't lose like this." While Lin Fan sent ghost power to help him repair his injuries, he also pulled his consciousness into the inside of the knife. At the junction of the sky and the sea, Tanjiro glanced around and saw the elf-like figure at a glance. He spoke at the first sight. "Ajiromaru, I need strength. Nezuko and the others are still waiting for me, I can't lose yet." Chapter 31. Lin Fan, who had his foot on the handle of the knife, also turned around and squatted down, holding his chin with one hand. The breeze ruffled his skirt and hair. He looked over with scarlet eyes and asked calmly, "Do you really want to save them? They are my companions and my family. I must save them." Tanjiro replied decisively, but his hand was always pressed on his chest unconsciously. Feeling Tanjiro's unswerving heart at this moment, Lin Fan struck him with words. "But your strength alone is not enough, and the ghost just now has pierced your heart with its claws, and now you are on the verge of death. Even I can't cure you right away. It seems like it's over." Hearing this, Tanjiro fell to his knees in despair. Is there no other way? Regarding this question, Lin Fan used his feet to slowly float down from the handle of the knife to Tanjiro, leaned over and whispered in his ear. "But there is still a way, as long as you can fully accept my power." "Really?" Tanjiro seemed to be a drowning man grasping at straws to save his life, and the fire called hope was once again ignited to dispel the despair in his heart. But Lin Fan's next words were like a bucket of cold water poured down on him. "Of course, but bearing my power will have some side effects. In your current situation, you will lose your mind and turn into a real ghost within 3 minutes at most." Ghost? Could it be? Tanjiro had a vague suspicion. Lin Fan, on the other hand, retorted angrily. "What are you thinking about? The ghosts I'm talking about are not the same thing as those guys outside." He took a few steps back, turned around and faced the endless space, and said to himself, "Even I can't do it if you want to become stronger without making any sacrifices. Tanjiro, do you have the courage to bear the risk of becoming a ghost for the sake of others?" Faced with this kind of question, Tanjiro suddenly calmed down and smiled brightly at Lin Fan and said in a firm yet slightly relaxed tone, "Whether it's revenge or protection, I need strength. I want to protect Miduzi, protect Zenitsu, and protect everything. Yes, I need strength, even if it means turning into a ghost. So give me your power, Arjiramaru." Hearing this, Lin Fan turned around and looked at Tanjiro with his scarlet eyes, and looked at him. Then he laughed suddenly. "As expected, you are already broken, and you don't care what happens to yourself in order to protect others? Ha! There's really nothing I can do about you. You greedy guy, then do as you wish." As he said that, he turned around and penetrated Tanjiro's chest with his right palm. "Wake up, Kamado Tanjiro. Let's go have a big fight." "Thanks a lot, Adumaru." At the same time, outside world, Zenitsu hurriedly came to Tanjiro, peeled off the debris accumulated on his body, and saw the terrifying penetrating wounds on both sides of his chest. And Tanjiro has also fallen into a coma. Now he is taking in less air and outgoing more air. His energy is like a hairspring and he is on the verge of death. He could die completely at any time. "Tanjiro, are you okay?" At this moment, Zenitsu once again began to shake his body uncontrollably, and his expression looked extremely ghostly. "I want Lin Fan to tell me. This guy is the innate ghost body." Fortunately, he still had some sense. He glanced at Inosuke who had smashed through the wall and was buried. He was probably too seriously injured to move. So the only people who can still fight now are him and the old woman. But looking at Funui getting closer and closer, he still felt fear in his heart. He could only see him clenching the knife in his hand and cheering himself up crazily. "You have done good deeds, but you still want to get married, so you absolutely cannot die here like this." And after seeing Zenitsu who was trembling and twitching, Kamen almost couldn't hold back his laughter. "Are you so afraid that you still have to fight for my companions? It's such a touching friendship, but it's a pity that it's all in vain. You heinous guys, I will let you die in pain. Thank me, I am the one who has wiped out your sinful lives." Shan Yi's expression became even more twitching when he heard this, but in the case of extreme fear, his mind was particularly bright. I saw him turn his head. "No, no, no, no. If you can't beat me, you won't be able to beat me. I'll die here, but I'm not married yet. We can't just die here. Suddenly an idea came to his mind and he hurriedly said, "Thadajan, Maru, can you please cure Tanjiro quickly? If not, can you help me?" Unfortunately, I didn't get any response. But this scene also made Funyo laugh. "You're actually talking to a knife. You're so frightened that you are losing your mind. Are you about to go crazy?" As he spoke, he was almost reaching the corridor. Zenitsu's hands holding the knife began to tremble violently, but when he saw Medusa running towards this side, he suddenly became hardened. "Just die, Tanjiro, if you can survive, you must fulfill my wish." Saying that, he took the knife and rushed forward. But Medusa had already rushed out first, but the difference in strength was too big, and his arm was torn apart by a claw and he was thrown away. When Zenitsu saw this, he was frightened and fainted. Funui licked the blood on his paws and said with some doubts, "This ghost seems to be different from us. Forget it, let's not kill her now, or take it back to that adult." But when it looked back and saw that Zenitsu had fainted from fright, it almost laughed out loud. "How come the Demon Slayer squad even accepts this guy? Is there no one left?" But the next moment, the fainted Zenitsu stood up abruptly, holding a knife in one hand and taking a stance, his own momentum rising steadily. "Oh? Do you want to attack us head-on?" Funui still didn't take it seriously when he saw this. After all, the difference in strength was there. Until Shan Yi drew his sword. Breath of thunder, shape of one thunderbolt flash. The figure turned into lightning, and the knife passed through it. It hit Funui's neck with precision, but it couldn't hurt him at all. The speed is good, but the power is too bad. With that said, he punched it directly and flew it away, sliding all the way on the ground. The moment he stopped, Zenitsu spit out a large mouthful of blood and regained consciousness again. Looking a little panicked. "What's going on? What's wrong with me? My stomach feels like it's going to burst." My consciousness started to get a little blurry. Seeing Funui gradually approaching and the sneer on his face, Zenitsu was already desperate. "Are you going to die here? Obviously I haven't fulfilled my wish yet." Kamen ignored him and walked towards Tanjiro, preparing to kill this guy first. At the same time, seeing this scene, Wu Kei was almost laughing like crazy. Chapter 32. Kill him, yes. Kill him like this. Cut off his head. Now Wu Quan wished that Funui would hurry up and kill the boy. This was the first time that it was so excited. But the moment it stepped into the room, Tanjiro, who was already on the verge of death and fell into coma, suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. The fatal penetrating wounds on both sides of the body are also healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, Tanjiro did not care about his own safety, but looked at the seriously injured Zenitsu and the broken arm Yaduzi. This moment, his anger is unprecedented. After seeing Tanjiro resurrected with full health, Kamen's expression suddenly changed, and he asked loudly in disbelief, "What kind of monster are you?" But Tanjiro ignored it, instead holding a sword in one hand and roaring, "Ajura Meru! Give me the power to protect Yaduzi, protect my companions, and protect everything." Lin Fan also activated Ghost Transformation without hesitation. The moment the ability was activated, a large amount of ghost power poured into Tanjiro's body, filling his limbs and bones with ghost power. The strength is also rising steadily. But in contrast, a lavender mark spread out on the left side of the face, and the area was expanding. Even the eyes were infected by this strange purple. "It's not enough, more, give me more. Ajuramaru, lend me all your power." Tanjiro roared hysterically. Unexpected. In everyone's sight, dark smoke appeared beside Tanjiro, and a beautiful shadow instantly formed. I saw that he was slightly shorter in height, with a stunning face under the long dark purple hair, and red eyes like elf-like long ears. Wearing a black headband with a pair of white horns on her forehead, half of her face was covered by long hair, and a purple and white evening dress fluttered in the wind. This figure is none other than Aju Luumaru, played by Lin Fan. I saw Lin Fan approaching Tanjiro, standing next to him and saying in his ear, "Not bad, Tanjiro, I will give you as much as you want, and release all your suppressed desires without any scruples." When Fu Nui saw this, he was stunned. The situation before it was completely beyond its expectation. What happened to this guy, and who was the girl who suddenly appeared? But here, the one who reacted more than it was the seriously injured Zenitsu. His eyes widened as he looked at the beautiful figure beside Tanjiro, and his expression suddenly became extremely serious. Where did this great beauty come from? This is the first time in my life that I have seen such a beautiful person. I must marry him. If it's a child, it's called. After just one look, Zenitsu had already forgotten everything and even thought of the name of his child. As for where it came from, he had no intention of paying attention to it. The main theme was a person who lost his mind and fell in love at first sight. Both eyes have turned into the shape of hearts. One look at it, and even the severely injured body can no longer feel the pain. Lin Fan also noticed Shan Yi's almost twitching gaze and couldn't help feeling a little chilled. Immediately, the body collapsed and turned into black mist and reintegrated into the blade. The body of Tanjiro, who is holding the sword, has also adapted to the power of the demon, and one of his eyes has completely turned lavender. The smile also changed from the bright one to a bit crazy. "Are you ready to die? Ghost." Bulletin Nui actually felt fear when he saw this, which was unacceptable to him. "Who do you think you are? No matter what kind of monster you are, if I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time." He raised his claws and rushed forward. Every step could break the floor of the room. But in Tanjiro's eyes, everything seemed to be in slow motion, everything became clearly visible. And he can better understand the Ajulamaru in his hand, it is a feeling of connectedness. Now he has the illusion that he can change the world. When coming close, Fu Nui took the lead in launching the attack, raised his right arm and punched him with a heavy punch. "Just go to hell." Tanjiro's eyes narrowed and he held the sword in one hand. The speed is so fast that after images appear, all of a sudden, the blade passed by, and Fu Nui's right claw and forearm were cut into several sections, and the remaining limbs fell to the ground and spurted blood. Fu Nui hurriedly retreated. Tanjiro, on the other hand, looked extremely relaxed, just standing there looking at him with cold eyes, his body facing forward. Walk slowly. Every step seems to be stepping on Fu Nui's heart. It's like death is slowly approaching. Lin Fan also reminded at this time. "Your body can last up to 3 minutes in this state, so fight quickly." "I see." Tanjiro replied softly. He stepped forward and his figure disappeared instantly. "Where did you go?" There was fear in Fu Nui's eyes, and he began to look panicked. He quickly scanned the surroundings trying to find any traces. "But when I came back to my senses." However, he found that Tanjiro had appeared in front of him and was slashing towards him with his sword. Fu Nui didn't have time to think too much and jumped immediately. But it was still a step too late. Tanjiro slashed horizontally with his sword, and a sword energy composed of black mist appeared in an instant. When the black fog passes by, Fu Nui's body, which was in the air, had lost its lower legs and was completely wiped out by the black mist just now. Now it really feels what real fear is, but other than that, there are more doubts and incomprehensions in its mind. "How is it possible? Why did you suddenly become so strong? It's better to escape first. If you continue, you will probably die in the hands of this guy." This is the thought. He immediately turned around, controlled his floating body, and flew out of the room towards the dark night sky. Don't forget to say it before leaving. Don't think it's over like this, next time you guys who commit heinous crimes will all die. However, Tanjiro suddenly appeared in the corridor of the room. Thoughts are clear. Move the blade forward and listen to the sword's guidance. Arjula Guanyin 3 swords. The blade in front of him emits black mist, and 3 blades burning with red flames condense in mid-air. Lock on the cauldron in mid-air. The blade cut through the air, producing a harsh roar. In an instant, 3 knives penetrated Fu Nui's body. The ghost power contained in it invades the body and continuously erodes its flesh and blood cells. As a result, its body fell uncontrollably from a high altitude and fell straight into the courtyard, causing a burst of smoke and dust. Wait until the smoke clears. The Kama Nui inside was revealed. At this moment, its body was penetrated by the blade, and it was bleeding profusely. Its limbs were cut off, and it looked extremely miserable. Tanjiro stepped forward slowly. Until this moment, it had only been a short minute. Goodbye, Fu Nu. After murmuring softly, the body disappeared again. In Bulletin Nui's sight, his own eyes were spinning wildly until they stopped. But he discovered that the headless corpse in front of him was his own. Chapter 33. The dead body was broken, and the dead body was broken. What happened? What? Is that my body? It didn't even react immediately, and it was beheaded. When it came to its senses, its pupils looked at Tanjiro's back, and it was completely swallowed by fear. Death was approaching it step by step. Before dying, it let out a desperate cry. Impossible! How could I die so easily? I haven't punished all the evil people yet. I'm so unwilling. Unfortunately, the voice was not finished. The thinking stopped, and the head had turned into ashes and dissipated between heaven and earth. And the headless corpse was gradually disintegrating. Tanjiro sheathed his sword and looked at the disappearing Kamaway, with a flash of pity and sadness in his eyes. He could feel Kamaway's fear before his death, and the pain of not being able to punish the evildoer. Although he didn't know what happened to him, it didn't stop Tanjiro from feeling sad for him. This was his unique kindness. Seeing this, Lin Fan in the sword immediately lifted his ghost transformation. When the ability was lifted, the ghost power dissipated. Tanjiro's eyes, which had been eroded into lavender, and the special lines were rapidly receding, gradually returning to their original appearance. At the same time, he also lost that unparalleled power. But Tanjiro didn't feel lost. What he wanted was never power, but to protect others. If this power was not for protecting others, it would be useless to him. But at this moment, meow! A cat suddenly cried from behind. Hearing this, Tanjiro turned around and saw the familiar cat. He leaned over and opened the backpack on its back to take out the folding knife. He looked at Kamaway's slowly dissipating body and directly inserted the knife into it to draw blood. It only took a moment. The blood was collected, and Tanjiro pulled out the knife and put it back into the backpack on the cat's back. He waved his right hand and smiled brightly. Thank you for troubling you this time. Have a safe journey. The cat licked the fur on its paws as a response. Then it turned and walked in one direction. Meow. After the cat made another meow, the cat gradually disappeared from sight. After doing all this, Tanjiro came back to his senses and hurried to Zenitsu, who was closest to him, and asked with concern. Zenitsu, are you okay? Facing the question, Zenitsu looked extremely painful, and then put a hand on Tanjiro's shoulder and said very weakly. I almost died because of you this time, you must make it up to me, Tanjiro. Who is that girl who suddenly appeared beside you just now? Please tell me. Hearing this, Tanjiro already knew what he was thinking, but think about it carefully. Marrying a knife. People can't, at least they shouldn't. Plus Zenitsu really helped this time, it was really hard to refuse, so he could only explain, what you saw just now is the knife in my hand, the incarnation of a Juromaru. After getting this answer, Zenitsu came back to his senses, but he didn't care at all. Who cares what it is, as long as it's beautiful. Is that beautiful girl the knife in your hand? Show it to me quickly, can't it heal injuries? Please let me hold it in my hand and help me recover. I feel like I might die if I don't get treatment. Looking at the throwing tantrum, Tanjiro couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Lin Fan in the knife was really speechless. As expected of you, Zenitsu, you really lived up to the title of the innate demon beast holy body. He immediately curled his lips and said. This guy and your sister are not seriously injured. Go save the guy outside first. If you don't go, he might die soon. Hearing this reminder, Tanjiro then remembered that Inosuke had been knocked out and had not appeared until now, so he hurriedly left Zenitsu. After taking a last look at Nezuko who had recovered, he hurriedly ran out of the yard. Found the buried Inosuke. At this moment, Inosuke had already lost consciousness, and Tanjiro had no time to think about it, and hurriedly said. Please, Ajura Meru. Put your hand on it. Lin Fan didn't waste any words and immediately released his ghost power to heal his injuries. But all the injuries were healed in a moment. In the room, Kami's the body was finally completely annihilated. A series of system prompts also sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! It was detected that Lufu Nui of Zixian was generating a lot of negative emotions and received 2000 emotional points. Ding! It was detected that the Ghost King Anabatsuji Musen was generating a lot of negative emotions and gained 3000 emotion points. This time I get 1000 ghost power, and 30% of it will be given back to the Sword Master Tanjiro. Outside world. Inosuke, who was healed of his injuries, also came to his senses, and immediately shouted with a pair of swords. Where's that ghost? I'm going to tear it apart. Inosuke, that ghost is dead and is fine now. Tanjiro stopped him in time and explained the current situation. Inosuke then relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief. It's really thanks to you, Tanjiro, that you defeated that guy by yourself. While the two were talking, Tanjiro suddenly felt something strange coming from his body and couldn't help but kneel down on one knee. Inosuke beside him asked quickly when he saw this. Are you okay, Tanjiro? Are you physically injured? I am okay. After Tanjiro replied, he felt the power emerging from his body. With this familiar feeling, he knew that this was Adumarimaru improving his strength again, and the price was the dead Kama Nui. Thinking of this, I can't help but feel a bit sad. But the sadness is only temporary, after the promotion is over. Tanjiro immediately rushed back to the room. Knife. Lin Fan frowned and was very dissatisfied with the outcome of this battle. He originally wanted to use this opportunity to let Kamuo push Tanjiro into a desperate situation. Make it understand Kagura, the god of fire. But he didn't expect it to fail, but Lin Fan thought about it. Could it be too fast? You must know that in the original work, before Tanjiro fell into despair, he was beaten violently by his subordinates for who knows how long. When the blow directly pierced the heart, he was on the verge of death without giving him a chance to realize. The more I think about it, the more likely it is. Lin Fan gritted his teeth in anger. Fu Nui, you really deserve to die. At the same time, in Infinite City, Wuhan covered his face with one hand, trying to hide his fearful eyes. What is that thing? What did that kid do? Why did he suddenly become so strong? And what happened to that girl who suddenly appeared? Even if you live for 1,000 years. This is the first time he has seen such an evil thing. Chapter 34. What to do? Too evil. Should we continue to send ghosts to test, or should we give up here? Wu Kai fell into deep thought for a short time. But after a moment, it still made a choice. It didn't care how many ghosts under it died, even if the wind string died. I have a hunch that this weird kid may change the situation that has remained unchanged for so many years. If possible, this brat must die. He strengthened his determination and immediately issued the order. Except for Kamen who died, all the 12 ghost moons were ordered by Mukai to hunt down a ghost hunter wearing flower earrings at all costs. This time, even the winding was interesting. Returned to the mansion. When the old woman heard the noise and came to the courtyard, she saw the tragic situation here. Tanjiro, who had also treated Zenitsu, hurried forward and bowed sincerely to apologize. "I'm sorry, it's all because of us that this happened. I will definitely compensate." The old woman is not a fool either. When he saw several people's ragged clothes soaked in blood and grey faces, he looked at the pool of blood on the ground. It can already be guessed that a ghost is coming. But she was killed by these 3 teenagers. The old woman had already figured out the cause and effect, and smiled kindly. "It's okay. As long as you are safe, I will find a doctor to treat you later." However, Tanjiro quickly stopped him. "Don't bother calling a doctor. Our injuries are not serious and it doesn't cost you anything." The old woman wanted to say something else, but when she met Tanjiro's sincere eyes, she had to give up. "Then if you have any problems, you must speak up in time. Then you can change rooms tonight and come with me." "Excuse me." Tanjiro hurriedly thanked him and left with him. In the corridor, Inashuk and Zenitsu were chatting away. "What happened when I was unconscious?" Inashuk asked curiously. Speaking of this, Zenitsu couldn't help laughing. Hey. You laugh so disgustingly." Inashuk couldn't help but look at him with disgust. "But Shanyi is very confident." "What do you know?" "I have found true love." "Don't you want to know what just happened?" "I will tell you now." Dang even told about the situation just now. Especially the special description of Lin Fan. I wish I could see him in every word. "Is that knife that powerful?" Inashuk looked at the 2 knives full of gaps in his hands, and turbid air spurted out from the nostrils of his hood. Medusa had returned to the wooden box and hid. It wasn't until Tanjiro came back and took everyone to the new room that he could finally take a rest. A night of silence. The next morning, Tanjiro got up early again and started training crazily in the courtyard, thanks to the help of Arjiramaru. Now he is getting more comfortable with training. "Now I can maintain the concentrated breathing method for longer and longer, and even my lungs have become extremely strong, and I can make a lot of noise just by breathing." Tanjiro was also delighted. But today was different from the past. In the past, Tanjiro was the only one training, but today Zenitsu and Inashuk also joined in. Inashuk's idea is simple. It wants to become stronger and completely surpass the weak guy who was so frightened and trembling last night that he couldn't help Tanjiro at all. "How on earth is Tanjiro going to train? Am I going to get stronger?" When asked, Tanjiro said everything he knew. He recounted all his experiences in cultivation during this period. This requires letting the air linger between the fingers and the lungs pointing outward. After listening, Inashuk had questions. Zenitsu's eyes on the side have been fixed on Ajuramaru on Tanjiro's waist, never moving away. "Tanjiro, can you call Ajuramaru out again?" "Cannot." Without Lin Fan saying anything, Tanjiro immediately refused. If it was anything else, such as guiding practice, he could ask, but he knew what Zenitsu had planned without even thinking about it. "Hey, can you lend me the Ajuramaru, Tanjiro?" But Shanyi still followed shamelessly. "No, it just won't work." Unfortunately, Tanjiro's attitude was extremely resolute, and the 2 of them just quarreled and trained. Inashuk was a little stunned. When it was time to do push-ups, Lin Fan, who was holding the knife, saw Shanyi's movements and almost stopped. "Good guy, keep your upper body still. The lower body moves, right? I'm warning you, this is an infringement of Xyli territory. You are behaving badly." Time passed like this day by day, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, Lin Fan originally thought that Wuhan would be impatient and send stronger ghosts to hunt Tanjiro, but he didn't expect that he would just ignore it. But the more this happens, Lin Fan felt more and more like there was something wrong. Is Wu Kei a fool? Obviously not. In other words, this guy must be plotting something, combined with the plot. The next step is to head to the nearby nation Spider Mountain. Originally, there was a very powerful Zexian Wule there. If only a few more 12 ghost moons were ambushed. Even if the winding fails, Tanjiro and the others will probably go in vertically and come out horizontally. Lin Fan thought it was best not to go. However, Tanjiro's character and the orders of the Demon Slayer headquarters cannot be disobeyed. However, Shang Xian should not appear here. After all, the Demon Slayer squad is not just for food. A large number of ghosts are moving towards this direction. It will definitely attract the attention of the Demon Slayer squad. And at worst, I keep sensing it. When he senses a powerful ghost, he immediately runs away. If you turn on the ghost transformation and run away with all your strength, coupled with the physical obstruction outside your own body, even if you wind up, escaping is not a big problem. And there will definitely be pillars from the Demon Slayer squad coming. After considering the pros and cons, Lin Fan felt that it was not impossible to take a gamble. But it still needs to be strengthened as much as possible. After thinking this, Lin Fan immediately opened the system. Just choose the lottery. The system will give me a golden 5-shot draw. Ding! Spend 5,000 emotional points to start the gold level lottery. Congratulations on getting Platinum level ability improvement card, can upgrade abilities below Platinum level to Platinum level. Hearing this, Lin Fan immediately smiled happily. System, you are happy too early. Thank you for your patronage, thank you for your patronage, thank you for your patronage. 3 thank yous for your patronage. Lin Fan, thank you for your patronage. The words just fell. Ding! Congratulations on getting AK-47 Ghost Power version, made by a powerful being, adaptable to the energy of any system, can convert energy into special bullets and shoot them, retaining its original power characteristics. What's that? Lin Fan is really confused. I can understand if you draw a Chidori. What the hell is this AK-47? The Ghost version? Chapter 35. Ding! Please watch the VCR. After saying that, a system panel appeared in front of Lin Fan, and the screen automatically played on the panel. It looked like an AK-47, but it had special textures carved all over it, giving it an extremely mysterious feeling. When the video starts, the AK-47 started to unleash its firepower crazily, shooting endlessly without stopping at all. The ghost on the opposite side had been beaten into a dice and could not repair its body at all, so it just died. After another change later, one shot directly unleashed the power of the grenade. After watching the video, Lin Fan asked a key question. Doesn't this gun need to be replaced? Ding! It consumes ghost power, so there is no need to change the magazine. Each shot consumes ghost power. The minimum value is 1 ghost power and the maximum value is 100 ghost power. The power of the gun is determined by the amount of ghost power consumed at a time. Hearing this, Lin Fan fell silent. This gun is indeed very powerful, but it doesn't fit my personality. I am now a magic sword. Who is serious about killing ghosts with a magic sword and a rifle? Don't be too outrageous. It's better not to use it unless absolutely necessary. In addition, Lin Fan looked at the ability improvement card and after a brief thought, he decisively chose to improve his perception. Ding! Successfully consume the ability improvement card, Platinum level ability, Perception, can accurately perceive a kilometer, can accurately distinguish the strength of its aura, and the characteristics of the aura. Hearing this, Lin Fan felt a change in his perception. The first thing to bear the brunt is the increase in the range of perception. In addition, the strength of the breath of all creatures within the range can be accurately distinguished. You must know that the strength of the breath perceived before was very vague. In addition, everyone's breath is different. Now remembering these differences, Lin Fan could immediately identify the identities of these auras. Come down with this combo. Lin Fan felt that there seemed to be no danger in going to Nation Spider Mountain. After all, his sensory abilities had been greatly enhanced. If you realize something is wrong, just run away. It just so happened that this time I was forcing Tanjiro. Without Kagura, the god of fire, his speed in improving his strength would still be too slow. And just as Lin Fan expected. After a month of recuperation, the crow flew again and landed in Tanjiro's hand in the room, opening its beak and saying, "Northeast and north, the next place is in the north and northeast, all three of us go to Nation Spider Mountain. Is there a new mission?" Tanjiro put down the bird with a serious expression, and Lin Fan also gave a special reminder at this time. "This mission is very likely to be a trap set by me, so don't hesitate when I ask you to escape." "I understand. Thank you for your concern, Adumaru." Tanjiro also responded seriously. "Who cares about you? I just don't want you to die so early. After all, I am looking forward to your revenge." Lin Fan replied angrily. But Tanjiro suddenly laughed. "Ajurumaru, you always cover your heart like this. In fact, I understand that it is very painful to be alone and not needed by others. That's why you always..." The words have not yet finished. He was interrupted ruthlessly by Lin Fan. "Stop talking." After saying that, his voice was completely silent, and Tanjiro could only smile helplessly. Then the three of them changed into the uniforms of the Demon Slayer Corps, took the Nichiren sword, and prepared to embark on the journey again. Before leaving, he said goodbye to the old woman in the mansion and rushed towards Nation Spider Mountain. At the same time, Demon Slayer headquarters, a secret room with flickering candlelight. The protagonist, Utaya Shikiye, is a man who is blinded by a curse, and the upper half of his face is covered with hideous scars. Wearing a pure white kimono gives people a very amiable feeling. In front of him, sitting on both sides, were all the pillars of the current Demon Slayer Corps, who spoke in a gentle and warm voice. "I'm really happy to be able to hold the semi-annual pillars meeting without changing the members." Next to him, Fengju Immortal Kawasania, who had white hair and was covered in scars, nodded slightly and said respectfully, "My lord, it would be great if your body is still healthy. I sincerely wish you better health." The other pillars also have different expressions. I began to wonder what the reason for this sudden meeting of pillars was. Just listen to Yashikiye's words with a bit of solemnity. He explained it gently. "This sudden meeting was held. I'm sorry to disturb you, but this time it's a very important matter, so I won't elaborate on it here. Time was of the essence, so I said so. All the pillars are looking forward to it, waiting for the Lord's next words. Just listen to him speak slowly. First of all, I need to tell you that someone from the Demon Slayer squad has already encountered Musen Demon Slayer." The words just fell. The pillars present were all shocked. After all, this was the first time I heard news about Tsuji Musen. Among them, Usui Yuzui Tianyuan couldn't wait to ask, "My lord, who is the guy who encountered Ghost Dance Tsuji Mukai? We need to find him immediately to get information about Musen Kibutsuji." The other pillars also had a lot of questions and wanted to speak out, but they were stopped in advance by Yubayashikiye. The name of the person who encountered Onibatsuji Musen is Kamadu Tanjiro, and now Onibatsuji Musen is sending ghosts to chase him, maybe to keep him quiet or for other reasons. In addition, something special seems to have happened to his sister who turned into a ghost. The sister who became a ghost? All the pillars had different thoughts when they heard this, but their basic ideas were all the same. That is to kill it. But Uyashiki Yoshiya didn't think so. The recent strangeness at Nada Spider Mountain is most likely a trap set by Musen Kibutsuji to target Tanjiro. So I want you to go there, on the one hand, to see if you can ambush Wuhan in turn, and on the other hand, it is also the most important point. That is to protect the Tanjiro brothers and sisters, as well as the Nichiren sword in his hand. I hope you can understand that the value of the latter far exceeds the former." This time it was the immortal Kawasania who asked again. "My lord, I really don't understand why you attach so much importance to that guy and an insignificant Nichiren sword." Facing the inquiry, a long-lost smile appeared on Uyashiki Yoshiya's face, and he spoke with conviction. Because they will definitely be able to change the pattern that has remained unchanged for thousands of years. Giving such a firm reply was something that the people present did not expect. This was the first time that they had seen the Lord give such high hopes to a person. This opportunity is once in a lifetime. But Yuzu still retorted. But my lord, you are here. I hope you can understand that Tanjiro Kamado is more important than me. Do you understand? At the same time, Tanjiro and the three of them walked on the country road, heading northeast. Just this way. Zenitsu was chattering like a fly. Tanjiro, can you also let me hold the Ajurumaru? Since you can't touch a real person's hand, then touching the knife is equivalent to touching a person? What a genius I am! Tanjiro's mouth twitched slightly. Absolutely not. Even Inashuk behind him couldn't stand it anymore and cursed at the top of his lungs. You are really disgusting. How disgusting is this? This is called pursuing true love. Zenitsu blushed and looked determined. Tanjiro and the two were really speechless. Even more speechless than them was Lin Fan, who was in the sword. I never thought that a good young man like me would one day be targeted by a pervert. Let's forget about fencing and all that. However, Lin Fan suddenly had a bad taste and was a little curious. How uncomfortable would Shanyi be if he knew that he was actually a man? Just thinking about it makes me so excited. Shanyi from the outside couldn't help but shudder. Suddenly I felt like I was being watched. Tanjiro in front of him turned his head and warned the two of them. The Nada Spider Mountain we are going to this time is most likely a trap prepared by Muzan Kibutsuji. If special circumstances arise and we prepare to escape, you must follow me closely. Inashuk and Zenitsu all nodded. After the last Funui attack, the two of them also understood the importance of these words. Especially Zenitsu, if it weren't for Mitoko and Ajuramara driving him, he wouldn't have gone to Nada Spider Mountain. Chapter 36. The three of them trotted along. They ran from sunrise to sunset, facing the setting sun and dusk until night fell, and finally the three of them arrived at their destination. Nation Spider Mountain. But as soon as they arrived at the foot of the mountain, the three of them discovered a young man wearing a Demon Slayer uniform lying on a path not far away. The young man was obviously still alive. He raised his head and begged with tears in his eyes. Help, save me. It's from the Demon Slayer squad. Tanjiro also confirmed his identity, and the three of them immediately ran forward. Lin Fan also reminded him at this moment. This guy has a special kind of thread on his body that's hard to spot with the naked eye. It could be a trap. Hearing this, Tanjiro narrowed his eyes slightly. Sure enough, an abnormality was discovered under the moonlight. There was some reflection on the back of the person lying on the ground under the moonlight. It could be seen that they were almost transparent silk threads. Without any time to think about it, Tanjiro immediately drew his sword, locked the position of the thread and slashed across it with the sword. A slash of the knife. All the threads were cut off. Tanjiro crouched down quickly and asked. Are you okay? What happened in there? After confirming that you are truly saved. The Demon Slayer member was just about to give Tanjiro a knock, so he hurriedly told what happened to him inside. We were given the order by Diane Crow. There were 10 people in our team, but after entering the mountain for a while, the team members suddenly started killing each other. I was also at the back, and I escaped here because I ran fast. Don't go in, it won't matter how many people come except Shu. Tanjiro also smelled the strong smell of ghosts in the air, but he still said calmly, we are here to support you, so don't worry. Inashuk stood up next to him, twitching the 2 swords on his waist and walked to the front. Let me take the lead, you just follow me tremblingly. Compared to the 2 people gearing up, Zenitsu was so frightened that he squatted on the ground and his body was shaking with fear. He was obviously frightened by the man's words. It's so scary. Can you not go in? Cannot. Tanjiro immediately refused. Even though he was scared, Zenitsu forced himself to stand up. After all, it was safest to stay with Tanjiro. The three of them stared at the dark forest ahead. There was no hesitation. Inosuke rushed forward first, followed closely by Tanjiro and the other two. Only the rescued member of the Demon Slayer Corps was left, watching the retreating figures of the others. When the three of them entered the dense forest, Lin Fan's perception had also covered a kilometer radius, and he instantly sensed the ghost's aura, but his strength was not very strong. As far as the current Tanjiro was concerned, it was completely casual, but even so, Lin Fan still did not let down his guard. Reminded directly. Tanjiro, keep going straight ahead. You will encounter a ghost soon. Thank you for reminding. Tanjiro quickly thanked him and then said to the two people beside him. Right ahead, there's a ghost. I'm going to cut it into pieces. But there are so many spider webs here, it's really annoying. Inosuke looked at the sticky spider webs on his hands and waved his hands frantically to throw away the spider webs on his body. Zenitsu, who was following him, still had a devilish expression on his face. This time, Tanjiro led the way, but he met a surviving member of the Demon Slayer Corps on the way, and they just exchanged a few words. There was a strange noise in the forest. Several members of the Demon Slayer Corps came out, but they seemed to be acting stiffly and unconsciously. It was obvious that their bodies were controlled by some kind of ability. Lin Fan didn't talk nonsense, because he sensed that a ghost with a strong aura was approaching, and immediately reminded him. Don't worry about these controlled people, go kill the ghosts hiding behind the scenes first, there will be a fierce battle next. That ghost is in the direction to your left. Say it. Tanjiro immediately understood that if Arjiramaru could call it a fierce battle, it would definitely not be weaker than the Shigetsu no Riku he had encountered before. Obviously it must be the 12 ghost months when the ghost comes. I see. There was no time to talk nonsense, so he immediately reminded Inosuke and the others, I'm going to kill the ghost who controls these people, and you'll be in trouble here. As he spoke, he exerted force on his legs and rushed straight to the left. People who blocked the road along the way. The threads were cut easily with one knife, and there was no way to stop them. Tanjiro, even for a second. Just on the way, Tanjiro saw a girl controlled by silk threads, and behind her and at her feet lay the corpses of several members of the Demon Slayer Corps. She herself had tears in her eyes and said with despair, "Get out of here quickly, my body is out of control." Don't wait for her to finish. The body started to move on its own, and he rushed towards me with a knife. Veins popped out on Tanjiro's forehead. With just one glance, he rushed forward with a knife in one hand. In just a moment, he cut off all the threads on the girl's body. No plans to stay. Ignoring the girl lying limply on the ground behind him, the figure continued to rush forward. The further inside, the more similar situations occur. Two more people appeared one after another, but their hands and feet seemed to be irregularly twisted, and their bodies were dripping with blood. The guy who plays with life. Tanjiro was angry. This was the first time he felt so angry. Lin Fan also entered the fire path at this time. Release your desires, release all your anger. Surprisingly, Tanjiro did not choose to answer with any words, but directly chose to use body language. The figure flashed and all the threads on the two bodies were torn apart in an instant. Behind it, a headless corpse appeared, and the corpse had obviously been transformed, with its hands replaced by two golden blades. The muscles all over his body are gnarled and extremely strong. But when Tanjiro saw this, he just held the sword with one hand, and a heavy breathing sound came from his mouth. Breath of water 3 types flow dance. The figure shot out with special steps, dismembering its body together with the threads in an instant. And the female ghost hiding not far away controls all this. He looks completely white with red spots on his face. He is wearing a kimono and has a murderous look on his chest. If Zenitsu sees it, Lin Fan could already imagine how he would die from nosebleeds. But the female ghost was already panicking at this moment. What should I do? What should I do? Why is this ghost hunter so strong? That earring, could it be the ghost hunter that the Lord wants to kill? From this distance, I can no longer escape. I am dead, my neck will be chopped off. Because of the fear of death, even his thoughts were confused, but when he saw Tanjiro rushing towards this direction, my mind suddenly became clearer. But if I die like this, I should be able to escape from this hell. Recalling all the torture it had suffered here, it actually raised its hands in relief and chose to give up any resistance. Volunteer to die. Tanjiro's pupils contracted when he saw this. To the ghosts who voluntarily be beheaded, all he can offer is the last tenderness, breath of water shape of Wu merciful rain from heaven. This time, there was no rushing water on the blade. Some are just gentle, and the water splashed by the blade is like rain caressing the face. When Tanjiro landed, the female ghost's life has come to an end, but she died without feeling any pain. When the head hits the ground, Tanjiro turned around and looked at him. There was only compassion and tenderness in those eyes. The gaze was not filled with any evil thoughts, it was just gentle treatment. It was so gentle that one could not help but sink into it. This has nothing to do with anything else, it is just the last pity for the female ghost's tragic fate. This also successfully impressed the female ghost before she died. Just listen to it speak. There are 412 ghost moons here to ambush you, be careful. After saying that, the body and head completely disappeared. 4. Tanjiro was stunned. Even Lin Mo in the sword was a little surprised, only 412 ghost months. There is a high probability that all three of them are bad guys. Wuxian, who do you look down on? I have the General Tanjiro Kamado who can kill the 12 ghosts of the moon. But judging by the aura, there is already one approaching here, but I don't know who it is. Lin Fan also reminded. That Tanjiro guy is almost here, he's right in front of you. Hearing this, Tanjiro also came back to his senses. Holding the sword in both hands, you can use your sword skills to attack at any time if your breathing becomes heavier. When his nose smelled the dangerous smell, a young man about the same height as him quietly appeared in the forest not far away. Chapter 37. His entire body was as white as snow, especially his hairstyle that looked like a spider hugging his head, and his blue eyes wrapped in blood red. The arrival was no surprise. It's the current team that is going to the end of the line, tired. Lin Fan recognized him at a glance and immediately reminded him, Tanjiro, this guy is much stronger than the one I encountered before. Hearing this, Tanjiro also understood it deeply. Just from the smell and stance, you can tell that this guy is terrifyingly strong. Compared to the nervous Tanjiro, Ui seemed to be more concerned about the dead female ghost, staring at the position where the female ghost's body dissipated. After pondering for a moment, he said suddenly, Mom, are you dead? Well, you are dead, but you have fulfilled your duty to protect the family. As he said that, he turned his cold eyes and glanced around Tanjiro's body, when he saw the special flower earrings on his ears. Tired eyes also became serious. With these earrings, it seems that you are the ghost hunter that the Lord said you wanted to kill. The words just fell. He raised his hand and saw several hidden threads coming towards him. Sensing the danger, Tanjiro immediately raised the Ajurumaru in his hand and slashed forward several times to cut off all the threads. The tired expression also changed. Has the line been cut? In just this moment of fighting, the two sides already understood how difficult the other side was. It was just that Tanjiro had information about him, but Tanjiro knew nothing about it. At the same time, Wu Mei, who was watching the battle, immediately issued an order after seeing this scene. The ghosts guarding various positions in Nation Spider Mountain all gave up their respective territories after receiving the order and confirming that the target had appeared. They all rushed towards the direction where Tanjiro and the two were. This also successfully attracted the attention of the hidden pillars on the outermost periphery, who also started taking action. The entire nation Spider Mountain is moving in all directions. And at the center of everyone's goals. Tanjiro was extremely angry and yelled, "Isn't that your mother? Why don't you feel any sadness? Aren't you family?" Faced with the question, he tiredly pulled out silk thread from his hands and pulled out a flower rope with both hands. He stood there and replied in a bad tone, "We are family members connected by a tight bond. How could you understand?" As soon as he finished speaking, Tanjiro received a stern rebuttal. "No one understands the meaning of family better than me. You don't have the smell of trust that you deserve. When you look at the place where it died, you only have the smell of disgust. What you call a bond is false." Tanjiro said it categorically, with a firmness that would not be shaken. It seemed that a painful spot had been poked, as his tired eyes and hands were trembling slightly, and he even clenched his teeth angrily. "You guy, what you just said, you have the guts to say it again." At this moment, Tired was venting his inner anger. Killing intent permeates the air. Tanjiro, who was enveloped by this murderous intention, felt slightly trembling, but even so, he still had no idea of surrendering. "It won't matter if I say it again. The bond between you is false." This time, Tired anger could no longer be suppressed. "Don't think about your death. I will torture you to death bit by bit. But if you take back what you just said, I might even kill you in one breath." Lin Fan, who was in the sword, clicked his tongue when he saw this. "Isn't Tanjiro stabbing someone in the heart with a knife? You are more ruthless than me." At this moment, Tanjiro resolutely said in his heart, "Please Adumaru, lend me your power." "Have you started asking for power? I said you can have as much power as you want, then as you wish." Lin Fan released his own ghost power and entered Tanjiro's limbs and bones, increasing his combat power in all directions. Feeling the power filling his body again, Tanjiro's eyes were firm and he was ready with the sword in both hands. "I will never take back that sentence, because what I said is right, you are the one with the problem." Both sides looked at each other. Immediately, Lei took action decisively, and the thread shot out from his raised hand, flashing with a cold light under the reflection of the moonlight, revealing his murderous intent. "I'm going to cut you into pieces." Tanjiro stepped forward, the sword flashed and the thread shattered instantly. "You will not succeed." Lei looked at the thread that was cut off again and murmured, "Isn't the thread hard enough? But you think the limit Isis that all there is to it?" The words fell. The hands mutated and were quickly infected with blood. It became scarlet and strange, and the blood was still flowing into the silk threads along the fingers, infecting the silk threads together. This time the thread is clearly visible. The hardness has also been greatly improved, but after the silk thread is tiredly swung out. It was still easily resolved by Tanjiro's sword. How can it be? This time, even Tired was surprised by it. You must know that its threads are far stronger than steel. Even the Nichiren sword can be easily cut by the threads. But today it was the other way around, and there was no damage to the knife. Recalling the information given by Wu Kai, "I did say that this knife was extremely sharp, but I never thought it could be so sharp. But it's capable of more than that." Vampire Art Kezilao. I saw him pulling hard with one hand, and the surrounding silk threads that were originally offset suddenly came back and were woven together in mid-air. Forming a giant net, it rushed towards them. Tanjiro saw this and held a knife in one hand. Breath of water, shape of land, reversal of the vortex. The water flow spurted by the blade formed a waterspout around Tanjiro's body as he waved, completely wiping out the incoming spider webs. It wasn't until this moment that I really paid attention to Tanjiro in front of me and treated him as an enemy. The two of them didn't say much. The two sides are just fighting blindly, and their purpose is the same, which is to kill the other party. Not long after, the sound of fierce fighting came from the forest. The surrounding trees were cut and broken, and there were countless cuts on the ground, which were enough to show the intensity of this battle. Inosuke and Zenitsu arrived and saw the two of them fighting as soon as they arrived. Zenitsu's first reaction was that of a ghost. We will definitely die if we get too close. Tanjiro is fine by himself, let's leave quickly and don't hold Tanjiro back. Surprisingly, Inosuke didn't refute this time. After all, he could clearly feel the terrifying power of the ghost. The two of them might be killed immediately if they go up. This is obviously not a battle they can participate in. Inosuke angrily held the two swords and said angrily, "You can only look at me like this, it's really annoying. Just quickly." The two of them noticed something strange. At the same time, Lin Fan had already sensed this and had informed Tanjiro of the situation in advance. There are ghosts approaching nearby. The remaining 3 ghost moons are also on their way here. In addition, there are several ghosts that are about to arrive. Hearing this, Tanjiro cut off the bead net and saw the two Zenitsu not far away with his peripheral vision, and hurriedly spoke. "Zenitsu, there are ghosts coming here from Inosuke, please help me contain the weaker ones. How dare you get distracted while fighting with me?" Lei once again released a large amount of threads and launched a surprise attack. And not far away. Shanyi's legs went weak and he was already planning to run away. "Let's run quickly. It's a pity that the words have just fallen." 3 ghosts have already appeared. They all appear to be all white and dressed in the same attire as tired ones. The ghosts are a girl, a strong cannibal with a spider head, and a spider with a human head. They both have bodies and heads that are in the wrong position. Inosuke became excited when he saw the coming ghost. He waved his 2 swords and found the burly ghost. "Ah ha ha ha! I'm going to tear you apart. Inosuke, don't abandon me." Zenitsu was so frightened that he was trembling all over and wanted to take action to save him. But Inosuke had already ran out. The 3 ghosts also noticed what was going on here when they saw Inosuke. The female ghost was obviously stunned for a moment. "This guy should be a human, right? I'll leave this guy to you, Dad. I'll go help my brother." Saying that, he left first. The ghost with a spider head chose to face Inosuke head-on. Watching the two fighting, the remaining spider ghost with a human head also smiled evilly and aimed at the trembling Zenitsu. "It's too late to run now, are you ready to die?" "Ah!" Shanyi turned around and ran away. The spider ghost followed closely behind, spraying spider silk from its buttocks and rippling in the air. Each has chosen his opponent. As for Tanjiro, the addition of the female ghost also caused him some trouble. After all, the female ghost always made sneak attacks at critical moments. Chapter 38. Deal with the female ghost first. The other 312 ghost moons will arrive soon. Lin Fan reminded, while the auras of the other 312 ghost moons he sensed were getting closer and closer. Tanjiro also knew that he couldn't delay it any longer. Holding a knife in one hand, power explodes. Breath of water 3 forms flowing dance. The figure shot out like a flash of sword light as water surged. The female ghost's head was separated from her body. It didn't even have time to react, and Lei had no intention of saving it, but instead took the opportunity to sneak attack Tanjiro. The thread also successfully left several bloody scars on Tanjiro's body. Fortunately, Lin Fan used his ghost power to heal his injuries. "Sure enough, even ghosts can recover from injuries quickly," Lei muttered, seeming to confirm the accuracy of the information. "But that's about it." Lin Fan reminded, "They're here." Tanjiro turned around, tensed to the extreme. Next moment, a little white-haired Lolita with 2 horns on her head appeared, and the lower part of her blood-red eyes also revealed her identity. The person who came was Xiaxian Si, with only a few pieces left. When it appeared, it looked at Tanjiro with interest, and said in a slightly playful and cute way, "Is this the ghost hunter you want to kill?" The words just fell. Another ghost appeared from behind. It was a middle-aged uncle who looked unshaven, but there were a lot of black cracks on his face. There are also numbers in the eyes. The person who came was surprisingly the second of Xiaxian, the windless. Just listen to his lifeless voice, like ringing a death knell and saying, "Tired, why haven't you killed this ghost hunter yet?" Lei didn't pay attention to its intention at all. Now it only has Tanjiro in its eyes, and it can't wait to let him veto the denial of its bond immediately. But there are only 3 ghosts here at this moment. Tanjiro wondered, sniffing the smell in the air, but what he smelled was still the pungent smell, which greatly affected his sense of smell. But fortunately, Lin Fan has the radar. There's another one hiding in the 3rd tree to your left. With the reminder, Tanjiro immediately turned around and saw a vague figure. They have obviously surrounded Tanjiro. Seeing that everyone has arrived, Lin Fan really didn't pay attention to these ghosts. Even if the ghost-turned Tanjiro couldn't be defeated, there would be no problem in escaping. Plus you have your own back. Let's fight this battle casually. Tanjiro didn't hear Lin Fan talk about escaping, so he subconsciously thought that he could defeat these ghosts, and immediately took a stance with a knife. The ghosts opposite were also a little surprised. Unexpectedly, he didn't run away like this. Has he always been so brave? Stay away, he is mine. Lei was the first to take action, and the bloody thread came like a storm. Not far away. The cute Ling Yuzai held his chin with one hand and chuckled. That's not necessarily the case. As he finished speaking, a dark green vine suddenly grew out from under his feet, several meters high, with an extremely large bud growing on the top. The vine seemed to be alive. Like a giant snake, it was spiraling towards Tanjiro. As for the other 2 ghosts, they did not take action immediately, and seemed more like waiting and watching. Tanjiro frowned. Facing the attack of silk threads and vines, he clenched the long knife in his hand and said, "Breath of water, shape of Si, strike the tide." He moved his body forward and swung the knife like a tidal wave. In an instant, the silk thread was cut into several pieces, and even the buds of the vine were cut off in half. But at this moment, a rope made of wood suddenly shot out from the trees behind Tanjiro and was directly tied around his neck. Drag it backwards, and the tree becomes a carefully prepared shackle for Tanjiro. If he is caught, he will completely lose the chance to resist. Fortunately, Tanjiro reacted and immediately cut off the rope around his neck with a knife. But the ghost who had been hiding in the dark also chose to show up, and a shuriken flew straight towards him and pierced directly into the flesh and blood of his left arm. After the dark green liquid on the shuriken touched the flesh, that part of the flesh began to dry up quickly and became like a mummy. Anyone who comes to this situation will definitely die. It's a pity that Lin Fan assisted in the cure. As long as the person is not cold enough, he can be nursed back. Flesh and blood regenerated, and Tanjiro immediately cut the rope at the last moment. Just escaped a disaster. But he also understood that he could never win with his own strength alone. With the first time, he will have the second time. Arjuramaru, lend me all your power. Then as you wish, release your desires and kill them all. Lin Fan also showed off his acting skills appropriately. By the way, enable the ghost transformation ability for it. However, this time it can last for 4 minutes, thanks to Keimao's strong support, which helps Tanjiro increase his strength. Grateful to have you. Turn on ghost transformation. The side of Tanjiro's face was once again covered in light purple lines, one of his eyes was also infected, and his whole aura changed. When he looked at the 4 ghosts, the corners of his mouth raised. Let's start round 2. Has that special state been activated? The 4 ghosts present knew about this ability. When this ability was activated, Funui was almost killed instantly. They all became serious. Among them, Ling Yuzai was the first to exert his strength, and 3 vines sprouted under his feet. The buds at the top bloomed, revealing the densely packed spherical fruits inside. The blood ghost technique, the flowers scatter. Those fruits are like bullets, spraying out in large numbers, and the vines can move quickly to dodge and aim. Moreover, the fruit is extremely powerful and can easily penetrate the surrounding tree trunks as thick as an adult's waist. Tanjiro saw this and shot out of his body very fast. Can't even be locked by vines. Fortunately, Yulei released the spider web to restrain himself, and saw that he was pulling with both hands, and a huge web came overwhelmingly. Tanjiro just turned around and cut off with his sword indifferently. Kaylei also seized the opportunity and weaved a flower rope with both hands. Vampire technique killing eyes. Countless bloody threads quickly rose from Tanjiro's feet, blocking all sides and completely surrounding him. Tanjiro took out his sword and chopped it off. Other ghosts also took the opportunity to release their blood ghost skills. For a while, countless fruit bullets and a dozen shurikens, plus 2 wooden shackles growing from the ground to imprison his legs. There was no hope of dodge now. Maybe he will die next moment. In the end, he only had time to cut off the cobweb, and Tanjiro's eyes became a little desperate and blurred. Is it over? I'm going to die. I'm sorry, Ajiromaru. I let you down. When all the attacks fell, large amounts of smoke and dust arose, obscuring the sight of everyone present. And Lin Fan's spirit in the sword was also tense to the extreme at the previous moment. If Tanjiro hadn't understood Kagura, the god of fire, you must ensure that you can cure it immediately. As long as he doesn't die instantly, there's no problem. Even if Lin Fan is absolutely sure, it's still a big gamble. It has ended. Seeing the scene in front of him, Lei told the result confidently. Ling Yuzai beside him also followed closely and said playfully, "Then who killed this ghost hunter? That lord has made his own decision." Lei Zhuo crossed his hands on his chest, looking extremely mature and calm, and obviously thought it was over. And from the shadows, a ghost also walked out. The ghost looked like a young man, with 3 hideous scars on his face, which looked like they were caused by shurikens. And its eyes also have numbers. The third part of the last string is sick. Only it felt uneasy instinctively. This was a feeling he had only experienced as a ninja during countless life and death situations. The moment before being hit by all attacks. Tanjiro also seemed to be caught in a revolving door, looking back. He saw his young self playing with Miduzi in the yard of his home, while his frail father was watching all this behind him. In the midst of the laughter, his father smiled lovingly and said, "Tanjiro needs to breathe and adjust his breath so that he can become Lord Vulcan." The scene changes. It was a night in the forest, and his father was dancing in the ravine, dancing the ancestral music of the god of fire, Kagura. Every movement is deeply imprinted in my mind, as if the person dancing is me. And the father's voice sounded again. There is a method to breathing. With correct breathing, you will not feel tired, and even the cold will be completely dissipated. Tanjiro, I will leave this Kagura and earrings to you to pass on, don't let it be cut off, we have agreed. The moment the sound falls, Tanjiro suddenly wakes up. Amidst the smoke and dust in the sky, a red light suddenly appeared. Fiery flames bloom from it. Chapter 39. In the smoke and dust, a figure emerged from it. It turned out to be Tanjiro in ragged clothes. The originally turbulent water on the blade in his hand had been replaced by flames. The scorching flames dispersed the surrounding darkness. What? The expressions of all the ghosts present changed. They never thought that Tanjiro could survive the attack just now. And the feeling given to them has changed again. The one who feels the most here is Lin Fan in the sword. When Tanjiro uses Kagura, the god of fire, his whole person undergoes earth-shaking changes. It is definitely not comparable to water breathing. In other words, for Tanjiro, the breath of water is just useful, but Kagura, the god of fire, seems to be a natural match for him. And the outside world. Tanjiro put down the Mizuko in the box behind him, and then his figure flew through the forest, the blade in his hand burning with blazing flames. Not far away. Seeing this, Lei immediately put his hands in front of his body. Countless blood-colored threads gathered here, and they were constantly flipped and connected to form a constantly rotating blood-colored roulette. You insulted the bond between me and my family and refused to take back those words. You guys should die to apologize. The vampire technique silk rotation. The bloody roulette struck straight towards Tanjiro, passing through the air, and everything in its path was cut into pieces. But when Tanjiro faced this bloody roulette, he didn't show the slightest fear. His heart was extremely firm now. If I stop now, my body will probably have side effects due to the forced conversion of water breath into fire god Kagura. I will probably be very weak by then, so I can't stop. I have to quickly kill these 4 evil ghosts in one go. The reason why I had this idea was entirely because of Lin Fan's words. Don't hesitate when I tell you to run. But Tanjiro's understanding is, if I don't tell you to run, then you can beat me. And if he escapes now, Zenitsuo and the others will definitely be killed, so he will also choose to give it a go for Zenitsuo and Inosuke. A rapidly spinning thread. Tanjiro's mind was clear, and he held the sword in both hands and felt the echo of power between his body and the sword. Ajoluo Guanyin gives death sword chi. The blade tore through the air and slashed forward. Black mist suddenly spurted out from the blade that was originally burning with flames, forming a sword energy mixed with burning flames that flew forward. Collide with that bloody roulette. Next moment, the sword energy passed by, and the roulette wheel was completely shattered. Tanjiro's figure followed closely behind, heading straight in the direction he was tired and continuing to run wildly. Looking at Tanjiro, who was getting closer and closer, his tired eyes gradually became sinister. Such dense threads were all cut off. In this case, let's do it again. The other evil spirits also reacted and took action at this moment. The first person to bear the brunt was Ling Yuzai, who was under the command of Zixian Si. He was seen controlling several vines behind him to dance in the air like spiritual snakes. The spores on the top opened, and the fruit inside was already ready to explode. He screamed, "Don't let him get close, everyone come together." With that said, he aimed at Tanjiro and directly launched dense fruits. When Tanjiro saw this, he just waved his sword calmly. Even if the fruit occasionally penetrated his body, it would not cause him to react. Because he firmly believes that Arjuramaru will help him heal his body, all he needs to do now is to kill these ghosts at all costs. This scene also put great pressure on several ghosts. What they are facing now is no longer a ghost hunter, but a madman who is desperate to kill them. Even the oldest windmill felt a chill running down his spine, but the advantage in numbers still made him feel confident. Can't the 4 of us deal with a ghost hunter who's not even a pillar? Let's kill him together. Vampire technique would escape. As the vampire technique was activated, the nearby trees seemed to be alive, with their trunks twisting and turning, and the leafy branches were like sharp swords piercing the heart. What's even more terrifying is that the trunks of these trees have terrifying faces and shrill sounds. It looks extremely weird. After hiding in the dark again, Xiong looked at Tanjiro's figure and instinctively felt the crisis, and several shurikens appeared in his hands. When he held it in his hand, it was gradually covered with dark green liquid. Vampire technique blighted shuriken. Countless attack came. Tanjiro's eyes were firm, and he said in his heart, "I can't lose yet, lend me all your power, Ajuromaru. I want to protect everyone." The sharp blade in his hand had been swung to the extreme, cutting off all obstacles in front of him, but Lin Fan's voice also sounded in his mind. "But you might die here, and the time for demonization is almost at its limit. It's still in time to escape now. In order to protect them, I will not hesitate even if we die together." Tanjiro answered decisively. I knew it would be like this, there's really nothing I can do about you." Lin Fan sighed and chose to increase the output of demon power. Tanjiro's power rose again. The hands holding the knife, as well as the surrounding body, had already faintly emitted dark smoke. What was even more terrifying was that a demon horn suddenly grew on the right side of his head. Tanjiro, who felt the power, didn't care about his current appearance. He just thanked sincerely, "Thank you, Ajura Meru. You'd better survive first." Lin Fan replied unhappily. The only response Tanjiro could make was a brilliant smile, holding the knife with both hands and blazing. Already close to Rui. Faced with the countless spider webs that attacked, Tanjiro cut them off cleanly. Seeing this, Rui also knew that he couldn't fight in close combat, so he quickly controlled the silk thread to take himself away from here. The rest of the evil spirits also tried their best to kill or stop Tanjiro, but they couldn't shake Tanjiro's pace and faith. Chasing Rui's figure, they kept moving forward. The two chased each other. Rui, who was in midair, had a hideous and distorted expression, and the silk thread that originally took him away was tightened and gathered by him to form a blood-red spider web. Attacking from all directions, they surrounded the two and blocked all of Tanjiro's escape routes. "Just die, you annoying scum." On the other hand, Tanjiro could only hear his own heavy breathing, and the blade also became extremely heavy. He recalled the dance of the god of fire Kagura. Everything seemed to be natural, and he turned his body, and the flames on the blade turned with his body, passing through the air, leaving a tail flame. Like a falling meteor, it was dazzling. God of Fire Kagura round dance. Chapter 40. The blade carried the flames across, the cobwebs coming from all around were burned away in the flames, and the blade had already slashed towards Lei's neck. At this distance, Lei had no room for resistance and could only watch with his own eyes as he was beheaded by this knife. The blade passed over the body and burst into brilliant flames. The head was thrown away, mid-air. Just when Tanjiro thought it was over, Lin Fan's voice appropriately sounded in his mind. "This guy cut off his neck with spider silk in advance, and now he's pretending to be dead." "I see." Tanjiro didn't have the slightest doubt. His eyes were fixed on Tired's head in mid-air, and he quickly struck out several times with his sword. The tired head in mid-air didn't even have time to say anything before the head was completely chopped into several pieces and fell to the ground. And the tiredness will lead to complete death. The body and broken head began to gradually decompose into nothingness. This scene gave the other three ghosts a great shock. Facing four of them at the same time, they were able to kill one of them. You must know that Lei is no weaker than them. Being able to kill it means that you can also kill them. Among them, Ling Yuzai, the weakest among the three remaining ghosts, has already given up and wants to escape from this place. Just as he had this thought, Wu Kei's extremely cold command appeared in his mind. "I'm watching you at any time. If you dare to escape, you will die immediately, but as long as you kill that ghost hunter, I will pardon you." This sound was like a fierce ghost asking for his life. Water suddenly gushed out of the corners of Ling Yuzai's eyes, and he gasped for breath and kept apologizing. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I will kill this ghost hunter for you later. Please forgive me." Hearing the apology, Wu Mei's murderous intent showed no restraint. If it wasn't still needed to hunt Tanjiro, it would have killed him completely in the past, so why would it be given such a chance? But on the other hand, Wu Mei also felt deeply confused. What is going on with this guy? Why is he stronger than before every time we meet him, and why is he always in desperate situations? The strength will increase dramatically. Once or twice it can be explained as luck, but if it always happens, then it can only be that he is hiding his strength. Could it be to lure me out? If you think about it carefully, it is simply terrifying. But there is still a possibility that it is fake, and Wu Kai doesn't want to take risks now, nor does he want to hide for 100 years again. This tangled mood even drove him crazy for a time. The two ghosts, Windmill and Zionjiu, who were hiding their figures, also knew that they were riding a tiger and had no choice but to fight for their lives. The three ghosts have no way out. If you run away, you will be killed immediately by Wu Mei. If you are left with a glimmer of hope, you may not be able to kill this ghost hunter. The three ghosts looked at each other and saw determination in each other's eyes. There is not much time left for Tanjiro to become a ghost, but he can't leave yet. Both sides harbor the idea of killing the other. The fierce fighting continued in the forest. At the same time, the battlefield on the other side. The ghosts that Inishuk and the two faced had their power greatly weakened after the death of Lay, and the part of the power that belonged to Lay was completely dissipated. Among them, the burly spider ghost's original majestic body seemed to have shrunk, and was actually half smaller. The situation of the other ghost spider is not much different. After Inishuk saw it, he held two swords with a question mark on his face. Hey? Why did he suddenly shrink when he was fighting well? Could it be some special move? But after all, he was not good at using his brain. He just hesitated for a moment, then picked up his two swords and slashed at the spider ghost. When the spider ghost saw this, he turned around and ran away, while Inishuk chased after him. Stop, why are you running? Let me chop you to death. Ha ha ha. But when the spider ghost heard this, he ran faster. Not far away, the ghost spider Zenitsu faced was more intelligent. After confirming that the power was gone, it already understood a little bit. Is that guy dead? Hee. It seems I can't stay here anymore. He looked down at the unconscious Zenitsu with a smile and said thankfully, fortunately, this ghost hunter is very weak. Let's escape after killing him. But the words just fell. Zenitsu, who was originally unconscious, suddenly stood up, stepped forward and took a stance, holding the handle of the knife with one hand, and heard a strong breathing sound from his nose. What's going on, this guy? Ghost Spider's face was full of questions now, but he didn't think much and just opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of venom. But at the moment when the venom was about to touch, Zenitsu's body suddenly dodged quickly and came to one side and bent down. Breath of thunder, shape of one thunderbolt flash. A slight arc of electricity flashed across the blade. Concentrate and reach the top. Next moment, Zenitsu's figure turned into a bolt of lightning, traveling back and forth through the forest at high speed using the trees as jumping points. When Ghost Spider realized something was wrong, it was already too late, and his head was instantly beheaded by Zenitsu, who suddenly appeared. After doing all this, Zenitsu regained consciousness again, and screamed in fright when he saw the dead Ghost Spider. What's going on? Why is this guy dead? Inishuk on the other side had also killed the spider ghost, and then immediately rushed to Zenitsu's location. When the two met. Go find Tanjiro immediately. Only. On Tanjiro's side, after several minutes of fierce fighting with the three ghosts, his body reached its limit and he was forced to withdraw from the ghost transformation. However, the three ghosts on the opposite side also suffered varying degrees of injuries, and they all had a lot of stab wounds on their bodies. As for Tanjiro, although he didn't seem to be injured, that was because of Lin Fan's healing ability. But although the body can heal, the spirit is exhausted and may even faint at any time. The three ghosts opposite finally saw hope, and they all became excited. Kill him now. Ling Yuzai couldn't wait anymore. Now it had one of its hands cut off by Tanjiro, and it couldn't heal itself at all, which made it fearful and mixed with hatred. But the experienced Lashi beside him disagreed. Be careful of him retaliating before death, or it may happen again like before. But here, Bian Yu, who was once a ninja, saw it most thoroughly and said bluntly. There's no rush. He should be exhausted by now. He might collapse at any time. It won't be too late for us to get up again after he passes out. The three ghosts just hid far away and watched quietly. Wu Mei, who was watching the battle, was so excited that his whole body was trembling. The last time he was so excited was in Bulletin Nui. There is a sense of déjà vu that I am about to beat Booz. But Tanjiro's eyelids were heavy, but his heart was still firm, and even though his vision was blurred, he still didn't let go of the knife in his hand. I can't fall down yet. But the words have not yet fallen. The spirit has already arrived in the magic sword. At the junction of the day and the sea, Lin Fan, who has transformed into Arjuna Maru, is facing him with a warm smile on his face. You've done enough, now leave your body to me, Tanjiro. Tanjiro smiled sincerely when he saw this. Then it's up to you, Adumaru. After saying that, his consciousness fell into a deep sleep, but Tanjiro, who had closed his eyes and was about to fall, suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. It's just that the eyes turned into a pair of blood pupils, and the impression he gave people completely changed. The three ghosts on the opposite side still don't know why. But Wu Kei knew. The real monster wakes up. Chapter 41. To be more precise, the current boost has opened its second form. Wu Mei's spirit also became tense. Who exactly are you? After Lin Fan took control of Tanjiro's body, he moved his hands and feet slightly, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised to outline an arc. So this is Kagura, the god of fire? Now that Tanjiro has awakened, it's my turn to use him. Holding the knife in one hand, flames suddenly covered the blade and began to burn violently, like a scorching sun rising in the dark night. At this moment, the sound of the game also sounded in my mind. Ding! It was detected that the team at the end of the string had strong negative emotions before they died of exhaustion, and gained 3,500 emotional points. The ghost power obtained is 2,000 ghost power, and 30% of the ghost power will be repaid to the sword master by himself. The beep goes off. Lin Fan's ghost power increased dramatically, and Tanjiro's body was also receiving the baptism of ghost power in return, and his aura began to rise steadily. The three ghosts opposite are not fools either. Lashi, the oldest and most experienced, noticed something unusual at first sight and asked with an embarrassed expression, "Although there is no change in appearance, my feeling tells me that you are not that ghost hunter. Who are you?" Ling Yuzai beside him was still a little confused at the moment, his cute face full of doubts in his eyes. However, Bing Yu, who was hiding in the dark, also discovered abnormalities. His past experience as a ninja allowed him to quickly judge a person from all aspects. And the ghost hunter in front of him was almost completely different from the previous one. But it did not open its mouth to expose itself, but chose to hide even more hiddenly, so that it could launch a sneak attack at any time. Seeing that he didn't get any answer, Liuji could no longer sit still and crossed his hands in a seal. The blood ghost technique random cuttings. The branches of the controlled trees around him became extremely sharp, and they aimed at Tanjiro's location. The branches grew rapidly and shot out from all directions. Lin Fan looked very calm in the face of these branches that were rushing towards him. He just held the knife with one hand to lock onto the incoming branches and cut off the blade. But the speed is surprisingly fast. In addition, the figure moved around and cut off all the branches that were coming in a few breaths, and then the cloud stopped lightly. This fighting ability is far beyond what Tanjiro can match. Lin Fan didn't know why this happened. But since transforming into a magic sword, I have gained a very high understanding of combat, breathing techniques, and sword skills. Maybe this is also the talent brought by transforming into a magic sword. When I came back to my senses, the repayment was over. Now Tanjiro's body has been greatly enhanced again, coupled with his current reserve of ghost power. Even if you don't activate ghost transformation, these three ghosts are not enough for you to defeat. This is the thought. Lin Fan controlled Tanjiro's body to move. The body flashed, and the special steps under his feet came like a wave, aiming directly at the windlass. Is the target me? You are too naive. The cracks on Lei Zu's face rapidly increased, and he could see his hands forming seals quickly. The art of blood ghost, the art of wooden man. The surrounding trees seemed to have been summoned, and they all gathered and became entangled. Ling Yuzai not far away followed closely behind. As long as I kill him, you will definitely forgive me. Just die. You damn ghost hunter. The vampire technique boundless falling gen. The vines that were originally controlled behind him took root in the same place, and smaller buds suddenly grew on both sides of the buds at the top. 3 flower buds bloomed at the same time, with numerous fruits among them, and the vines taking root below also quickly sprouted several branches, swimming around like spiritual snakes. The buds above are spraying fruits, and the vines are twining below. When Lin Fan saw this, he quickly dodged the dense fruits in front of him when his sight was in the air. Several vines came from the ground, looking for an opportunity. A direct thrust. But facing the sneak attack, Lin Fan just held the knife in both hands. Kagura, the god of fire, bone-scorching sun. The blade rotated and unleashed a flaming slash, cutting off all the incoming vines in an instant, and turning the incoming fruits into ashes in mid-air. Lin Fan also took the opportunity to continue rushing forward. Seeing this, Ling Yuzai could only continue to control the remaining vines to block it. One goes down and the other goes up. The severed vines are difficult to regenerate, and a single fruit shot cannot hinder Lin Fan's footsteps. I can only watch it getting closer and closer. And it felt fear again, but with Wu Kei staring at it, it had no possibility of escaping, so it could only bite the bullet and continue on. But it still couldn't help but burst into tears and cried, "It's all your fault. Why don't you die?" "I don't want to die yet." Lashi also stood up and scolded. "Stop making trouble, calm down and kill him together." A large tree several meters high appeared behind it, but this thick trunk had several ghost faces. Moreover, the roots that should have been in the soil were pulled out strangely, acting like legs to assist the movement of the tree. "Tangle your remaining vines around my tree man's body." With the reminder of the windlass, Ling Yuzai wiped away his tears and controlled the few vines to wrap around the tree man's body together with the rooted body. The two actually fit together so harmoniously. Lin Fan was a little surprised when he saw this scene. But I can only say that the problem is not big. Facing this behemoth, Lin Fan slightly raised the corners of his mouth and spoke the first sentence. "Interesting." The words just fell. The tree man had already stepped forward quickly, and the branches on his body turned into sharp thorns. At the same time, the vines wrapped around him also bloomed and shot out fruits. You can advance to attack and retreat to defend. It's like a small mobile fortress. However, Lin Fan was not afraid at all and stepped forward with a knife to fight him head-on. One move and one move. The flames are surging, and the heat is scorching the heart. The flames cut out were like scrolls, dazzling, burning all the vines and branches that came in. "Why are you so strong? You are clearly not even a pillar." Luo Zhen's mentality was already a bit broken at this moment. It's not because of Tanjiro's strength. The reason why he collapsed was simply because the guy in front of him couldn't be beaten to death. This guy's self-healing ability is scarier than any of their ghosts, and the knife can also prevent them from healing themselves, plus it's getting stronger and stronger. It can be said that the original advantage of being a ghost. It was shown vividly by this guy. It simply made them feel desperate from the bottom of their hearts. What kind of monster were they facing? The sadness of watching the battle has faded by half. If nothing else, this ambush should have failed again. Outside world. Lin Fan slashed at the tree man with one knife after another. The blazing flames streaked across the torso, leaving knife wounds and charcoal produced by burning large pieces of wood. You want to end it quickly, but you are still a little reluctant. Chapter 42. Suddenly, several shurikens flew towards him. Lin Fan didn't even turn his head to look at them and easily chopped them into pieces with his sword. Are you just going to hide in the dark and make sneak attacks? Lin Fan looked sideways. Just this glance made the hidden illness run cold all over his body. Not far away, Zenitsuo and Inashuk had also arrived here, but they did not come out but hid nearby and watched. Tanjiro is too strong, isn't he going to win? And why is that sword burning? Doesn't he breathe water? Zenitsu watched the battle over there and whispered, for fear that if the sound was too loud, it would attract the attention of the evil spirits over there. On the contrary, Inashuk on the side stared at the current Tanjiro and said with a puzzled expression, "Tanjiro doesn't feel right to me." "What's wrong?" Zenitsuo asked back. Faced with the inquiry, Inashuk answered simply, crudely, and confidently. I have no idea. Lin Fan didn't pay attention to the two of them. Instead, he sensed several strong auras, each with its own characteristics. The most important thing is that the person who came is definitely not a ghost. Then it can only be the pillar of the Demon Slayer squad. The pillars have already arrived, and Lin Fan has no intention of dragging them down anymore. By this time, the negative emotions should have been squeezed out. It's time to harvest. It's just that with Tanjiro's current physical fitness, the power of the god of fire Kagura still cannot be fully exerted. In this case, he can only use that move to end it quickly. Just in time to test the power. After thinking this, Lin Fan suddenly raised his left hand. This also made everyone present wonder what he was doing by raising his left hand. But the next scene. Surprise everyone! In Tanjiro's hand, all the power was concentrated in one place on his left hand, and then a violent arc of electricity erupted. The thunder and lightning in his hand made a unique sound like 1,000 birds singing in unison. This scene also gave everyone present a great shock. The first ones to bear the brunt were the three evil ghosts. Among them, Lei Zu's eyes widened in shock. How is it possible? This is not a breathing method or a sword skill. How can a human control thunder and lightning? But even if you don't want to believe it anymore, the facts are right in front of you. Ling Yu's eye was so frightened that he was trembling all over. He looked at the windlass beside him for help. Is it okay? We will be fine, right? Questions were answered only by Lulu's silence. After all, he couldn't estimate the power of this move. As for the disease, it was still hiding in the dark, but now it also felt trembling. Next moment, I saw the chirping of the 1,000 birds in Lin Fan's left hand, and he pointed at the tree man and suddenly waved his left arm downwards. Chidori sharp spear. As he waved his left arm, a flash of lightning suddenly appeared. The thunder was like a spear, splitting the huge tree man in two with thunder from top to bottom. The tree man that split into two completely collapsed. The gathered trees collapsed and the vines were wiped out together, and the two ghosts, Windlass and Ling Yuzai, also suffered corresponding backlash. They all became extremely weak. Lin Fan's move directly shattered the three ghosts' resistance. This was a completely devastating force. They are definitely not something they can compete with. Lin Fan also held a knife and rushed forward. He quickly came to the front of the windmill, holding the knife in both hands without any unnecessary movements, carrying the flaming knife. It flashed across the neck in an instant, and the head was thrown away. Before his death, Lei Zu seemed to be relieved, and said with a bitter smile, "You are indeed not a human being. Maybe the only one who can defeat monsters is monsters." This naturally refers to Onibutsuji Musen. The leftover child next to it can no longer care about anything else. It has lost its mind in the face of death, dragging its weak body. He turned around and wanted to run, but because he was too scared, he collapsed on the ground, trembling all over and climbing out with his white and tender hands. "No, don't kill me, I will change, please." Lin Fan looked down at the evil ghost crawling in front of him and listened to its begging for mercy. If it had been in the past, he might have let it go. But relying on Tanjiro's sensitive sense of smell, he could smell the ultimate stench from it. This also means that it has eaten a lot of people. In Tanjiro's words, that is. "Although you are very pitiful, I can't forgive you for killing someone, maybe. After that, show no mercy, it's just a knife." Cutting off the neck directly helped it end its pain. "Do it all." Bing Chu suddenly appeared behind him, leaping from the tree and holding a sickle, which was covered with dark green liquid. Vampire Art Blight Scythe. The sickle struck at Lin Fan's head, carrying the dark green liquid with it. And not far away. Seeing this, Zenitsu quickly warned in a shocked voice, "Tanjiro, watch your back. You unexpectedly attacked me and tore you into pieces. Hey! Tanjiro, get out of the way." Inashuk next to him also added, and then he pulled out his two swords and ran out. Lin Fan, on the other hand, was already prepared and quickly turned around and stabbed upward with his knife. Kagura, the god of fire Yankatu. The blade thrust upward, bursting out with rounds of flames surrounding the body. The blade broke through and pierced the sickle, and penetrated Xingxiu's body together with it. However, Bingzu managed to avoid it in time, but was also pierced through his right arm. Lin Fan used his strength and cut it off with a single blow. Bing Chu was also able to escape. His figure dodged to one side and landed on the ground, covering his broken arm in pain. "Aren't you going to run away?" Lin Fan walked forward slowly and asked with a devilish smile. Hearing this, Bing Xiang's expression was as if he had eaten shit. If he could run away, he would have run away long ago. That guy Anabatsuji Mukai will not let it escape. If it dares to escape, it will be killed by that guy immediately. Death is everywhere. It's hard for me to step on the horse, right? Did I really hit the mark? Bing Chun was really about to collapse. His two small eyes glared angrily. He took out several shurikens and roared angrily. "If you want to kill, just kill." What nonsense! The words just fell. Lin Fan quickly came to him with a knife and slashed straight into his neck. The sick man's neck was cut off directly, but his body also immediately changed, as if some kind of chemical reaction had occurred. The body immediately shattered, and a large amount of dark green venom burst out, attacking overwhelmingly at close range. The corners of Lin Fan's mouth raised slightly. "Do you think you can kill me like this?" With his free hand, he immediately pulled out the Nichiren sword from his waist and said, "Breath of water, shape of land, reversal of the vortex." Holding the knife and rotating the body, water bursts out from the blade to form a tornado, absorbing all the venom. After doing all this, Lin Fan released control of Tanjiro's body, and then his body lost control and fell straight to the ground. And not far away. Except for Zenitsuo and Inashuk. There were a few more figures who witnessed all this. Chapter 43. Lin Fan, who was in the sword, had already disconnected and was listening to the system prompts in his mind. Ding! It was detected that Xiaxian Si Ling Yuzai had strong negative emotions before his death, and gained 3,000 emotional points. After detecting the third disease, strong negative emotions were generated before death, and 3,200 emotional points were obtained. The second windlass of the lower string was detected and produced before death, gained 3,700 emotional points. Ding! It was detected that the Ghost King, Oni Wusuji Musen, was experiencing intense negative emotions and received 5,000 emotional points. A total of 7,000 ghost power was obtained, and 30% of the ghost power was given back to the sword master Tanjiro Kamatu. The system beep sounds. The corners of Lin Fan's delicate mouth couldn't suppress the upward movement. "No misfortune, you are indeed my true love. Not only rewards, but also gifts. It just makes me cry to death." At the same time, in Infinite City, Wu Mei is about to collapse. These lower strings are really useless, they have no effect at all. And what is this thing on that guy? Why can't he be killed? Is it really possessed by a ghost? And the sword skills he used? It won't forget it no matter what, it can be confirmed with just one glance. This is the breath of the sun used by Anika Jiguo. But everyone who knew about it has been killed, so how could this guy know? Everything is connected together and points to one answer, that is, Ji Koyuan turned into an evil ghost and possessed this young man and came back. Come back and kill it. Thinking of this answer, Wu Quan covered his face with one hand, covering his extremely frightened eyes, and his whole body trembled slightly. The hidden scars on its body were also aching, and now it only had one thought in its mind. It will never leave this infinite city again. Nation Spider Mountain. Among the people who came, one of the women, wearing a butterfly hair accessory and a butterfly robe, had a strong figure and light steps. She was the first to reach Tanjiro, who fainted. The person who came was surprisingly Insect Pillar, Butterfly Ninja. I saw him leaning slightly, with a smile on his face. "Is this the boy that my lord is talking about? Are you okay?" As he said this, he observed Tanjiro's condition. After all, Yabayashikiya had specifically reminded him before. But after taking a quick look, I felt relieved when I found that there was nothing wrong with my body. On the side, Flame Pillar Purgatory Anjiro, who had long golden red hair, also rushed over. The cloak behind him moved with the wind, and his red gold eyes immediately looked towards the ground. I saw that the Nichiren sword in Tanjiro's hand at this moment had been completely corroded by the venom that burst out when the sick man died. It looks like the blade is incomplete and has obviously been destroyed. When you look at Tanjiro's waist, you can see that there is another blade. The Nichiren sword is destroyed. But it seems that the other one is the special Nichiren sword that the Lord said. The words just fell. Next to him, there was a man named Yuzui Tianyuan, who was covered in muscles and had white hair tied up. He was carrying two swords behind his back. He was also looking at the swords. Although only a handle and scabbard could be seen, he still gave a very high evaluation. This is really a gorgeous Nichiren sword. Compared to the two people who were watching, not far away, the Wind Pillar Immortal Sakawa Sanya, who also had white hair and was covered in scars, stepped forward without any hesitation. During this period, he still suppressed his anger. I really don't know why this guy has such high hopes from the Lord, and is even more important than the Lord. I really can't understand. Guys with ghosts should all die. With an angry kick, Tanjiro turned over while lying on the ground, and then looked at the Nichiren sword at his waist with a fierce look. He immediately reached out and grasped the handle of the knife, trying to snatch it away. But the next moment, the handle of the knife emits dark smoke and forms a sharp thorn. If you grab it, your palm will be pierced by it. Fortunately, Fusukawa Sanya noticed something strange and retracted his hand in time, but his eyes were a little cautious when he looked at Ajurumaru. Is this the knife that can turn the situation around? It's really extraordinary. As he said that, he glanced at the box not far away, with murderous intent in his eyes. Fortunately, the current water column Tomioka Yoshiyuki stood up in time and stood in front of the wooden box without changing his expression. He was not good at words but spoke directly with his actions. Immortal Kawasania has no choice. After all, the Lord has already explained in advance that he will tell them the truth when he returns. Moreover, Tanjiro's performance was witnessed by all. According to the intelligence, there are 4 lower strings here. Although it is nothing to them, Tanjiro can defeat these lower strings. It was also something they had never thought of. It was the butterfly ninja who stood up and suggested with a smile, "Let's take the people back first, the Lord is still waiting for us." After finishing his words, he turned his eyes to look at Zenitsuo and Inashuk over there. "Then you two, please come with us." "Who are you?" Inashuk stepped forward, holding both swords in hand and asked in his unique voice. Zenitsu next to him couldn't help but start acting weird. These guys looked terrifyingly strong just from the way they stood. But they all seemed to be members of the Demon Slayer squad. Thinking of this, he quickly reminded in a low voice. "Inashuk, they seem to be from the Demon Slayer squad, why don't we just follow them?" Snort. Inashuk snorted coldly when he heard this, but did not open his mouth to refute anything. On the other hand, the insect Hashira butterfly ninja always had a smile on his face and greeted the 2 hidden members. "I saw 2 people wearing dark combat uniforms and hoods covering their heads and appearance, arriving here." Butterfly reminded with a smile. "Take this young man with you and pay attention to the knife. Be careful not to touch it to avoid getting hurt." The 2 were a little confused, but one of them still stepped forward, grabbed Tanjiro's arm and put it on his back. During this period, there was no reaction to Arjiro pills. Seeing this, Immortal Kawasanya's expression changed slightly. "As long as you don't touch the knife directly, you won't be attacked." "It seems so." Butterfly Ninja replied with a smile, "But if you look at this smile for a long time, you will find that it is unchanged and looks fake." Do you think that no one can touch it except that boy? This is a gorgeous knife. Yu Zui Tianyuan put a hand on his forehead, and a different look flashed in his eyes. Purgatory Xingjulan thought much simpler. He looked at everyone present with his determined eyes, and then spoke righteously. Finish the matter here as soon as possible, the Lord is still waiting for us. Say it. Everyone also recovered from the sword, and dispersed to clean up the surviving ghosts in Spider Mountain and treat the wounded. Chapter 44. Time passes so quickly. The entire Nada Spider Mountain was completely swept away by the Demon Slayer team, and all the ghosts who came this time were killed here. The Demon Slayer squad then evacuated the wounded en masse and returned to the headquarters. It wasn't until dawn rose that everyone returned to the Demon Slayer headquarters, and Tanjiro was still unconscious at this moment. Unfortunately, the meeting can only be put on hold temporarily. Wait until early morning. The comatose Tanjiro slowly opened his eyes and looked around in confusion, only to see that he was lying in a secluded room. There were two people wearing black uniforms whose faces couldn't be seen clearly. They said excitedly after seeing Tanjiro wake up. You finally woke up, I'm going to report it now. One of them immediately opened the door and ran out. Tanjiro looked around with some confusion and asked. This is where? His memory was still stuck on the moment he passed out. He only remembered that he saw Arjuramaru and entrusted his body to it. They are still alive now, which means that those evil ghosts have been killed. The remaining Yin members heard this and hurriedly explained. This is the headquarters of the Demon Slayer squad. You have been unconscious all night. There are obviously no injuries on your body. I really don't understand why you were unconscious for so long. Hearing this, Tanjiro suddenly came back to his senses and hurriedly asked with concern in his heart. Arjuramaru, what happened last night? What happened to Mitoko and Zenitsu? In response to the inquiry, Lin Fan, who was in the sword, also responded, your sister Yaduza was taken away by the Demon Slayers. Zenitsu and Inashuk are also fine. After hearing that nothing happened, Tanjiro breathed a sigh of relief and solemnly thanked him again. Thanks to you this time, otherwise I really don't know what I would have done. Thank you for having you by my side, Adumaru. As long as you know. Lin Fan replied and stopped talking to him. Instead, he began to prepare to trick these guys into working for him when the Demon Slayer Corps meets later. I have been looking forward to this day for I don't know how long. Now it's finally here. Do you know what I have been doing in the past 2 years? And the outside world? After learning that Tanjiro had woken up, Yubayashikiya immediately issued an order to start the Hashiram meeting. Tanjiro was also taken to a large courtyard. This courtyard has beautiful scenery. After crossing the path and arriving at the open space in front of the mansion, I saw 9 figures gathered here. It is the 9 pillars of the Demon Slayer squad. And they have been waiting here for a long time, waiting for an answer, and the box containing Medusa is not far away. Before Tanjiro could feel relieved, Fengju Immortal Kawasania stared at him fiercely and threatened with a ferocious expression, if your lord cannot convince me, I will kill your sister without mercy. Among the crowd not far away, Mitsurai Kanroji, who has long cherry pink hair, had a pretty face with a slight blush and murmured in her heart. Hey, do you want to kill that ghost? Tanjiro is still a little confused now, who are these people in front of him? Fortunately, Lin Fan was there to remind him. These 9 guys are the 9 with the highest status and strength among the Demon Slayer squad, and they are named pillars. I see. Tanjiro didn't have time to think about it and quickly explained, my sister Yaduza has never eaten a human being and will never eat a human being in the future. But the words have not yet fallen. On a tree not far away, there was a black-haired boy lying on his side with a bandage binding the lower half of his face. It was none other than Snake Pillar Iguro Kobana. He pointed at Tanjiro indifferently and questioned. After all, it's natural to protect your family. I can't believe what you said. Why don't you talk about your weird knife first? As soon as these words came out, Everyone present was interested, and they all obviously knew how special Adumaru was. But Tanjiro fell into silence briefly. No, it was 2 years ago that my sister became a ghost. She has never eaten anyone since then. Yansu, who was taller and obviously taller than everyone else, mourned and walked in the dark. He was wearing a monk's robe and holding Buddha beads with his hands clasped together. 2 lines of clear tears flowed from his blind eyes. It's so pitiful. Let's kill this poor child quickly and give it some relief. Lin Fan, who was in the sword, could tell that none of these guys were normal. Tanjiro, on the other hand, still wanted to defend himself. But the next moment, in the empty entrance hall of the mansion, 2 white-haired girls spoke at the same time. Your lord has arrived. This also successfully attracted the attention of everyone present, and they all turned their attention. I saw the door behind the entrance open to both sides, and a figure walked out of it, wearing a white kimono and walking forward step by step. Stretching out his hand, he walked to the corridor outside the entrance with the support of the 2 girls beside him, bathing in the sunshine. Only then can Tanjiro see his true appearance. Under his black hair, he saw the ferocious scars on the upper half of his face. He slightly raised his head to feel the warmth of the sun and then spoke softly. Good morning everyone. Tanjiro looked at the hideous scar and couldn't help but think wildly. Hurt? Still sick? Arjuna pills should be able to cure it. Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly noticed someone approaching from behind and quickly made a dodge action. But after all, he was a step too slow, and was directly pressed to the ground by immortal Kawasania behind him, and his body fell to his knees uncontrollably. But this also succeeded in shocking everyone present. After all, not everyone can detect the sudden attack of Feng Zhu. Immortal Kawasania was also surprised, then nodded slightly and said respectfully, My lord Ankang, I would like to take the liberty of asking you to explain the value of this soldier named Kamado Tanjiro. I cannot accept that he is more important than you. Yabayashiki Yaya had already expected this. He looked forward without changing his expression and said in a gentle and calm voice, Then let me clear up your doubts here. The words fell. The girl on the left took out an envelope from her arms, opened it and recited, This is the original water column, a letter sent by Ninataki Seikanji-sama, and I will recite the contents. All the pillars and Tanjiro listened intently, for fear of missing any word. Just listen to the girl's calm and clear chanting. Please also let Tanjiro and Yaduza be together. Yaduza has undergone some unexpected changes. Even if she is hungry, she will not eat people, although it is unbelievable. But if something unexpected happens, I will commit seppuku along with Tomioka Jiyu and Kamado Tanjiro. Next, please treat it with caution, my lord. The sword passed down from generation to generation in Kamado Tanjiro's hand contains a legendary god, a sword spirit named Arjuramaru. It is like a fairy tale, possessing many incredible powers. I think it has the ability to change the pattern of humans and ghosts and end everything. Chapter 45. And it was awakened by Kamado Tanjiro, and only one of them is recognized as the sword master, and no one except Tanjiro can use it. At the same time, this sword is still just awakened, and its abilities have not been fully restored. It needs to kill evil spirits to restore its strength. In addition, the healing power of Arjuramaru may be able to cure the Lord's illness. The words just fell. The expressions of all the pillars present changed, and they suddenly became excited. Especially when the wind pillar Immortal Kawasania looked at the Arjuramaru on Tanjiro's waist, there was a light of hope in his fierce eyes. He couldn't wait and interrupted. Then what are you waiting for? Start treatment now. Next to him, Flame Pillar Purgatory Anjiro's fiery and resolute eyes looked at Arjuramaru again, and he said excitedly after him. That's right, start treatment immediately. Even Snake Hashira Iguro Kobana, who hated ghosts the most, looked at the sword hanging on Tanjiro's waist with his strange eyes. Yuyu said. If the Lord can be cured, then it's not impossible to keep this guy with the ghost behind. Only among the crowd, the blushing Renzugan Luyi Mitsurai also looked at the sword and murmured in her heart. Hey, can that knife really heal my lord? The other pillars all have the same idea. In their minds, the lord is above all else. On the other hand, when faced with a disease that could be cured, Yubayashiki Yoshiya seemed extremely calm, his face as calm as autumn water, and there was no wave at all. It seems that he has seen through life and death. He put his right index finger in front of his mouth to signal everyone to be quiet. The pillars below immediately stopped talking when they saw this, and respectfully knelt down on one knee to stand by. At this moment, the courtyard was eerily silent. Only then could Yubayashiki Yoshiya continue to speak calmly. What the letter said was that it was possible to be cured, not absolute. So I hope that even if it cannot be cured, you will not have any dissatisfaction with Idumaru and Tanjiro. And whether Arjuna Pill is willing to treat me is not something we can decide, but it should be decided by it itself. So now can we invite the spirit in the sword, Arjuramaru, to meet him? The soft words bring peace of mind. He seems to have some kind of magical power, he is simply a born leader, and you can't help but want to follow him. Lin Fan finally saw it today. Tanjiro, on the other hand, was still immersed in the trust that was guaranteed by the lives of Rintaji Sakanji and Tomioka Jiyu in the previous envelope. I couldn't help but shed tears of emotion from the corners of my eyes. Next moment, Immortal Sakawa Sania grabbed Tanjiro's hair with one hand and shook it wildly, saying harshly, "Hurry up and call Ajuramaru out." After being shaken around like this, Tanjiro came back to his senses. What caught his eye was that all the pillars and the lord were looking at him. At this moment, he was under great pressure. But even so, he still gritted his teeth and said firmly, "Please wait a moment, I need to ask Ajuramaru for his opinion." Hearing this, Immortal Kawasania wanted to say something, but Uyashikiya beat him to it and said with a smile, "No problem at all." Seeing this, Immortal Kawasania also released his hand that suppressed Tanjiro. And after getting the answer, Tanjiro didn't care about Immortal Kawasania's previous offense, but hurriedly asked in his heart, "Ajuramaru, can you come out again or control my body? If possible, please try to heal my lord." He was obviously so forceful in controlling himself yesterday, so why did he change back again today? Lin Fan was really confused. But he has been looking forward to the next moment for a long time. Although he really wanted to go out, he still remained reserved. "It's not impossible if you want." After receiving this answer, Tanjiro already understood Ajuramaru's thoughts and smiled brightly. "Thank you so much, Idumaru." Outside world. After Tanjiro came to his senses after asking, he immediately raised his head with a smile on his lips, in anticipation of all the pillars. He spoke slowly. "My lord, I have just asked Ajuramaru if he is willing to try to treat you." The words just fell. All the people present were excited from the bottom of their hearts and were looking forward to the next treatment. After all, the Lord's disease has always been a thorn in their hearts. On the contrary, everyone wanted to compare, but Yubayashiki Yaya didn't seem as excited as they imagined. He still looked as calm as water on the surface. But this time, he also had a slight smile and said, "Really? That's really great." Although he is not afraid of death, if it is possible to cure this curse and continue to live, he will not refuse it. Immortal Kawasania below, after getting excited, quickly glanced at Tanjiro, and then asked solemnly, "Then how does Arjuramaru treat my lord? Does it require you to touch my lord's body with your hands?" The malice was no longer so strong when he spoke. And being able to ask this sentence already means that they have asked some information about Ajuramaru from Zenitsuo and Inashuk. In addition, they also want to see with their own eyes how this so-called legendary knife can heal others. From what others said, it was never as shocking as seeing it with my own eyes. Faced with the inquiry, Tanjiro was just about to ask Ajuramaru for his opinion when Lin Fan's voice sounded in his mind. I'd better come out on my own. The words just fell. In the sight of everyone, the Ajuramero hanging on Tanjiro's waist suddenly bounced slightly from the connection between the handle and the scabbard. Immediately, the blade released a large amount of dark smoke, lingering around Tanjiro. Under everyone's gaze, the black mist gathered here, until the last beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This scene shocked them deeply. Even Uyashikiya seemed to have noticed something. His blind eyes looked forward and asked calmly, "Did something happen?" One of the girls beside him said. The sword hanging on Tanjiro's waist suddenly released dark smoke, which gathered around him. When the smoke dissipated, a girl appeared inside. As the sound falls, everyone was also able to see the true face of Ajuramero. I saw that he was about 1.5 meters tall, with a stunning face under his long dark purple hair, and the long, elf-like ears on both sides that moved slightly. Wearing a golden and black headband, there is a pair of white horns on his forehead, and half of his face is covered by long hair. Her crimson eyes looked at everyone present. A purple and white evening dress moved without any wind, and her whole body was floating in the air without even touching the ground. It is a kind of ultimate beauty, and it has some kind of fatal attraction. Chapter 46. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. Although she knew from Zenitsu's mouth that she was a beautiful girl, the visual impact was unparalleled. Hearing and seeing are two different things. This directly shattered everyone's worldview. Now they only had one idea in their minds. It turned out that those legendary stories were true. Among them, Lianzu's face was even brighter. His eyes were scanning Lin Fan's body, and he murmured in his heart, "Hey, this kid is so cute, isn't he? Is he Ajuramero?" Yuzu Itianyuan beside him couldn't help but comment in his heart, "It's such a gorgeous shape, and it really matches that knife. I don't know how it will look in use, it must be very gorgeous." Here the butterfly ninja is still smiling, curious about how this sword spirit can heal the Lord. The pillars each have their own thoughts. Only the immortal Sakawa Sanya not far away was more direct, but this time he was also respectful, without any rudeness, and asked so seriously, "Please, I implore you to treat my lord." Lin Fan glanced sideways at him, then turned to look at Yoshiki in the corridor. Those red eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. The figure jumped in front of him and looked at him from close range. "My name is Ajuramero. You are the one who wants to be treated. It's our first time meeting you. Hello Ajuramero." Yabayashikiya behaved so politely that no one could fault him at all, and his words were still so gentle. It sounds light and airy. Unfortunately, it was of no use to Lin Fan. He deliberately showed some impatience and said, "Stop talking nonsense and let me see what's going on with you." As he spoke, a slender hand was placed on Uyashiki Yoshiya's shoulder, and ghost power was injected into his body for inspection. The pillars were all watching attentively, looking forward to the result. As for Tanjiro, he seems much calmer, because he believes that Ajuramero can definitely cure the Lord's disease. On the other hand, after Lin Fan's ghost power entered Yabayashiki Yoshiya's body, it wandered around his limbs looking for problems. Not long after, the reason was found. It was like a genetic mutation. People in this family were basically destined to die slowly from this disease. Regarding this gene, Lin Fan was not sure that it could be cured. After all, it was not actually a disease at all, but it was outrageous that it could mutate into this condition. This situation reminded him of the special features of this world. After all, there is talk of reincarnation and destiny here, and there are also souls. According to the original work, if I remember correctly, the illness of the Yabayashiki clan was a curse caused by the birth of Muzan Kibutsuji. As for what the truth is, Lin Fan can't tell. However, genetic mutations cannot be cured, but the physical damage they cause can be treated. Thus, your own plan can then continue to be implemented smoothly. This is the thought. Lin Fan withdrew his hand and floated in the air with one hand on his chin, as if he was thinking. This also successfully aroused everyone's curiosity. Can this be cured? Yabayashikiya felt his hand leave his shoulder, and then asked calmly and indifferently, "Excuse me, what was the result?" The words just fell. Lin Fan's unkind words greeted him, and he started to lie directly, "You are not a disease, but a curse." One word becomes a prophecy and touches the soul. The pillars may not be very clear, but Yabayashikiya himself knows this very well. This is the curse their family suffered due to the birth of Muzan Kibutsuji. The descendants, especially the males, without exception, did not live past the age of 30. The pillars below are also unclear. They don't have much interest in the curse. What they really look forward to is whether it can be cured. Fortunately, Tanjiro looked concerned and asked in time, "Well, Adumaru, can you cure this curse?" Yabayashikiya also consoled him with a free and easy expression, "Don't be too reluctant. It doesn't matter if it can't be cured. I no longer care about life or death." But before he finished speaking, Lin Fan put a hand on Yabayashikiya's shoulder again, under everyone's gaze. Black mist erupted around them, completely surrounding the two of them. This sudden state. This caused all the pillars to have different expressions. Among them, Immortal Kawasania was about to move forward. Fortunately, Tanjiro stopped him in advance. "It is very likely that Arjuramaru is treating the Lord, please don't come close." Immortal Kawasania's face was dark, just 3 words of distrust could be written on it, and his eyes were wide and he was glaring. "If something happens to my lord, I will definitely kill you and your sister here immediately, and then commit seppuku." After saying that, he stopped taking any action. The other pillars can only observe closely. After all, this power is beyond their understanding, and they cannot act rashly for the time being. No one knows the consequences of interrupting midway. Lianzugan Luyimili's pretty face turned red, she also held her chin with one hand and worried in her heart. Is it really okay? Everyone waited anxiously. Time flies. A moment later, when the black fog dissipated. In the corridor, Lin Fan and his 2 figures appeared again, but everyone's eyes immediately fell on Yabayashikiya next to them. I only see this moment. Yabayashikiya's face that was disfigured due to the curse has been completely healed and no trace of the disfigurement can be seen. Besides, even the blind eyes have regained their brightness. To everyone, this was nothing short of a miracle. Even Yabayashikiya's body trembled slightly with excitement. After regaining his sight again, he looked curiously at Arjuramaru in front of him and smiled warmly. "Thank you very much, Arjuramaru." As he spoke, he turned his eyes and glanced at everyone present before continuing, "It's you who allowed me to see my children with my eyes again." Below, Immortal Sikawa Shimai wanted to rush forward immediately, but he still managed to hold back his temper and asked with concern, "My lord, how do you feel now?" This is also a concern for other columns. Facing the concerned inquiries from others, Yabayashikiya looked at Sania with his eyes, smiled softly and said warmly, "Thank you for your concern. I feel very good now. I have never felt better." After receiving this answer, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, followed by a burst of excitement and ecstasy. Kanroji Mitsurai looked at the admiring lord in front of her, as well as Arjuramaru's pretty face that was always blushing, and thought to herself, "My lord who was not disfigured is so handsome, but Adumaru is the cutest." The Purgatory Anjiro beside him also followed closely and expressed his sincere thanks. "Thank you very much." Chapter 47. You really cured your lord magnificently. Yuzui Tianyuan on one side followed closely and said words of thanks with his face raised. However, among all the pillars, Insect Pillar has developed a strong interest in Arjuna Maru. It would be great if this kind of healing ability could be studied. Even Tanjiro, who was also kneeling on one knee below, looked relieved. He looked up at Arjuramaru in the corridor in front of him and said happily, "I knew you could do it, Arjuramaru. but in the face of everyone's sincere gratitude. Lin Fan interrupted ruthlessly with a cold face, "It's too early for you to be happy." The words just fell. The originally lively courtyard fell silent instantly, and immortal Kawasania among the crowd asked with extreme concern, "What do you mean? Is there something wrong with the treatment?" Even Uyashikiya cast a doubtful look. After all, he knew that his body was indeed back to health now. And there was nothing unusual, but why did Adumura say this? Doubts linger in everyone's mind. Facing the heated gazes of everyone, Lin Fan put his hand on his chin and explained impatiently to them. "I can't get rid of this curse. I'm just curing your body of the illnesses caused by the curse, and using my power to suppress the curse. After about a few years, the curse will break out again, eroding your body until the moment of death." After learning this bad news, Yabayashiki Yoshiya acted extremely free and easy, without even the slightest negative emotion, as if he was listening to an insignificant matter. He was always so kind and gentle, and said calmly, "So that's it. Compared to before, I can live a few more years in good health. I'm very satisfied." Compared with his free and easy relief, the pillars below were not so accepting. Immortal Sikawasania quickly asked without thinking, "Isn't there a way to solve the curse?" This is also an issue that all pillars are concerned about. Tanjiro was the only one who always chose to believe in Ajurumeru and never changed. "Ajurumeru, you must have a way, right?" Hearing this, Lin Fan put down his hand and turned to face the crowd and spoke calmly. "This is natural. The so-called curse only needs to find the source and solve it, and the source of the curse on you is Muzan Kibutsuji. As long as you kill it, the curse surrounding your Yabayashiki family will naturally disappear." This is easier said than done. The Uyashiki clan and the Demon Slayer squad have been fighting against Demon Dance Tsuji Muzan for thousands of years but have not been able to kill him, and they cannot even trace his traces. Therefore, it is extremely difficult to kill Muzan Kibutsuji. But this did not hit Yabayashiki Yaya. He suddenly raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said while looking at the sad people below, "Even if it has nothing to do with the curse, it has been my long-cherished wish to kill Onibatsuji Muzan. Now I think that the Hashira gathered here at this moment are already the most elite group of people since the swordsmen of the Warring States period. Coupled with the addition of Tanjiro and Ajurumeru, I believe we will be able to put an end to Muzan, and by then I will die without regrets." "My lord." The pillars mourned deeply. Insect Hashira, who had been deep in thought, asked a crucial question. His lavender eyes fell on Ajurumeru and asked urgently, "But even if the curse cannot be removed, you can cure the illnesses caused by the curse. So even if the curse breaks out again and causes illness a few years later, can you be cured again?" This question can be said to be on point. Lin Fan was worried that no one would ask him just now, but now he can finally fool around with confidence. Of course it can be cured, but as time goes by, the power of the curse will become stronger and stronger, and the more power I will need to suppress the curse. After receiving this answer, Zongja finally felt at ease, which meant that there was more time left for them. Speaking of which, next to him, Yabayashiki Yaya had roughly understood it, but he didn't tell the truth. After all, it was impossible to just let the horse run without feeding it. "Your power hasn't been completely restored yet, has it? I read it on the envelope. If you want to recover your power quickly, you need to kill the evil thing, right?" Hearing this, Lin Fan replied confidently, "That's right." After receiving a positive answer, Yabayashiki Yaya smiled kindly and responded decisively. "Then restoring your strength and killing the evil spirits must be your best choice. From now on, the Demon Slayer team will hand over all the information collected on the evil spirits to you, and you can choose to execute it." After saying that, he changed the subject again. "But on the other hand, I also have some questions that I want to ask. I wonder if you can answer them for me." This seems to have been counted as a transaction. Both parties knew it well, and Lin Fan had expected and prepared it, so he asked the question without hesitation. What do you want to know? Seeing that he agreed, Oyashiki breathed a sigh of relief, and then he asked 3 questions in a friendly manner. How is your strength restored now, what abilities can you use, and what information do you know about Musen Kibutsuji? Even if Lin Fan didn't talk about these 3 questions, these people could get a rough idea from Tanjiro, so they simply didn't hide it and just said what they had. I haven't recovered much power now. The power I can use is weeping blood. Any enemy I kill will have wounds that are difficult to heal and will bleed endlessly. And the healing ability you just saw, even if the body is broken, as long as it is not dead, I can completely heal it. The words have not yet finished. But when he said this, Zhu was shocked. When they face evil spirits, the most difficult thing to deal with is the terrifying self-healing ability of evil spirits and their fragile human bodies. But if you have this knife, then the advantages of ghosts will be gone, and humans will become immortal like ghosts. This alone makes them unbelievable. In Infinite City, Wu Mei, who organized several hunting operations, had seen and experienced it several times. This was given a very high evaluation. Isn't this horse riding against Tian Gang? You are a ghost, am I a ghost? There was even a breakdown. Horse riding. Seeing the shocked expressions of these people, Lin Fan nodded slightly with satisfaction. Next to him, Yabayashiki looked content. Obviously known in advance. But what Lin Fan said next made everyone present except Tanjiro feel unbelievable. I was so shocked that I even thought I had heard wrongly. Chapter 48. Just listen to Lin Fan speak slowly and calmly. In addition, I can also feed back to the sword owner when the sword owner uses me to kill evil spirits. It can restore my ghost power, and I can use part of this ghost power to strengthen the body of the sword master. When they heard about this ability, the first reaction of everyone present was that it must be fake, but they looked at Tanjiro not far away. This guy killed 4 lower strings in Nation Spider Mountain in one go. This is an indisputable fact. This time, even Yabayashiki Yoshiya couldn't calm down. If this were the case, wouldn't it mean that their Demon Slayer Corps could cultivate a powerful person who could easily kill without mercy? And those pillars, if they hadn't known that Arjuramaru would not change owners, would have already stepped forward and started trying to poach him. Just kidding, who wouldn't want a knife that can enhance the owner's strength? Fortunately, no one was carried away. On the edge of the corridor, Oyashiki came back to his senses, suppressed his smile and asked very seriously. So is there a limit to this improvement? Hearing this, Lin Fan looked at him with red eyes, and when he saw his eyes were so firm, he spoke. There is no limit. It's just that the stronger the sword owner is, the more ghost power I need to have for my feedback to work on him. The stronger you are, the harder it is to improve? Very reasonable. Yabayashiki thought so. He has even begun to think about how to train Tanjiro. Just as he was thinking, Lin Fan did not stop but continued, and I can possess and control the body of the sword owner and activate the ghost state. Once you enter this state, you can use the power that belongs to me, Arjuramaru. The only drawback is that if the time is too long, it will completely turn into a ghost. After speaking, I was afraid of being misunderstood, so I explained specifically, the ghost I am talking about is different from what you know. People here more or less know some legends and stories, and they also have some understanding of the so-called ghosts in the legends. So no one said anything. And this did not give back this ability, it shocked everyone even more. But Yabayashiki Yoshiya couldn't help but ask, how much improvement can you bring by using your ability as a ghost? You should ask Tanjiro about this. Lin Fan was too lazy to answer such a complicated question. As for other abilities, I can't use them in my current state. After briefly explaining his abilities, he came up with the third question. This issue is also the concern of everyone in the Demon Slayer squad. As for how to express Wu Kai, Lin Fan can say whatever he wants. By the way, I'd like to take this opportunity to tell these guys some useful information. Kibutsuji Mukai, this guy is extremely cowardly and bully. He was once almost killed by Anikisuji Kuni. Since then, he has been hiding until that person died before he dared to appear again. But having said that, he still has some strength. He has many vampire skills, the more troublesome of which are the thorn whips growing out of the spine on his back, and the fangs and bloody mouths all over his body. As he spoke, he looked at everyone present and said bluntly, "If you encounter it, you will probably be easily killed by it. You are too weak now." The words just fell. The faces of the pillars below had different expressions. No one would be happy to be told so directly that they were weak. But they had never seen Wumisai, and because of Lin Fan's special status, it was hard for them to say anything. Tanjiro watched from the sidelines, his heart beating wildly. Fortunately, Uyashikiya stood up to the rescue and said, "Are my swordsmen really that weak?" Hearing this, Lin Fan looked at the people below again, then nodded slightly and said firmly, "It's really weak. You must know that the breathing method can be divided into 3 stages: mastery, markings, and world penetration, but no one here can even turn on markings." This was the first time for everyone present to hear this knowledge, even Uyashikiya was no exception. But this is normal. After all, those who master the stripes will not live long and it is difficult to pass them down. In addition, few people can master the transparent world, so it makes sense that no one knows about it. This is the first time I heard about this knowledge. Yubayashikiya was eager to know and asked hurriedly, "Then how do you open the so-called markings in the transparent world?" Lin Fan couldn't tell how to turn it on, so he could only make a few casual remarks. When the time comes, it will naturally open. In addition, after the stripes are opened, although the strength can be greatly increased, but the person will die before the age of 25. At this time, there was silence. After a while, it was Yubayashikiya who still stood up and asked solemnly, "I'm sorry, can I ask who Tsukuni Eniki is? And why was Muzan almost killed by him?" Facing the inquiry, Lin Fan glanced at the box containing Medusa not far away. Yubayashikiya immediately understood and announced in public, "I have recognized Tanjiro and Yaduzi, and I hope everyone can recognize them as well." The pillars below are no longer so hostile to Tanjiro, but they still cannot agree with Yaduzi as a ghost. But no one would ask for trouble at this time. When Yubayashikiya saw this, he knew that it wasn't just a few words that could make everyone recognize Mizuko, and he had nothing to do about it. Fortunately, Lin Fan didn't care too much. After scanning everyone, he began to talk to himself. After Kuniki is the source of all breathing techniques, created the breath of the sun, has natural markings and can see the world, he is probably the strongest human being in the world. Just such a brief introduction. Everyone present seemed to have seen the legend, how powerful he was. When he first met Wu Mei, he discovered that Wu Mei had 5 brains and 7 hearts, and had overcome the weakness of decapitation. Only the breath of the sun and sunlight can kill it completely. As soon as these words came out, it really shocked everyone present. It is unimaginable how such a powerful Wu Mei was defeated by Ji Koyuan, and what kind of terrifying battle broke out between the two sides. But Lin Fan's next words completely broke everyone's illusions, but it's funny to say that Wu Mei was killed by Ji Koyuan in an instant. If he hadn't run fast, he might have died long ago. At that time, its body split into 1,800 pieces, but Ji Koyuan killed 1,500 pieces in an instant, but unfortunately, he ran away in the end. The words just fell. Everyone present was stunned. I thought it was going to be a fierce battle, but now you're telling me that it can be over with just one move? This is no different from listening to myths. Wuxian still dared to wait until Ji Koyuan died before he appeared, and he was afraid that the second Ji Koyuan would appear and kill everyone who knew the breath of the sun. But now, a second person has appeared in this world who can master the breath of the Sunday. When Lin Fan said this, it can be said that he made it clear. Everyone turned their attention to Tanjiro. Chapter 49. Below, Flame Pillar Purgatory. Anjiro's fiery and resolute gaze fell on Tanjiro, and he asked in a straightforward manner. Is this the boy who masters the breath of the sun? He is very energetic. The unspoken screams and wanderings, the blind eyes with tears flowing, and the hands clasped together in a pious gesture. I wonder if any of the outstanding members of the Demon Slayer Corps can master the breath of the sun. Yuzui Tianyuan on the edge also asked curiously, in other words, does this kid have the potential to become the second successor to the country? With the Dumurimaru's help, he might be even more magnificent than Enikitsukuni. No one present could refute this statement. After all, there is a blade that can continuously make people stronger, plus Tanjiro's own talent for mastering the breath of the Sunday. It is not a fantasy to transcend the country's fate. It is something that is truly possible, and it was at this time that the pillars present were finally able to understand why the Lord said that Kamatu Tanjiro's safety must be above his. After all, as long as Tanjiro is around, it will only be a matter of time before he kills Muzan. Being looked at by everyone like this, Tanjiro couldn't help but blushed and felt a bit at a loss. Well, what I master now is the Kagura dance of the god of fire passed down from my family, which should be what you call the breath of the Sunday. If anyone in the Demon Slayer Corps wants to learn, I will teach you, and I will definitely try my best to beat Mukai Demon Slayer. His embarrassment made everyone laugh, but on such an important occasion, everyone could only lower their heads and suppress their laughter. But only Iguro Kobana, the most peripheral one, had light shining in his eyes when he looked at Ajurumaru. He wanted to ask for treatment for the hideous scratch on his mouth, but he held back and did not ask. He was afraid of being rejected outright here. On the other hand, Ryanzugan Luyi Mitsurai couldn't help but burst into laughter, and then quickly covered her mouth with one hand. He murmured in his heart. No. I can't laugh out loud, but this cute boy is so funny. This laughter also caught the attention of other pillars. She had no choice but to lower her head and whisper. Feel sorry. When Tanjiro saw the behavior of everyone in front of him, his shy face turned redder and redder. It was like a public execution. Direct social death. Fortunately, Uyashiki Yaya stood up to save him and said, I believe you can do it. Hearing this, Tanjiro felt like his head was light, and just listening to the Lord's words could calm down his shy mood. After Uyashiki Yaya finished speaking, he turned to face Ajurumaru solemnly and thanked him sincerely. My swordsman and I are really grateful for the information you brought. It is of inestimable value to our Demon Slayer squad. While talking, the pillars below also expressed their thanks in unison. Thank you so much for your help. Faced with these thanks, Lin Fan knew that his plan had been successful, and now he only had to pretend to return to the knife to end it perfectly. This is the thought. Immediately, his eyes swept over everyone present, and then fell on Uyashiki Yoshiya. He made an expression of I don't care and said slightly helplessly. I'm just saying this because Tanjiro is my sword master. If there is no problem, I will go back first. This gesture touched Kanroji Mitsurai's little heart again. This helpless little expression is so cute, it makes my heart melt. However, these words also reminded everyone present. Kamatu Tanjiro is the link between them and Ajurumaru. If they lose Tanjiro, it means they lose Ajurumaru. This is absolutely not allowed to happen. Even the Wind Pillar Immortal Kawasania and the Snake Pillar Iguro Kobana, who had always been the most prejudiced, had to choose to bow their heads and submit. Uyashiki was even more impressed. When he looked at Tanjiro and the box containing Yaduzi, his eyes showed determination. When facing Ajurumaru, his eyes did not dodge in any way, and he smiled warmly. Goodbye then, Miss Ajurumaru. Although he didn't say it directly, Lin Fan could see the determination in his eyes, so he simply turned around and waved his hand impatiently. Goodbye then. As he spoke, under the gaze of everyone, his body began to gradually disintegrate into black mist. It gradually dissipated, but only a second before it completely dissipated. Lin Fan suddenly turned his head, looked at Hu Yashikiya with his red eyes, and said angrily, "Your desire is very strong and it makes me feel good. But don't call me miss next time. I am a male." The words just fell. The body completely disintegrated into dark smoke, reintegrated into the blade at Tanjiro's waist, and then completely calmed down. It all seemed like a dream. But immediately after, everyone reacted. Yubayashikiya stood there, stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect that the sword spirit with such a stunning appearance was actually a male. But seeing that Ajuromaru had left, he could only apologize to the blade on Tanjiro's waist. "I won't call him wrong next time, Mr. Ajuromaru." But the pillars below also became lively. In particular, Mitsurai of Renzu Kanroji's eyes were gleaming and her heart was beating wildly. Is that Ajuromaru actually a boy? Such a cute boy, I like it so much. What a surprise! The evaluation of Purgatory Anjiro is only 3 words long. Even Tanjiro didn't expect it. It turns out that Arjuna Maru is a male. I thought it was a female. It's so rude. Dang even murmured in his heart. "I'm sorry Ajuromaru, I always thought you were." When faced with an apology, Lin Fan's answer was simple and rude, just 3 words. "Piss off." Everyone didn't talk about this matter for long. Soon, everyone turned their attention to Tanjiro and Yaduzi again, and this time it was Yubayashikiya who was the first to speak. Everyone already knows about the situation of Tanjiro and Adumaru, so next we need to talk about Yaduko. I still hope that everyone can recognize them both. This time, the pillars below no longer have so much resistance. After all, because of Ajuromaru, their submission is inevitable. But even so, Immortal Kawakawa Sanya, who was covered in scars, still stood up, stared at the wooden box not far away and said coldly, "My lord, I agree not to punish Tanjiro and that ghost, but a ghost is a ghost, and no one can guarantee that it won't eat people, so I hope you can imprison that ghost." Chapter 50. Hearing this, Yubayashikiya could also understand why they still targeted Yaduzi after confirming Tanjiro's importance. After all, since the appearance of the Demon Slayer Corps, countless members have died in the struggle against ghosts. If the ghosts who eat people are accepted, is it worthy of the sacrifice of these team members? And they have seen countless ghosts, and there has never been one who doesn't eat people. Yahei who had a pair of strange eyes, looked at the wooden box and also added, "And the fact that the 3 of them died as a guarantee doesn't mean anything. What's more, nothing can happen to Kamado Tanjiro. Even if the 2 have malicious intentions, they can still clearly distinguish between right and wrong, and they are not just saying bad words to each other casually." Yanzu Purgatory Xingjulan also followed up and said righteously, "If you really eat people, it will be too late." Most of the rest of the columns agree with this. But Tanjiro couldn't hold it any longer, and quickly stepped forward with an anxious expression on his face, and assured Yubayashikiya in the corridor, "Medusa won't eat people. I will take him with me to fight together. If he eats people, I will kill him with my own hands and then commit suicide to apologize." Regarding this speech, Immortal Kawasanya's expression became a little ferocious, and he scolded with wide eyes. "I told you, you can't die. And we won't kill Medusa, we'll just lock it up." Both sides have a point. But Huyashikiya chose to stand on Adumarumaru's side, looked at the people below who had their own opinions, and spoke slowly. "Indeed, it is currently impossible to prove that it will attack people, but it cannot be proved that it will not attack people. After all, Medusa has never eaten a person since he became a ghost until now. This is also an indisputable fact." These words almost made the position clear. Fengju Immortal Kawanshiya also heard it keenly, gritted his teeth and pulled out the knife from his waist. "Forgive me for being offended. Next, I will prove to you, Lord, the ugliness of ghosts." After that, he jumped up. He walked alone to the darkness of the entrance hall at the back of the corridor, looked at the wooden box at his feet and smiled cruelly. In the past, let's stab it twice before talking about it. However, because of the presence of Arjuramaru, he was forced to restrain himself a lot, so he just opened the wooden box and grabbed Medusa by his collar. Then he let go of his hand and drew the blade of the Nikaran sword in his hand towards his arm. When the blade passed by, blood splattered everywhere. Blood dripped down the wound and dripped into the entrance hall. The smell of thin blood seduced hungry Medusa all the time. This smell is teasing its appetite crazily. Immortal Sikawa-sane also put his arm forward and stimulated, "Stop covering up, you actually really want to eat, don't you?" When Medusa faced thin blood at close range, even though bamboo blocked his sharp teeth, his saliva still seeped out uncontrollably. And it stood still, fighting against desire. When Yabayashiki turned around and saw this scene, he could no longer say anything. He could only pray that Medusa could persevere. The pillars were also observing closely from below. Only Tanjiro ran to the corridor, faced Medusa who was struggling at the entrance, and suddenly shouted, "Medusa, I believe you can do it." The words just fell. As if she had been completely awakened to reason, Medusa resisted the unparalleled delicacies in front of her and turned her head away to stop looking at it. This time, even Immortal Kawasania was stunned. He didn't expect that a ghost could resist the temptation of his blood. The other pillars all had very different ideas. Being able to resist the temptation of the Immortal Kawasania's blood, everyone knows that there is no way to stop him. Yabayashiki also relaxed when he saw this, stood up in time, and said to the crowd, "This way, it proves that Medusa will not attack people, so there is no need to lock him up." As he said this, he suddenly looked at Tanjiro in the corridor kindly and reminded him calmly, "But even so, there are still people who won't tolerate Medusa. This requires you to prove it yourself from now on." Hearing this, Tanjiro finally let go of his hanging heart and resolutely promised, "I certainly will." Upon seeing this, Immortal Kawasania also turned around and left the entrance, returning to the courtyard. But Medusa was staring at him angrily. Question about Medusa: the problem has been solved. Lin Fan can still accept it after reading it in the knife, but the most gratifying thing at the moment is that his plan was successful. Now that Tanjiro is the highest ranking person in the Demon Slayer Corps, he will definitely have Hashira as his bodyguard when he goes out from now on. Moreover, I have already grasped the lifeblood of the entire Demon Slayer squad. After all, if you want to defeat Demon Slayer Muzan, you must have my help. Besides, you don't want your lord to die because of a curse at such a young age, right? What is this called? Treat them to guests, behead them, accept them as dogs. Although it doesn't sound nice, it is the fact. Moreover, he had killed 4 lower strings in a row before, and coupled with the generous reward, today was another day of getting rich. Lin Fan, who was in a good mood, said, "System, open the panel." Host, Lin Fan. Template, Arjuna Maru. Ghost Power, 10,300. Extraction Ability, Eternal Level Buff is Indestructible. Platinum Level Ability Perception, Silver Level Ability Sharpness, a perfect match, Chidori Style. Template Abilities, Weeping Blood, Swallowing, Healing, Feeding Back, Ghost Transformation, External Incarnation. Unlocked Ability, Defecate Anywhere, you can change your size at will after unlocking. Unlocking requires 10,000 emotional points. Ghost Curse, hitting a target can add a ghost curse, which can poison it. It costs 10,000 emotional points to unlock. Control the Air, can control the blade to fly, it costs 10,000 emotional points to unlock. Borrowing Power, allows the sword owner to borrow ghost power to release various ghostly slashes, as well as various applications. It costs 10,000 emotional points to unlock. Emotional Value, 2W. Looking at these abilities, Lin Fan thought for a moment. Recalling the plot of the original work, the next thing we should face is Shangxian Sanyi Wozuo, among the existing abilities. Lin Fan made a decisive choice. System, unlock the 2 abilities of Borrowing Power and Ghost Curse for me. As soon as he finished speaking, the system prompt sounded in his mind, ding. Spend 20,000 emotional points and successfully unlock the ability Ghost Curse and Borrowing Power. With my current configuration, it shouldn't be a big problem to use 1 column to make a nest. At this moment, Lin Fan, who was in the sword, had already begun to think about how to deal with Yi Wozo and the outside world. Everyone still didn't stop discussing. It's just that the atmosphere is no longer so tense, and all the important things have been said. Next, standing in the corridor, Uyashikiye, who was in a good mood, looked at Tanjiro below, and said with a slightly raised corner of his mouth, "Everyone, I want to announce something now.